Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Sage in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, Storm 3. The roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet. Aristotle. In comparison to entering the country, leaving proved to be far more of a chore. The two of them had been checked for any contraband, which Naruto knew to mean any signs of rebel influence. It had taken a good hour before they were cleared to finally leave and cross over into Kusan no Kuni. Unfortunately for them, despite leaving the land of rain, the clouds overhead made no attempt to dissipate. Shizuka's mood seemed somber after that. Naruto had never taken much stock in borders between countries, they were mostly artificial anyway, only really being true on maps. However, the difference between Aim and Kusa was almost strangely apparent. No sooner were they out of the relatively flat and barren country behind them before they found themselves walking through a large, jungle-esque area. Everything from the plants to the animals seemed vastly oversized. Mushrooms the size of small buildings seemed especially prevalent. Another strange thing was that there seemed to be no obvious roads anywhere, they seemed to stop right at the border with Aim. This left them to trek through the jungle with only a small map to tell them the way. Naruto was never sure why, although he suspected it had to do with his Deva Path's gravity abilities, but he always had an innate sense of direction, he just instinctively knew which way was north and such. That proved helpful when the sky overhead became blotted out by the thick canopy of jungle foliage and they couldn't even tell where the sun was. However, this had the added benefit of blocking the rain, which lightened the mood for the both of them, although they could have done without the rather oppressive jungle heat. Along that line, the two had abandoned the raincoats they had picked up in Aim in favor of their lighter attire, Naruto in his robes and Shizuka in her Miko outfit. However, they decided to keep the Tsuchigaza hats they had picked up. Naruto liked the look of them and they kept the upper half of his face hidden, meaning he could keep his eyes open without anybody seeing them. You know, as a monk I'm supposed to be in tune with nature and the animals around me. Shizuka was quietly giggling to herself as Naruto held his hands in fists, the one around his Shakugao turning white. But that would be a whole lot easier without all of these bugs. As if to prove his point, a rather large and lazy-looking fly landed on Naruto's outstretched arm. The blonde was physically restraining himself to not just slam his other hand down on it. The jingle of a monk's Shakugao was for the express purpose of warning insects and bugs away from him so he would not step on them. Unfortunately, they did not seem to be getting the message. I have no idea what you mean. Her voice was calm, but Shizuka still had her hand across her mouth to suppress her giggles. Naruto had been getting more and more irritable the further they got into Kusa, far from the usual serene monk persona he normally wore. Naruto just cast her a rather pointed glance, his eyes momentarily flaring with chakra to light up his Rinnegan. Why isn't this happening to you? The girl just shrugged. Honestly, she too had thought it was rather strange that not a single insect had come anywhere near her since arriving in the country. I don't know, I guess animals just like me better. Naruto just gritted his teeth as he shook off yet another bloodsucker looking for its next free meal. He sighed irritably as he noticed the area around them growing darker. No doubt the sun was going down, not that they could see it. Alright, well, we might as well stop for the night anyway. At that, Shizuka froze, looking at Naruto with wide eyes before turning that same frightened gaze around her. Here? As in the middle of the jungle. Naruto nodded absently as he began the process of unsealing all of their equipment and supplies. Are you kidding? Did you see the size of some of the animals we passed? Naruto quickly waved her off with a smile as he continued to lay out the two sleeping mats they had. He had made sure to pick up a second one during their trip through Aim. Don't worry, this is the perfect opportunity for me to try something out. Her anxiety being replaced by curiosity for the moment, Shizuka calmed down and looked at her blonde companion in interest. What? Naruto just cast her a quick smile she knew meant he was either planning something or wanted to keep it a surprise. He settled down into his usual meditative position and began seeping his chakra into the ground. Then, with all the control he could muster, he began to raise his arm, and to Shizuka's amazement, the ground around them began to break down, quickly replaced by fine golden sand. His face scrunched up in concentration, the blonde raised his other hand up, as if obeying orders. The sand began to move, circling the pair until it formed a makeshift hut. Phew, I don't know how Gaara did that with such ease. He was nearly tackled off his feet when he stood up, only to have Shizuka run at him, grabbing onto his shoulders and looking at him with wide eyes. That was so cool. Can you teach me that? Naruto chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head as he sat back down, Shizuku descending with him onto her knees. Not really. The girl's face fell, which made the blonde's heart clench slightly at the sight. Oh, is it one of your Rinnegan abilities? Naruto quickly shook his head only to earn a look of intense confusion from his female companion. No, actually it's something I picked up from a friend of mine, Gaara from Suna. Shizuku just frowned, poking at the walls of the makeshift hut to find them surprisingly strong and unyielding. Well, if you picked it up, why can't I? Do you not think I'm good enough? Again Naruto found himself faced by a girl on the verge of tears and once again found his arms flailing out in front of him for no discernible reason. No, nothing like that, it's just, well, it's complicated. He looked down a bit at that. It sounded like a rather pathetic excuse and Shizuku seemed to agree. What do you mean complicated? Naruto opened his mouth to speak but nothing came. He closed it with a frown before repeating this 3 times. He looked over at Shizuku. He wasn't sure if he was ready to tell the girl about his tenant. However, as soon as he looked at her, he saw that moment when she was sitting in the cave, rain pouring down in front of her as she curled in on herself. With a soft sigh, his eyes lightened slightly and she turned back to look at her again. Have you ever heard of the Baijuya? Wow. Shizuku just sat there, shocked at everything she had heard. She might have thought it was a joke if Naruto hadn't been so serious as he talked. Are you alright? The Violet just nodded dumbly, her eyes unfocused as she tried to process it all. It sounded so fantastical. Her friend contained the most powerful demon in the world, and now another one too if his story was anything to go on. Yeah, it's just a lot to take in. Naruto nodded sympathetically. It was shocking enough when he had been told. Finally though, the girl seemed to snap out of it, looking around the sand hut with renewed awe. So you can do all this with sand because of that second demon inside of you, Shukaku? Naruto quickly nodded, waving his hand to a small pillar of sand grew between them to demonstrate. Yes, the previous host was also able to do it too, but to a greater degree and with much more ease. Although that was probably due to the fact he had his entire life to practice, this is still fairly new to me. Also, calling them demons is probably incorrect. They are just beings made entirely of chakra. Baijuya would be the correct term. Shizuku stopped her odd gazing as she swiveled in place, looking at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Tailed beast? Isn't that just as negative? Naruto blinked at that before looking down with a frown. She did have a point after all. Unfortunately, that is the only thing I can call them. Anything else and people wouldn't know what I was talking about. Shizuku sighed but nodded all the same. Her hands began idly playing with the sand on the ground, drawing absent patterns with her fingers. I wonder what that would be like, to be locked up inside of somebody just because you are powerful and feared. It just sounds so unfair. I mean, like you said, they can think, right? No intelligent animal should have to be caged up like that against their will. The blonde just stared at her for a moment, surprised but smiling all the same. Well, the Kyuubi certainly doesn't make itself easy to talk to it. It's an uphill battle with that fox. Shizuku giggled at that. The thought of Naruto acting so flippant about such a powerful being was a rather amusing thought. Anyway, it's about time we get onto your chakra exercises. Shizuku's laugh immediately turned into a drawn-out groan and it was Naruto's turn to chuckle. Those don't sound like the noises of the best student ever. He laughed again as she just looked at him with a deadpan expression before her head slumped forwards. It's just so boring though. Can't we do something else for once, like learn how to manipulate fire or wind? Naruto put his finger under his chin in a thoughtful expression as Shizuku's gaze turned hopeful. No. Her head immediately fell again and Naruto could have sworn the sounds of rain above them actually increased for a moment. You need chakra to do those things and right now you still haven't managed to find yours. The blonde was moderately surprised as his friend's head shot up, a determined expression across her firm features as she pulled herself into a relaxed cross-legged pose. I'll do it this time. She closed her eyes as a look of intense concentration appeared on her face, crinkling her brow as her tongue started to poke from the corner of her mouth. Naruto sat against the wall of his self-made hut, watching the girl carefully, noticing no change in her chakra whatsoever. After about 5 minutes, Shizuku's shoulders slumped forward and she let out a long drawn-out breath. This is impossible. How am I supposed to find my chakra when I don't even know what I'm looking for? Naruto sighed for a moment before looking up with what he hoped was an encouraging smile. You have to look deep within yourself until you find that tiny spark of warmth. You have to lock onto it and concentrate hard, fanning that spark until it becomes a small flame. Shizuka still looked dejected, and for good reason. Naruto had already told her all this before and she still could not find what he was telling her to look for. The blonde thought for a moment. Perhaps he was just going about this the wrong way? Tell you what, if you manage to find your chakra tonight, I promise that tomorrow I will teach you how to climb trees without your hands. Shizuka's head shot up, stars twinkling in her eyes as she remembered how Naruto had introduced her to the concepts of chakra in the first place. Once again a determined look crossed her face, however this time she tried to get into a proper meditative position like she had seen Naruto do so many times. The blonde was mildly impressed. Her posture was a little off, but it was a close approximation. Deciding to get his own time, and while he could he got into the correct position, closing his eyes as he allowed his mind to clear. Father's back. Naruto couldn't help the small smile that broke on his face as he heard the ever-excitable voice of Shukaku break through the calm of the seal. Quiet, you pitiful tanuki, that mere ninja is and never will be the sage, so be silent before I end your pathetic ramblings myself. And of course Naruto immediately sighed as the Kyuubi's angry retort once again plunged the seal into silence. It is good to see the both of you as well. The Kyuubi had become a lot more irritable since Shukaku had been added to the seal. As far as he understood, the two couldn't actually interact on a regular basis. When Naruto wasn't in the seal, their individual cells separated, or at least that was the impression he got from Kyuubi's contemptuous statements. However, Naruto came into the seal quite regularly, and thanks to the fox's intense disdain for his fellow Byakuya, that was enough to set him on edge. Quiet ninja, you are just as pathetic for never denying Shukaku of his insane delusions. Naruto once again sighed. This was how it would always go. He would enter the seal, Shukaku would greet him, and the Kyuubi would have some scathing comment that would immediately induce the tanuki into a fit of rage. Sure enough, not a moment later Shukaku began angrily banging on the bars of its cage, thrashing against the reinforced metal with its whole body. Brother shouldn't say that. Father will get mad at you, and then you'll be punished. The Kyuubi merely grunted in annoyance before laying its giant head back down on its paws, ignoring the enraged cries of its fellow Byakuya. Aog! Don't ignore me, fox! The best he got was a small twitch of the Kyuubi's ears, causing the sand construct to let out another murderous cry. Naruto sat there in the middle of the room, just watching as the Ichibai vented its frustrations against the bars of its cage. Suddenly its ear twitched and it looked around, its eyes quickly settling on Naruto as it inched its face closer to the bars. Father should tell the fox, father should punish the fox. You are father, you have to be father, you have father's eyes and father's staff and father's hair and father's eyes, and I bet you have father's other possessions too. Naruto suddenly blinked in surprise at that. He had known about the sage's legendary artifacts before, but he had never had a clear answer what they were. Between the Byakuya's insane attitude and almost sycophantic worship, he forgot that, like the Kyuubi, it too must have known the sage. Shukaku, remind me about my possessions. Out of the corner of his eye Naruto saw the Kyuubi crack open a single eye and glare at him. He was obviously affronted Naruto would actually impersonate the sage just to get answers, however there was nothing he could do. Shukaku on the other hand practically preened, glad to be of help to the one he saw as his progenitor. Of course. There was father's necklace, it was shiny and red, there were father's pots, you told us to stay away from those or we might get hurt because father was nice and he cared. Father had a sword too, but he never cut people with it. Shukaku never understood why, but father would pat Shukaku on the head when he asked. There was also. The Byakuya gained a look of intense concentration which might have amused Naruto if he wasn't so interested right now. The look of happiness as realization dawned on its great face might have been amusing in another situation. The rope. Father had that gold rope. It nodded once in satisfaction as its enormous tail swayed back and forth behind it contentedly. It peered down at Naruto with yellow eyes, expectation apparent on its sandy face before it leaned down. Knowing what to do now, Naruto quickly walked over and scratched the enormous sand construct on the head. It let out a massive sigh that shook the bars of the cage slightly as it slumped onto one side. Naruto almost expected its giant foot to start twitching in pleasure, but thankfully it didn't. Naruto didn't think he would be able to get that image out of his head. You did good, Shukaku. If anything, the great creature's look of contentment increased before soft but still bone-shaking snores reverberated around the seal. How pitiful, using his insanity for your mindless questions, are you, that depraved ninja? Naruto looked over and gave the great fox a small smile, although there was a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. I have to use the resources available to me, although its descriptions were rather vague. He looked up, not entirely expecting a positive answer to his question. Any help on that front? The Kyuubi just snorted, once again blowing a gust of warm air over the blonde, causing his robes to move in the breeze. Why, surely you have your loyal lapdog now. What possible use could I be, ninja? Naruto gave a small sigh as he returned to the center of the chamber, sliding down into a relaxed sitting position. My name is still Naruto. At that he could have sworn he saw the great fox roll its slitted red eye, but it may have been a trick of the light. How wonderful for you. Again Naruto could only sigh at the Kyuubi rebuking his attempts at engaging the great creature in meaningful conversation. Just leave so I can have my lonely cell back, it is better than listening to that blasted Tanuki snore. Naruto gave a conceding nod before fading from the seal, allowing the Kyuubi to watch as the other cage vanished as well, once again returning him to his solitude. Naruto. The blonde's eyes shot open, searching around frantically for the danger as he heard his name being called. What? What is it? He blinked as he saw Shizuku a few inches in front of him, waving her hand in front of him. She stopped when she saw his eyes open before blushing and moving back when she realized how close they had been. You wouldn't wake up when I called? Naruto ran a hand through his hair as he leaned back into a more comfortable position, accidentally nudging his staff as he put his hands back. Sorry, I was talking to them. Shizuku's eyes widened for a moment, but she quickly shook her head of it. Naruto, I did it. The blonde blinked in surprise before a fox-like grin spread across his face. That's great. Shizuku beamed at the praise, her eyes closed as she basked in it for a moment. Yeah, I found that spark you were talking about then, just like that time you showed me. I felt that warm feeling in my body. Shizuku felt amazing, her senses felt more alert than ever, and she felt as though she could run miles without getting tired. It was as though she could feel the new energy coursing through her body like little streams of warm water. You didn't tell me it felt so amazing. Naruto just tilted his head slightly with a small nostalgic smile. I wouldn't really know, because of the Kyuubi constantly dripping its chakra into my system. I've always had it, I don't know what it's like not to. Suddenly his smile turned into a confused frown as he looked over his companion, a blush suddenly alighting on the bridge of his nose. Shizuku, did you go outside or something? The girl blinked in surprise as she looked out of the hut before back to the blonde. No, why? Naruto looked away for a moment, the blush intensifying as she moved. Your clothes and hair are wet. The girl blinked again before looking down. Sure enough, her skin had a thin sheen on moisture and her decidedly thin clothes were plastered against her body. Her eyes widened as she immediately threw her arms over her chest. She may have only been 11, but there were already signs of her becoming a woman. What the hell? Is this supposed to happen? Naruto just ran through his thoughts in confusion. He had never read anything about this happening at the temple. I don't know, here, let me. He trailed off as he opened his eyes, examining the girl with his Rinnegan. His blush spread slightly, but it quickly disappeared as he frowned. Hey, your chakra changed and it's flowing differently. Shizuku was still covering her chest as she inched closer to the fire in order to dry off. Strangely, she noted that the heat seemed more uncomfortable than usual. She looked up at Naruto strangely, wondering what exactly he saw through those eyes of his. What do you mean different? Naruto just peered closer, which made the girl feel decidedly uncomfortable. It was like he was looking through her instead of at her. I'm not sure, your chakra used to be light blue like most people's, they all look different, but it's only slight. Now yours looks like a much darker blue, and instead of flowing erratically it's moving more calmly like water, or at least that's what it looks like. Naruto had nowhere near the vision of the Byakugan, so he couldn't perfectly see the movement of chakra through the pathways or tenketsu, but he could see enough to spot how it flowed and the color at least. What does that mean? Naruto finally sat back, allowing his eyes to narrow like usual, which was a small relief to Shizuku. He thought for a moment in silence as his friend continued to attempt to dry off by the fire, although it didn't seem to be working much to her distress. I have no idea. Maybe it has something to do with your elemental affinity. At this point Naruto could only speculate, while in Suna he had noticed slightly more difference in people's chakra that were ninja, especially Jounin. However, it had never been to the extent that Shizuku's had changed. In any case, we won't find out now, we should get some sleep. The girl smiled timidly but gave a firm nod. Right. A small smirk played over her lips for a moment as she lay down to sleep. And tomorrow you teach me how to wall walk. This is awesome. It was a few days after Shizuku had managed to unlock her chakra and they were still making their way steadily through the jungle. The only difference was that Shizuku now took every opportunity she could to walk up any tree, mushroom, or really anything vertical in sight. Naruto had thought it might grow tiresome to see her continually amazed by something that was so simple to most who learned to use chakra. On the contrary, it was rather refreshing to see her take such delight in such a small and trivial thing. Then again, he guessed to a civilian who had only lived an ordinary mundane life would find such things to be extraordinary. He was surprised by her quick uptake. She got the exercise down within 2 days and was able to securely stay on the trees even while still. Although on the first attempt she had nearly put her back out trying to keep her body horizontal, forcing Naruto to teach her how to channel chakra to other parts of her body to reinforce her back and legs. Luckily, once you could send chakra to your feet, anywhere else proved to be much easier. Be careful. His only response was the echo of Shizuku's laughter as she jumped from one branch to another. He hadn't been thrilled when she began hopping from tree to tree, but she seemed fairly apt at it and he rationalized he would be there to catch her if she fell, so he allowed it. Suddenly she appeared by his side, dropping from a reasonable height but using chakra to both reinforce her legs and cushion the blow. Shizuku had been in relatively good spirits lately, things were just looking up for her. The dense foliage meant that the rain couldn't reach them, something that was a rarity for her when she was outside. Plus she now had access to her chakra, which meant she felt full of life and energy, which only enhanced her now seemingly permanent bubbly attitude. The only strange thing was that every time she seemed to use chakra in large amounts she would get wet for no discernible reason. It's fine, you don't have to worry. Her smile practically sparkled despite the lack of sunlight reaching them through the jungle canopy. I have a great teacher after all, Naruto-sensei. The blonde gave a small sigh along with his customary smile. Not you too, Shizuku. The purple-haired girl merely gave a beaming grin before running off again, under Naruto's careful watch of course. He was glad the various large and dangerous animals were staying away from the pair for some reason, but it never hurt to be a bit too cautious. As he watched her run he felt a sudden weight appear on his shakujiao. Looking around he was surprised to see a small capuchin monkey sitting there, staring at him with curious brown eyes. The blonde and the monkey just stared at one another for a few moments before the small mammal chittered excitedly. Hey, what the? Suddenly the monkey raced across his arm, his little hands and feet tickling the monk as they clambered at his body. It paused around his neck for a moment, sniffing at the Megatama bead hanging from his ear before blinking in rapid succession and chittering again. He took it in his hands, nibbling it briefly before climbing down Naruto's back, once again eliciting a few laughs from the blonde. It did a full rotation around his waist before looking up, chirping like a bird and jumping off. Naruto just smiled as he watched the excitable creature run off before frowning as he noticed he was a little lighter than usual. Glancing down, his eyes widened as he realized the scroll containing all of their supplies and camping equipment was missing. He looked up shocked, just to see the monkey's tail disappear around the side of a tree. Without even thinking he took off after it, using chakra to augment his movement. Get back here. Shizuku saw and heard him run off, her eyebrows raised in confusion as she too took off after him, now somewhat able to keep up with the fast pace he set. However, as fast as Naruto was, the capuchin was far more maneuverable. It also knew the jungle better than him. The only thing that allowed Naruto to keep track of the quick little simian was his ability to see its chakra, even through the trees for a short distance. After leading then on a merry little chase where both Naruto and Shizuku were forced to dodge stray branches due to Naruto missing when he tried to use Banshao Tenin to capture the animal, the monkey finally stopped in a clearing. Naruto slowed to a stop, making very careful and deliberate movements towards the small black capuchin who was just standing there, occasionally nibbling on the end of the scroll with its small pointy teeth. Raising an arm, Naruto smirked. There was no way it would be able to dodge him this time. Banshao dash. Hey Naruto. The monkey's head whipped round, already chittering excitedly before it seemingly vanished into a pile of leaves. Naruto sighed as the monkey disappeared just as Shizuka jumped into the clearing. Why did you run off like that? Naruto turned to her, considering telling her off, but upon seeing her curious and innocent face he just didn't have the heart. A monkey stole the scroll with all the food and supplies. The girl blinked incredulously at the strangeness of the situation before letting out a giggle behind her hand. Well, did you catch it? Naruto just wearily shook his head, absently pointing to the pile of leaves the monkey had disappeared into. It ran off before I could grab it. He conveniently left out the fact that she was the one who alerted him to their presence in the first place. Shizuka just looked at him funnily before walking over to the pile of loose leaves. Hey cool, there's a door here. Naruto blinked before looking around. Sure enough, Shizuka was holding up one side of a trapdoor, peering down into the darkness it hid. Maybe the monkey went in here. Naruto just shrugged. It was possible. Shizuka smiled brightly at that before descending the steps. Naruto just looked at her like she was mad. What are you doing? Shizuka gave the blonde the exact same look as she continued to walk down the steps carefully. What do you mean? We need those supplies, don't we? She said it as if she weren't walking down into a completely unknown corridor in the middle of a jungle that had no discernible reason for being there. Now are you coming or not? With that, her head vanished as she walked further down the stone flight of steps. Naruto stared at the spot for a moment before his eyes widened and he ran after her. Hey, wait up! He caught up to her at the bottom of the stairs, peering into the inky darkness with difficulty while Naruto's superior eyesight had little trouble. It was just a long corridor with a few branches splitting off seemingly at random. The walls all had the same crisscrossing wooden pattern that was dizzying to try and follow, while every so often there would be a small inlet with an unlit candle adorning the wall. Naruto walked up to the first one and channeled as much fire chakra into his hand as he could. A small flame appeared over his fingertip which he quickly transferred to the candle. Oh great, how are we supposed to find the monkey in this place? It looks like it goes on forever. Naruto just sighed at the girl. It was her idea in the first place to come down here. Don't worry, if we get close enough I'll be able to see its chakra, even through a few walls. Satisfied now, Shizuka beamed before confidently walking into the darkness of the underground compound. Neither one noticed as they passed over an otherwise unassuming piece of floor, only for it to moments later crack open a single dull, brown eye. Chapter 12, Storm 4. The man of wisdom is never of two minds, the man of benevolence never worries, the man of courage is never afraid. Confucius. Just what is this place anyway? Shizuka was staring into the darkness beyond one of the many doorways lining the corridors as Naruto lit yet another candle with pure fire chakra. I don't know, it looks abandoned. I read that a lot of the Third Shinobi War took place in Kusan no Kuni, maybe it's some kind of ninja base. Shizuka blinked as she tried to make anything in the smothering darkness beyond what Naruto had already lit. Wouldn't there be symbols for the village everywhere then? So far it's all just the same wooden pattern and candle brackets. Naruto frowned as he moved on to the next spot on the wall, all the while looking out for any chakra signatures in the area. For all he knew, the monkey was long gone along with the scroll. Alternately, it could have just completely abandoned it somewhere. While sealing scrolls, like any fuinjutsu, did let off some chakra, it wasn't enough for Naruto to see through walls. I really don't think shinobi would go about emblazoning their symbols everywhere, especially during a war. Shizuka looked around in confusion as she abandoned the room, not being able to glean anything from the oppressive darkness. Don't they wear those forehead protector thingies with their village's symbol on them? Naruto nodded absently as he looked into a room. Seeing nothing but banks of old-looking computers and a few desks, he quickly came back out. Why do they do that anyway? I mean, aren't they supposed to be sneaky? Isn't having the village uniform printed on your forehead kind of counterproductive? Naruto sighed as the two moved on. He knew Shizuka was only making conversation because there wasn't much else she could actually do down here in the dark. I believe it's a matter of pride in your village, the place you grew up and want to protect. Shizuka nodded slowly as they walked, their feet clapping against the earthen slabs beneath them to echo down the hallways. But couldn't somebody just steal another village's forward protector and frame them for something? Naruto gave a small smile as he lit yet another of the seemingly hundreds of candles in the base. I'm sure somebody has thought of that and actually tried it in the past. And I'm just as sure somebody has found ways of preventing it from happening again. Remember, if one village can do it, then they all can. Again Shizuku nodded slowly, her lip pouting out slightly in a rather cute manner. Yeah, you don't have to spell it out like I'm dumb. Naruto just chuckled as they walked on, his eyes scanning the area methodically for any sign of, well, anything. He smirked as he put on his best sagely voice and raised his head in an over-exaggerated display of haughtiness. A thing is never too often repeated which is never sufficiently learned, my young student. He only heard Shizuku mumble something under her breath as she crossed her arms under her chest and pouted again. And that's another thing, you should stop with all the wise proverb stuff. It's really Desh. Naruto's eyes suddenly shot open in surprise as he leapt at the girl, tackling her around the waist to the ground just as a large slab of the floor flipped over. If he hadn't moved any sooner, Shizuku would have most likely been crushed beneath the weighty stone block. The violet just stared at the spot with wide eyes, her breath coming out on short shallow gasps as Naruto quickly got to his feet again. Where are you? Come out. The blonde was worried. He had only sensed the attack moments before it happened by the minute amount of chakra leaking into the earth. Now though there was nothing at all to even indicate the attack had happened, the hallways were quiet and Naruto couldn't even see a whisper of chakra besides himself and Shizuku. Shizuku, stay close to me. The blonde whirled around when he met no response, only to come face to face with a wall of solid earth. Shizuku. The blonde placed his hand up against the wall, quickly drawing the chakra out of it before smashing his fist right through it, breaking down the now brittle earth. Unfortunately, all he saw beyond it was darkness. Shizuku was gone and Naruto couldn't even see her chakra signature. Shizuku. All he got was his own voice repeatedly echoing off of the wooden walls around him, mocking him with their shared plea. A growl rose in the blonde's throat as he slammed his shakujo down on the ground once, the sharp noise carrying all the way through the quiet base. I will raise this base to get her back if I have to. Do you hear me? Again only his own voice greeted his ears as the anger-filled call reverberated around him. Why, is the bite-sized monk angry perhaps? Naruto whirled at the voice that sounded like it was whispering right into his ear. Only a darkened corridor greeted him. Where are you? A dark but almost playful chuckling echoed from what appeared to be all around the blonde, like the very walls were speaking to him. Oh, but isn't that part of the fun in this little game of hide-and-seek? Don't you know? You trespassed on Orochimaru-sama's property and now you're paying the price. Naruto quickly composed himself with a deep breath, focusing on his chakra and not the voice that seemed to love to mock him. Oh, ignoring me? My, that just won't do. There was a pause as Naruto continued to scan the area for any sign of the mystery speaker. Perhaps you would be a little more inclined to indulge me if you knew what the prize of the game was. Naruto could now tell that whoever this was took almost sadistic glee in what they were doing. Find me if you can, little monk. I don't believe your young friend here has all that long. The voice began to fade away as it spoke, the last few words sounding like a whisper that was far too close for Naruto's comfort. Naruto slammed his staff through the corner of a wall in frustration, finding satisfaction in the chunks of mortar and splinters of wood now littering the ground. He quickly took another calming breath to stop his trembling fist before quickly forming 5 shadow clones, his current limit. However, as soon they began to run off into various corridors to cover more grounds, large pillars of earth grew at astonishing rates beneath them. 3 of them were instantly dispelled into clouds of smoke from being crushed, whilst another was pinned by its arm to the ceiling. Naruto cursed, dispelling the remaining 2 as he took off at a run. When his vision was split multiple ways, he lost some of his ability to see chakra, so it was harder to predict the attacks. As much help as the clones would be in covering more ground, they were useless if they couldn't get more than a couple of feet. What a naughty little monk, cheating is strictly prohibited. Naruto had to visibly restrain himself from shouting back at the mysterious voice, but he refused to give it the satisfaction. That same irritating musical voice just laughed at him as he sprinted down yet another corridor, sounding neither male nor female. The dark was no issue, his eyes granted him good enough vision to at least see where he was going. Tick-tock, your friend's head's on the chopping block. Again the voice cackled madly while Naruto did his best to ignore it, frantically searching for any chakra signature he could find. Finally he found success as he rounded a corner to see Shizuku tied up, bound by her wrists and ankles, just lying in the middle of the corridor. However, as he approached her he slowed, Shakugao raised defensively in front of him as his eyes narrowed. Shizuku. The girl blinked her eyes open tiredly before they landed on Naruto. Suddenly she was alert as she struggled against her bonds, shouting muffled words against the gag in her mouth. Naruto jogged over, staff still raised in a defensive manner as he quickly unbound the girl. She got to her feet wearily, rubbing her sore wrists before suddenly pouncing on Naruto, wrapping him up in a warm hug. I knew you would come, Naruto. Suddenly though the girl froze, her eyes going wide with shock as she jerkily turned her head to see Naruto with his outstretched fingers just finishing applying precise pressure point attacks down her spine. And Naruto. The blonde's hair was shadowing his eyes as he stepped back from the now paralyzed girl, Shakugao raised out in front of him. Where is Shizuku? The girl just stared at Naruto with wide, tearing eyes, unable to move her body. And Naruto, what's going on? The monk's head sunk even lower as his hands clenched into fists, seeing Shizuka that way hurt him. He strode forward pressing his hand up against her stomach as his eyes narrowed. I will drain you dry of chakra if you don't tell me where she is. All of a sudden the frightened, timid look of the Violet's face vanished, replaced by a cruel smirk, far too wide for her own face. Her neck swiveled awkwardly at angles that weren't physically possible just to face the blonde as her usual teal eyes faded into a dirty brown. How very fascinating. Before Naruto's very eyes the girl before him lost all natural color, her entire form taking on an earthy brown hue before crumbling away into dirt. My duplicates are exact copies, there isn't a single flaw or strand of hair different. How did you notice the difference? Naruto pivoted on his foot to face where he thought the voice was coming from only to see a grotesque sight. The ground of the corridor in front of him bulged outwards, rising up into a loose, curvy pillar of mud that began to drip large chunks of mud onto the ground where it was absorbed back into the floor. Slowly as more of the dirt fell away a form was revealed, that of a tall, lithe man wearing a disheveled brown tunic and trousers with more dirt than fabric. However, most horrifically his legs seemed fused together, still attached to the floor as if he was simply a stray root from some plant. His skin was surprisingly pale from what Naruto could see beneath his dirty mop of dark hair that fell about his face, covering one eye and falling most of the way down his back. The one visible eye was the same dull brown that the clone had just before fading away into dust, gleaming with interest and a sickening glee. This was only strengthened by the abnormally large grin that almost threatened to split the man's face in two. My, aren't you just an interesting little monk? I wonder what else you can do. Naruto's eyes simply narrowed dangerously as he planted his staff in the ground firmly, taking a loose starting stance for the Kaminari no Mai. I'll show you, Banshou Tenin. The entirety of the man's upper body suddenly lurched forward as if pulled by some invisible rope, however he stayed firmly rooted to the floor. Naruto still used the opportunity to cover the distance between them, lashing out with a solid finger strike to a nerve bundle that should have paralyzed the man long enough for Naruto to complete the maneuver. However, to Naruto's surprise, where his fingers impacted the man, his body just crumbled away like loosely packed dirt. Oh, now that tickled. Without warning, the man's body suddenly extended grotesquely until he better resembled a snake, quickly wrapping Naruto up like a boa constrictor. With his prey bound, the man lowered his torso until the two were at eye level. Yes, I feel there are many fascinating things to discover about you once we get you onto the operating table. Naruto just grimaced as the pressure on his body increased as he was wrapped up tighter. And not going to, happen, Shinra Tensei. He struggled for a moment before his eyes shot open, one of the rings that circled his pupils contracting for a split second. Like a wall, an invisible burst of energy quickly expanded from the boy's body, strong enough to completely blast the man's snake-like lower body into chunks of useless earth. He lay there for a moment just staring at Naruto with those same lifeless eyes that continued to sparkle with intrigue. Oh yes, I will have to bring you to Orochimaru-sama himself, he will want to take a good, long look at you. Naruto. As he spoke, Naruto watched as his body seemed to melt away into mud, quickly fusing with the floor until there was just a pair of bloodshot brown eyes staring at him out of the earth, then they too vanished. The blonde quickly picked up his shakujiao, leaning on it for support as he gasped for breath. Being slowly squeezed until you could feel your bones begin to creak was not pleasant. He tried to figure out what had just happened. When the man moved into the floor, his chakra vanished completely, like he was literally nothing but actual mud. However while he was choking him, it was all too visible. Naruto didn't know how anybody could just vanish like that. It was weird, but he could have sworn the man's chakra was brown. That in itself was incredibly strange. He tried to rationalize that it must have simply been a clone of some sort, but the more he thought about it, the more he was sure that was the real man in the flesh, or mud. The worst thing was that Naruto realized why it seemed so familiar. The man's chakra was different in the same way Shizuku's was. However, instead of his chakra flowing like water through a stream, it seemed sluggish like liquid mud, trickling down a hill. In some places when he had been merging with the floor, Naruto had seen his chakra stop moving altogether. Naruto filed that information away for later. He was sure it would somehow be important. For now he still had to focus on getting Shizuku back. He continued to run through the halls, noting that the voice seemed conspicuously absent, as well as the fact that there seemed to be fewer choices about where he could go. Fairly soon, before he could get frustrated enough to start blasting through some walls, he found himself in a large open room that was already lit. The light hurt his eyes for a few moments after running through the dark tunnels for so long, and he was forced to cover them with his arm. When he lowered it, his eyes widened in surprise. The room was full of Shizuku copies, all of them fake if their chakra signatures were anything to go on. Disturbingly, they all felt like extensions of that one man more than normal clones, which put the blonde on edge. As if he could be summoned with a thought, the man appeared on the ceiling, melting out of the roof to hang there limply, again resembling a root. Before he could do much though, all of the Shizuku copies turned to look at him, their teal eyes watering. Oh dear, so many little girls to pick from, and yet all of them are fake, how sad. As he spoke, the man's body stretched down from the ceiling, his torso coming up to face the blonde with a sickening grin. Or are they? Naruto clenched a fist as he raised his other hand, ready to blast all of the clones away if he had to. I don't have time for your games, tell me where the real Shizuku is. Quickly the man out up a hand, a playful smirk on his twisted features. I wouldn't go launching one of those fancy gravity blasts, Naruto-kun. You see, little Shizuku is somewhere in the room. You wouldn't want to hurt her now, would you? Didn't you make a promise that she would never cry again? Naruto suddenly froze as he stared at the limp man, who simply grinned back like he was meeting an old friend after many years. How do you know that? And how do you know my name? The man let out a quiet chuckle that became increasingly sinister as it went on, suddenly dropping to the floor as his body splashed out like a drop of mud on the floor. As it congealed back together into his body, his head swiveled on his neck to stare with piercing eyes at the monk. Oh, but I know you, Naruto-kun, I know all about you. You're Rinnegan, little Shizuku, even the special guests in your stomach. The blonde took an involuntary step back as the man finally reformed, his legs still fused in that disturbing way. You see, Orochimaru-sama saw fit to grant me a tremendous power in return for keeping this little out-of-the-way base safe for him. He allowed me to become one with the earth, giving me an unkillable body of mud and dirt. Not only that, but I am able to reach deep into your mind with only a single touch, just one brush, and all your little secrets come tumbling out. He smiled again, his body growing slightly as he was raised higher into the air. I am Midora, guardian of the Northwest Research Facility. Now, how should we proceed with our little game? By this point Naruto's eyes were shadowed by his hair, his hands clenched into fists that trembled ever so slightly. I said, give me back my friend. There was no prior indication, no subtle hints, no warning whatsoever. One moment they were in a brightly lit room full of Shizuku clones, the next everything just exploded. When the dust finally cleared, it revealed a large layer of sand covering everything, most of the duplicates themselves having been broken down into sand grains. Midora himself was tightly bound in a cocoon of the fine golden grains, only his head sticking out. You think a trap made of earth can hold me? Have you listened to nothing I've dashed? The mud man suddenly paused, his eyes widening in panic as his struggle became more apparent. What are you doing? Naruto allowed the briefest of smirks to cross his features as he brought a second hand up, focusing all his control on the sand binding the slippery man. You know my abilities, so take a guess. The man growled in irritation, his face distorting grotesquely as he attempted to change his body and escape the sand prison. You're Predapath, but how? Naruto chuckled slightly as the sand began to constrict around Midoriya's body. You obviously didn't look all that hard into my memories then. The Predapath works against anything my chakra makes contact with, and this sand is saturated in it. His expression became darker as his glowing Rinnegan eyes pierced through Midoriya like he wasn't even there. Now tell me where Shizuku is. Even if your body is immune to regular attacks, I bet it won't work if you're drained of chakra. As if to punctuate the point, the mud man began to feel dizzy from the quick rate he was losing his energy. Go to hell, brat. The man tried to spit in Naruto's direction as the blonde walked closer, but the sand constricted even further, making him gasp loudly. The man's mouth twitched up in a sickening facsimile of a grin as he looked directly at Naruto. Go ahead, crush me. See if you get your little girl back ever again. Naruto just maintained his smile, which had once again settled into his usual serene look. I've already said I would raise this base to the ground before I allow her to be hurt. You've seen my memories, am I lying? The struggling man only growled again before laughing darkly between strained breaths. Anyway. He jingled his Shakugao casually, causing the man to suddenly look at the simple staff with fear. I don't need to crush you when I have this right. Midoriya only narrowed his eyes as Naruto raised the Shakugao until the end of the staff was just in front of the mud man's forehead. Last chance, Midoriya of the Northwest Base, tell me where Shizuku is. Naruto's only reply was another failed attempt to spit at him before his eyes narrowed and he tapped the end of the staff against the insubstantial man's head. There was the distinct sound of a gong ringing around the room for a moment, and when it passed, Midoriya had tensed up, his eyes glazing over slightly. Heh, you think this is the end, brat? Orochimaru-sama will find you eventually, nobody can ever defeat him. Eventually you'll be laid down on a cold metal table and he'll poke and prod at those eyes of yours until nothing remains. As the man spoke, his skin began to turn ashen, his hair falling away in clumps of mud as his body began to destabilize without the necessary chakra to hold it together. Just you wait and see, Jinchuriki, you'll die someday soon. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the last of the man finally melted away into a small brown puddle of the floor. His gaze was torn away as he suddenly heard a deep gasp for air and a choking cough. He looked around only to be surprised as Shizuku was held up by his sand in the exact position Midoriya had been in moments ago. With a thought that made his slightly queasy, Naruto realized Midoriya had been holding Shizuku inside of his body this whole time, and that was why he couldn't sense her or see her chakra. He allowed the sand to fall away, catching her as she fell to the ground limply, still drawing in large breaths of fresh air. Shizuku, are you okay? The purple-haired girl offered him a weak smile, her eyes lidded as her head bobbed exhaustedly in his arms. He got mud all over my Miko outfit. Her voice was rather weak and croaky, but it still managed to get a small laugh out of Naruto. Come on, let's go. He gently picked her up, pulling her soundly onto his back, where she gratefully wrapped her arms around his neck to hold on. As they walked, her head would loll from side to side and her eyes began to droop, but to her credit she stayed awake. What did you do to him? Her voice was quiet, very different to how she usually acted. Naruto thought it was kind of cute. He just looked down thoughtfully as they made their way back through the winding passages of the base. My Shakugao has the ability to permanently take away somebody's ability to use chakra. Without it his body couldn't hold itself together, so he fell apart. Shizuku nodded tiredly as they walked closer to the exit, snuggling her face into his neck slightly to get more comfortable, eliciting a small blush from the monk. Is he dead? The girl felt he blonde tense at her words, his steps pausing for a moment, the bright light of the outside just a few steps away. No. And with that Naruto walked on, vanishing from the base as his form was silhouetted by the bright light from outside. Oh hey, it's the monkey. Naruto's eye was twitching rather violently as he stared at the small Capuchin monkey, who simply stared right back, chittering occasionally, and nibbling at the scroll it was still carrying. Shizuku just sleepily waved at the small animal. It cocked its head slightly before parroting the action back to her, making the sleepy girl chuckle. He's cute, can we keep him? Naruto was still partially frozen, his eye now in excessive spasm as his mind rebooted from the crash it had undergone. He wasn't even in the base. Naruto's face was now a rather virulent shade of red as he trembled in mixture of exhaustion and frustration. However, Shizuka quietly giggling into his ear calmed him down somewhat and he settled for slumping down onto the ground. Shizuka finally took the opportunity to slip off his back, lying down on the soft ground and letting her eyes finally close to get some much-needed sleep. The monkey scampered over to the pair, occasionally turning his head this way and that as he took in the young blonde monk and his sleeping companion. He held out the scroll in his small hands, shrieking a few times before dropping it and scurrying up Naruto's staff to perch there, ignoring the blonde for now as he began to pick insects out of his fur. Naruto just blinked at the strange sight before falling over on his back, leaving the staff upright in the ground to not disturb the little Capuchin. "You know you really caused us a lot of trouble, little guy." The monkey looked his way for just a moment, observed him and quickly went back to what it was doing. Naruto gave a dry chuckle as he raised his hand, once again bringing the sand up to form a makeshift hut. He noticed his arms burned slightly from the large influx of the Shukaku's chakra he had used inside the base, but he figured a night's rest would fix that. It usually did for everything else. As his eyes began to close, he cast a glance over to where Shizuka was curling up around herself, pulling her thin clothes closer to her body. With a weary sigh, the blonde picked himself up and walked over, carefully draping his heavy cloak over her shivering form. Days in the jungle could be very warm and humid, but at night it could get very cold. He smiled tiredly as the girl instinctively pulled the cloak around herself before a frown manifested on his brow. "I nearly lost her today. I wasn't strong enough to protect her at the start. I need to start taking my job as her teacher seriously. Starting tomorrow I'll teach her things that will actually protect her when I can't." With a sleepy nod of satisfaction, the blonde retreated back a little, having the good sense to grab a sleeping mat before crashing down on it, falling asleep almost as soon as his head hit the ground. "My elemental affinity?" Naruto nodded as he walked. They were once again making their way steadily through Kusan no Kuni, now in an eastern direction on their way to Kaminari no Kuni. "Yeah, now that you have access to your chakra and have begun control exercises, we should get your affinity as soon as possible." Shizuka's eyes lit up. She had really recovered well from the whole underground base incident and was back to her old cheery self by the morning. Then again, that may or may not have been due to the new traveling companion they had picked up. The little Capuchin was currently riding along on Naruto's Shakugao, occasionally playing with the rings at the end of the staff to make them jangle more. Shizuka had affectionately named him Masaru, although Naruto had no idea why. "Oh cool, then can you teach me awesome jutsu like breathing fire or firing bolts of lightning?" Shizuka was looking at him with stars in her eyes, which made the blonde slightly nervous. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as he looked away, suddenly finding the grain of his staff's wood very interesting. "Actually, the only jutsu I know is the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Everything else is either due to my Rinnegan or my new sound abilities." Her shoulders slumped at that, with Naruto once again noting the sound of the rain increasing for just a moment. It might have been his imagination though. "But I'm sure we can pick up some jutsu scrolls once we find your affinity." As if a switch had been flipped, bubbly Shizuka was back, looking at Naruto with fresh determination and glee. "All right. So how do we find my affinity?" Naruto smiled confidently as he strode on, noticing that the trees were beginning to thin out slightly and more of the rain getting through the canopy, which was a good sign. "We need some paper, chakra paper. You channel some into it and it reacts differently depending on your affinity. Most people only have one, others with bloodline limits can have 2 or 3, and then when most shinobi become jounin they develop a second. Except you can only see your second affinity on chakra paper once you master your first, otherwise the first overpowers the second. You have to train to be able to hold back that specific elemental chakra." Shizuka nodded excitedly, happy to be finally learning something again, even though the ability to walk up walls was still incredibly cool. "All right, then, where do we get chakra paper?" At that, Naruto smirked even as he pulled up his cloak's hood to protect against the rain, which was now becoming even more apparent. "Well, there are 3 places in the elemental nations that produce it: Konohagakure no Sato, a few islands in Mizu no Kuni, and Takigakure no Sato in Tani no Kuni. Luckily, Takigakure is on our way to Kaminari no Kuni." Shizuka's eyes widened in happiness that they were already so close. Of course it didn't last long as she too pulled up the hood of her cloak to ward off the rain. "Unfortunately, however, I have no idea where Takigakure is." Shizuka nearly tripped and fell over at that. Righting herself with a slight flush, she looked at Naruto strangely. The blonde merely sighed. They're supposed to be really secretive. Even merchants are blindfolded and led through some caves before they're allowed in the village. Chiriko-senpai had been there once. Apparently they get the paper from this enormous tree in the center of the village. Shizuka blinked in confusion, also to get water out of her eye as a rain droplet fell down her face, but mostly in confusion. Well, if merchants get there, it can't be too hard to find. Naruto just sighed and rubbed the back of his head. He almost used his Shakugou to do it but remembered Masaru at the last moment. I wouldn't be too certain. The village prides itself on never having been invaded, not even once. As if some divine being chose that moment to stress Naruto's point, the tree line finally broke. The two preteens found themselves looking over a large cliff with an incredible vista-like view stretching out in front of them. As far as the eye could see, various valleys that seemed completely subsumed by forests spanned the landscape. Rivers flowed throughout the whole scene with various waterfalls dotted around from the numerous cliff faces. Shizuka blinked in amazement at the beautiful yet daunting scene. Wow, I can suddenly see why. Naruto on the other hand just groaned, having to lean on his staff for support all of a sudden. I still can't see any roads. Chapter 13, Storm V. I have not failed, I have just found 1,000 ways that do not work. Thomas Edison. Luckily for the two of them, they actually managed to stumble across a road after finding a winding path to take them down the cliff face. It wasn't very wide or well maintained, but it was a definite step up from trekking through seemingly uncharted jungle aimlessly. The trio of boy, girl, and monkey steadily made their way along the road, noticing it begin to widen as well as a few signs of better upkeep. They quickly found out why when it suddenly merged with a much better maintained road that was actually paved. After that, it wasn't long before they reached a small town. Shizuka was grateful for the opportunity to change her clothes and get them cleaned while Naruto stocked up on their supplies. Currently they were sitting in a small outdoor cafe, a plate of steaming dango between them which Shizuka was happily munching her way through. They were getting some odd looks from the town's residents. Naruto guessed it wasn't every day you saw such a young monk and Miko eating casually while occasionally feeding a small Capuchin monkey. However, as they ate, Naruto was casting a well-hidden eye around them, not entirely sure what he was looking for himself until he spotted them. A small trio walking along the road, rather unremarkable save for the headbands they all wore. The simple metal plate was engraved with what appeared to be two mirrored lightning bolts that the blonde knew to be the symbol of the hidden waterfall village. Naruto smiled at that. It was good to see there was a shinobi presence here. It meant they couldn't be too far off from the village itself. Usually hidden villages made good shows of protecting the various towns and settlements within their respective countries. However, most of the time it was merely for appearance's sake. Ninja rarely did anything for free, especially if it spread out their available manpower. If there was an actual patrol in the village and not just some shinobi on their way to, or back from, a mission, then it was a good guess to say Takigaku no Sato was close. Unfortunately, Naruto knew he couldn't just follow them back to their village. As soon as they left the town they would take off at speed, and if the two of them were caught running like that, it would be highly suspicious. Naruto had tried asking around town for the way into Taki, but the residents had been very tight-lipped. Apparently even merchants had to go through a special process before being allowed to enter the village. With a sigh, the blonde quickly paid for their food and motioned for his companion to follow him. He couldn't follow the ninja, but nothing was stopping him from traveling in the general direction they were going. Originally Naruto had planned on using his Rinnegan to seek out the area of high chakra density a hidden village would surely be, but he then remembered shinobi villages had defenses against that kind of thing. It was started by Konoha during the founding of their village. The wife of the Shodei Hokage had constructed an enormous barrier array that would not only hide the village, giving more credit to its name, but also alert a special team of any and all entries into the village. However, it obviously couldn't account for people leaving the barrier if Naruto was able to leave with the ease he did. Other villages had similar countermeasures, mostly against the threat of the Byakugan and Sharingan, which could both see chakra. At first Naruto had been rather excited when he found the name Mito Uzumaki, going on to discover lots about the Uzumaki clan from the extensive library in the temple. The old Hokage had always told him he was an orphan and didn't know who his parents were. He had always taken that to mean his given name was just chosen at random. However, it had still been fun for the young monk in training to imagine for just a moment he actually had a clan, a rather powerful one at that if the history books were anything to go on. Unfortunately the Uzumaki, along with their home villages Ashiagaku no Sato, had long been wiped from the elemental nations. On top of that, Naruto had none of the recognizable characteristics of the clan famed for their longevity. He had neither the traditional red hair nor common purple eyes. He didn't count the fact his Rinnegan was purple as much as he would like to. Still, the blonde briefly enjoyed the fleeting fantasy of having a family, even if they were spread to the four winds of the continent. Back in the present, Naruto had moved on to Plan B, which involved a lot of aimless wandering until they happened to come across a clue to Taki's general whereabouts. With that in mind, the duo, or trio if you counted Masaru, left the town in the same direction as the Taki shinobi. Being the country that it was, it didn't take long for Naruto to come across a nice large clearing at the base of an even larger waterfall that provided a nice background roar. "Why'd we stop here? I thought we were looking for Taki." Naruto just gave Shizuku a fond grin as he shrugged off his traveling cloak, a thin pole-like protrusion of sand rising from the earth to catch it. While traveling out of Kusa and into Taki, Naruto had worked relentlessly on his manipulation over the element. He was still nowhere near the mastery Gaara had held, but he was definitely closing the gap with his determination and stamina. He pointed over to the raging waterfall behind him as he also began to remove the top portion of his robes, making Shizuku blush for reasons she couldn't quite fathom. That's why we're here at a waterfall. For being only 11, Naruto had a well-trained physique thanks to the rigorous and scheduled training undergone at the temple. His muscles were lean and developed but not overly bulked to the point where they would hinder movement. Monks trained their entire lives so they could run through their training kata flawlessly, able to hold certain awkward positions for hours at a time in deep concentration. "You're kidding me? You just expect to search every waterfall in Tani no Kuni and just hope to stumble onto a hidden village?" Naruto just gave a large grin and a small nod as he rolled his shoulders, loosening them as he created more sand construct to hold his top and pouches. "That too, but I also want to move on to the next level of wind manipulation training." Shizuka widened her eyes in understanding. Occasionally she would see Naruto split leaves with his chakra, and after she had asked, he had explained all about the various elements and their individual chakra types. She gulped as she looked up at the enormous waterfall relentlessly pounding down on the small pool next to them. She wasn't sure what she had expected when Naruto had told her about this stage in wind training, but perhaps something smaller. "You're going to cut that?" Naruto nodded excitedly, and honestly he had been waiting for an opportunity like this since leaving Suna, and he was raring to go. He had gotten to the point where he could split leaves almost absently, even using different parts of his body. It no longer provided any meaningful challenge to him. The same could be said for the initial stage of fire manipulation, although Naruto could learn that at his leisure, so there was less rush. "That's the plan anyway. We'll move from waterfall to waterfall each day, do our usual exercise and look for a way into Taki." With that he smiled and reached into one of the pouches he had placed on the new sand table he had made. After rummaging for a moment, he removed a small scroll with a few intricate designs around the edges. On the middle it was printed with a very ornate and archaic kanji for elements. In all, the scroll looked rather old and precious. Shizuku nearly fumbled it when Naruto casually threw it over to her. "This is one of the scrolls my senpai gave me before I left the temple. It contains all of the introductory stages to elemental manipulation. You should get as much practice as you can, and so I figured you could start training in your element a bit early." Shizuku just looked at him and the scroll in confusion as the blonde made his way over to the waterfall. "But don't we need to figure out my affinity first?" Naruto looked back over his shoulder with a serene smile that made Shizuku a little hot despite her thin clothing. "Well, technically an affinity only points to the element you would have the most ease in learning. You can technically learn any of them, although the one that opposes your affinity will generally be far too difficult to master. Try out water manipulation first. I'd take an educated guess that is your affinity anyway. The chakra paper would just be to confirm it, or see if you have a bloodline." Shizuku nodded in understanding as she unraveled the scroll, surprised by the level of detail it went into regarding each individual element. By the time she had found the section on water-natured chakra, Naruto had already created a small platform for himself out of compacted sand just in front of the waterfall. In twin puffs of smoke, two identical copies of the blonde appeared and took their places next to him as the original tested out the waters with a hand. The power of the falling water was remarkable. He had heard monks meditated underneath waterfalls on occasion, but after feeling how strong the flow of water was, it seemed a little daunting. Even so, he plunged his hands into the cold waters and began to channel as much wind chakra as he could. While Naruto began the next step of his own training, Shizuka could only watch on in amazement as the tiniest cut in the flow of the impressive waterfall appeared on either side of his outstretched hands. She moved further away, towards the more calm waters further down the large stream. Her scroll recommended a still pond to begin with, but the girl reasoned she had to work with what she had. Rereading the scroll just to be sure, the violet nodded her head determinedly as she placed her hand flat across the water. The point of the exercise was to pull your hand away from the water, bringing a small pillar of the liquid with it. The higher you could raise your hand without breaking the pillar, the better your control over the element was. Shizuka took a calming breath as she remembered all of the instruction she had received from Naruto about chakra. She quickly found that small flame at her core, manipulating it, guiding the chakra into her hand where she held it. Gently she began to expel the chakra, imagining it liquid and flowing like the scroll instructed. Ever so slowly she pulled her hand away from the stream, her eyes widening in amazement as a small strand of water connected with her palm and rose with it. However, with her excitement came a drop in her concentration, causing the small strand of water to flop lifelessly back into the stream. She looked over to Naruto to tell him of her initial success, only to see the blonde with an intense look of concentration she didn't see from him often. His eyes were open and steeled as he focused his will into halting the flow of the mighty waterfall. Spurred on by this, the purple-haired girl quickly returned to her own task, her determination and resolve renewed as she once again lay her hand flat against the clear water. Over the next week the two youths improved steadily with their respective techniques, Shizuka slightly faster at her own due to it being less complex. Naruto was also having difficulty with how the waterfalls they stopped at each day varied in width. He could already cut the entire waterfall's flow, but not by himself. He had cut it down to only a single shadow clone, but he wanted to master the exercise on his own, so he continued on. Shizuka was surprisingly having more ease with her own training. In the first day she had worked on spreading out her chakra flow to her entire hand in order to get a thicker pillar. After that it was fairly simple to just keep extending the small water pillar while maintaining her focus. She knew the ultimate goal of the exercise was to get it up to at least her waist while maintaining it with as much ease as possible. This was tested by the fact she would have to stand up halfway through raising it. One day she had even tried attempting to speed up the rate at which she could draw the chakra-laced water up with some moderate success. Right now she could just about raise her little pillar of water to her mid-thigh, meaning she was almost there. Naruto had congratulated her on her incredible progress the few times he had come over to supervise. Even with his almost inexhaustible reserves, training so much in wind chakra was tiring for the blonde. Right now the two were relaxing in front of the 10th waterfall on their little tour through the country, leaning up against the enormous cliff it fell from. They had only just arrived, but the sun was beginning to set, so they had decided to forego training for the day to recuperate. They were currently just chatting absently, about little things like Naruto's time in the temple and Shizuka's time in her village. It actually surprised Naruto how much mischief the girl had managed to get up to in her time. It turned out she hadn't really appreciated being shunned and scorned for something she couldn't control, an experience Naruto could relate with. She had taken out her frustrations with various pranks on the villagers, something that hadn't really improved her situation but brought her a much-needed sense of satisfaction. Of course she got caught more than Naruto did when he did pranks, and while funny, they were nowhere near as elaborate. Even so, Naruto found himself laughing with her as she regaled one of the many humorous incidents, trading them for Naruto's own experiences. And so by the time she realized it wasn't her cat, I had already managed to paint the front of the house bright orange. The two of them burst out laughing as they reclined against the craggy stone cliff, Shizuka leaning slightly on Naruto as she sighed out in contentment. "This is really nice, Naruto. I wish you could have come to my village sooner to get me away from there." She sighed again softly as she rested her head on the blonde's shoulder. Naruto wasn't sure what to make of the gesture but returned her smile. "I guess you're like the knight that saves the princess from the tower, except you're a monk and I'm hardly a princess." Naruto chuckled at that, earning a little of Shizuka's ire as she looked up at him with a frown. "What?" Naruto just absently waved, turning his gaze up to the sky, tracing a few of the stars in his head. "I never understood the whole princess or prince deal. I don't get why just because you're born to a daimyo you are royalty. What makes you better than other people? It's like in my old village, the clans there like the Hyuga and the Uchiha were practically considered royalty, but what exactly made them special? I mean, just because they have weird eyes doesn't make them better than others. Shizuku sighed softly as she returned her head to her little perch on the blonde's shoulder. I guess you can talk, huh? It's just the way things are, I guess. Royalty is royalty and everybody else is just everybody else. Naruto smirked as he stared up at the moon, its crescent shape hanging over the two of them just like everybody else on the continent, an excellent equalizer. Nah, I've never really cared for all that fate and rights by birth stuff. I mean you can make it rain anywhere you go, what princess can say that? Shizuku giggled as her face flushed a pale shade of red for a moment. She quite liked the idea of Naruto comparing her to a princess for some reason. The blonde suddenly got to his feet, turning around and adopting a regal posture, his face turning up slightly into a mock sneer as he offered a hand down to the girl. If you would my aim. Shizuku just giggled again before coughing into her hand and looking away with faked apathy. But it wouldn't be proper, monk-san, don't you agree? Naruto's facade broke quickly as a grin spread across his face, quickly mirrored by his companion. However, the mood was quickly ruined by Masaru jumping atop Naruto's head, clinging onto a few blonde strands as he chittered excitedly. Shizuku stood up on her own, giggling at Naruto and the Capuchin with her mouth covered by her sleeve. I think Masaru wants to join in. As if agreeing with her, the little monkey stood up, still perched on Naruto's head, and copied his regal posture for a moment, making Shizuku burst out with laughter. However, Naruto suddenly quietened as his gaze drifted to a copse of trees a good distance away. As if that was the trigger, a group of shinobi suddenly appeared from the area, landing on the ground in the recognizable blur of movement that was a Shunshin. With some surprise, Naruto noted that the entire squad, 6 of them, were all women, all with their head veiled by hoods and cloths that covered the lower halves of their faces. Identify yourselves, you are dangerously close to the Kigakuer without authorization. Naruto frowned when they didn't quite specify exactly how far they were from the village. Deciding to just lay along and see if the shinobi would be willing to guide them, Naruto held his hand up slightly in a show of surrender. I'm just a traveling monk on his journey with my companion here. He smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head, noticing a few of the shinobi's hands twitch toward their kunao pouches as he did so. I was actually looking for Taki with my friend, would you be willing to take us there? The lead kunoichi blinked in surprise at the audacity of the monk as she turned to her squad mates. They spoke in hushed voices for a while that even with his chakra-enhanced hearing Naruto couldn't quite make out. Finally they turned back, the same woman speaking again. She had shiny black hair and light green eyes from what Naruto could see. If you want access into the Kigakuer no Sato, you are required to be blindfolded and have a disorienting genjutsu placed over you. Do you know what that is? Naruto nodded in confirmation, as did Shizuku behind him. Naruto had gone through most of the major shinobi disciplines with her as they were the main uses for chakra in the world. Shizuku had been interested in the idea of genjutsu, but she didn't think it was nearly as cool as normal ninjutsu sounded. Very well, we were on our way back from patrol anyway. The woman made a hand motion and 2 of the squad came forward, producing strips of cloth which they quickly bound around the 2 teenagers' eyes. Another began to run through hand seals for the genjutsu which would rob the 2 of their sense of direction and muffle their hearing. Unfortunately for them, Naruto's Preta path immediately absorbed the foreign chakra in his system on reflex, rendering the jutsu useless, not that the Takinen knew that. And he sure wasn't going to tell them and make himself even more of a threat in their eyes. After being somewhat frog-marched through the jungle with Shizuku stumbling every few steps due to the genjutsu, Naruto felt the ground change to a more rocky surface. Naruto could tell they were standing close to another waterfall, not the one they had been by before, and were halted for a moment. Naruto desperately wanted to peep through the blindfold as he heard the sounds of the water diminish slightly, wanting to know exactly what was going on. All he could see right now were the vague outline of the kunoichi by their chakra, all varying shades of light blue. He had spent a lot of time pondering the varying shades of people's chakra. Initially he had believed it was just due to everybody's chakra just being different. However, with the number of people in the elemental nations and only limited shades of blue, that seemed unlikely. From what he knew, everybody in the world was supposed to have a different chakra signature, with twins having the most similar almost to the point of being the same. That alone also meant it wasn't dependent on DNA but something else. From Naruto's perspective, if the color of chakra wasn't part of the signature itself, it must represent something different. He looked around for a moment, his eyes quickly landing on the lead Kunoichi who had spoken. Her chakra was the darkest of the group, with the shinobi leading him and Shizuka through the tunnels they had just entered being the next darkest. Perhaps it had something to do with age? Or maybe it was their chakra capacity. Naruto sighed slightly in frustration, the Taki Kunoichi mistaking it for frustration at his supposed lack of direction. In fact, Naruto was memorizing each turn they took through the apparent maze of tunnels they were traversing. For all Naruto knew, the color of a person's chakra could mean any number of things. It could be to do with their affinity, their outlook on life, their diet, anything. Then of course there were people like Shizuku and Midora who completely threw any conceptions he might have out the window. His own companion had a different chakra than any other he had seen yet, and Midora's wasn't even blue. Naruto was slightly frustrated he couldn't see his own chakra. Even when he looked at his body, he guessed it was to stop him just seeing the chakra in his own eyes, which would render him practically blind. He shrugged his shoulders after a while of thinking. It was something to ponder in meditation, not while traversing unknown tunnels while being escorted by a group of trained shinobi. He just settled for counting and memorizing the various twists and turns he wasn't supposed to be able to feel. He had no intentions of doing anything wrong in Taki, but he had promised to protect Shizuka no matter what, so he could never be too prepared for anything, even escaping a ninja village, again. Time to get up, Phew. A single pair of dull orange eyes snapped open as the sound of a fist banging against a metal door rang through the small room. Phew snorted at the word, even as she thought it. It wasn't a room, it was a prison cell. From the drab white walls to the metal door complete with sliding observation port, the room screamed captivity. The girl had already been awake an hour before the call had come, as she always was, as it always had been for the past 12 years of her life. Slowly she lifted herself up off the barren metal floor from where she had just finished her daily reps, managing to time it perfectly with her warden's wake-up call. Technically he was her caretaker, but Phew knew what their relationship was, just as the man did. No matter how he hid behind that fake veneer of politeness, she saw the hatred and disgust in his eyes just like everybody else in the village. She sighed. Her life had become so monotonous she could almost count it down like clockwork. 7, 6. She slid her mesh undershirt on over her developing torso, ignoring the slight sheen of sweat she had worked up. 5, 4. Next came her white vest, cut off so that her mesh shirt poked out beneath it, which in turn ended just above her belly button. 3, 2. Finally she slipped her equally white arm warmers, one of which held her forehead protector, up onto her forearms. 1. At that exact moment the metal door creaked open to reveal a tall broad man with large muscles and a shaved head standing in the opening. Phew had known the man nearly all her life, all of it that she could remember anyway. Things were slightly hazy before the Nanabi no Kabutamushi had been sealed inside of her. Absently she glanced down at a spot just above her left breast, right over her heart. If she channeled chakra there, a seal would show up, probably the most intricate one in the entire village. Come on. The man's voice was gruff, it always was, and even from where she was standing she could smell the traces of alcohol on his breath. He had no doubt been drinking the previous night. Sometimes Phew loathed the inherent abilities her tenant gave her, not that she didn't have enough things to hate about the powerful creature inside of her. An incredibly heightened sense of smell and taste were just one, and even though she had practically grown up with them, having her whole life to adjust, she still couldn't quite feel right being able to know so much about somebody from the way they smelt. For instance, her caretaker, Kanshu, had a woman in his bed last night. He still reeked of the perfume and lipstick she had worn, despite him having a shower, if the scent of cheap body wash was anything to go by. Phew could even tell what he had eaten this morning, a simple meal of some white rice, miso soup, and grilled fish. Wearily brushing her mint green hair away from her eyes, she quietly followed the man out of the room. It had not taken her long to learn that speaking without being directly asked a question ended badly more often than not. At a reasonable pace the two made their way through the earthen corridors of the compound Phew had lived in for as long as she could remember. It wasn't very large, only a few rooms with essentials for living. In fact, Phew knew exactly how many steps it took to get from her bed to anywhere in the complex. She had to shield her eyes slightly as they walked outside, the sunlight making her wince after her time in the underground dwelling. 32 steps, he walked slightly quicker today. Like the timid little girl she was supposed to be, Fia silently followed her guardian as they made their way through the village, only passing through back alleys and the less populated areas of course. They wouldn't want to offend the villagers by having the demon girl make an appearance anywhere in the public eye. Fia couldn't help it as her eyes narrowed and her fists clenched, immediately stopping as she noticed Kanchu look back over his shoulder at her. Finally they stopped at a location the girl was also intimately acquainted with, her personal training ground. She snorted in her mind again. The only reason it was hers was because after using it once nobody else would dare come near it again. Everybody had this idiotic notion that they might fall under her demonic influence, or some nonsensical rubbish like that. Then again, she couldn't be all that sure of their motives. It wasn't like she had talked to anybody besides her caretaker, a handful of shinobi that she was forced to work with on missions, and the village leader Shivuki. A rare sliver of hope had once entered Fia's heart when the previous leader of Taki had passed away from consuming the hero's water. She had hoped with all her heart that Shivuki would be different because he was around her age. He might feel some sympathy or just feel something for her other than disdain. She was right. The boy didn't hate her like the majority of the village. Unfortunately, he was weak-willed, easily manipulated by his advisors, and ultimately, nothing changed. She walked out into the middle of the field, noticing the scratch marks in the ground that might have been ignored had she not known it was a vast sealing array. It was a part of a gift from Konoha to cement the alliance between the two nations, designed to restrain and neutralize a Baijiryo Chakra with a single hand sign. Its genius lay in the fact it was powered by the very energy it was restraining, so once it had returned to tolerable levels the seal would naturally disengage, far too brilliant to have ever been thought up by the idiots in her village. That earned yet another mental scoff. Her village, it was like an inmate saying his prison. This village was no more her home than the soil it lay on was. She only wore the headband because any possible signs of disloyalty would be severely stamped out, by repeated and painful punishment. She absently scratched at the collar around her neck, to all the world appearing as just a simple leather choker with an intricate tribal-like design running its circumference. Fia knew better. With a single hand sign it would instantly send enough electricity through her body that, even while under the influence of her inner demon, would incapacitate her. Depending on the amount of chakra that Kanchu, Shivuki, the advisors, or occasionally shinobi she was on missions with chose to use, it would either knock her out, give her a painful and humiliating shock, or even kill her. Not even her regenerative powers would save her from the huge amounts of energy that would be emitted by the collar. It was her insurance, a cage without bars or even a key. As far as Fia knew, the collar would only ever come off when she died. Maybe not even then, so they could torment her corpse too. Once her training was complete, she was once again led through the now darkening village, cast into shadow by the sun descending behind the great tree in the center of the village. For many it was a symbol of Takigaku's strength and resolve. To few, as she descended into a passage right at its base, it was just another reminder of her imprisonment. The door to her cell closed behind her with a metallic clunk, a tray of food sliding in just before it closed, leaving her in silence again. She sat on the bed, staring at the floor. She already knew there were 36 floor tiles. She had counted them hundreds of times. There were 14 cracks on the roof, 3 small holes in the earthen walls, 7 roots sticking out in random places, and 26 scratched on her tough metal bed. This room was her home, it was her life, it was her prison. She listened to Kanchu's steps walking away before sighing quietly as she picked up her tray of food. 32 steps. She finished up her meal, just white rice that was slightly stale and a few raw slices of fish, only the best for the demon. She placed the tray back in its usual place before retiring to her bed, quickly stripping off her now sweaty and dirty clothes. She closed her eyes as she fruitlessly tried to find a comfortable position on the bed. When she opened again it would all begin anew. Chapter 14, Storm 6. Everything has its beauty but not everyone sees it. Confucius. Okay, so what first? Food or supplies? Naruto got his answer in the form of Shizuku's stomach rumbling rather loudly, even making a few people passing by turn their heads, much to the girl's embarrassment. Naruto just grinned as his eyes began searching for the nearest cafe or restaurant they could get something cheap. They really needed to get some more money soon. Okay, food it is. Shizuku just put her head down in even more embarrassment as her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. The two were standing in a busy street in Taki, civilians and shinobi alike wandering around for either leisure or business. They just had to sit through a rather arduous and boring talk with a village representative to make sure they had no ulterior motives for being in the village. After about 3 hours of moving between various departments in the village leader's tower, they were finally released into the village itself. Naruto quickly rummaged around in his pouches until he produced a small handful of ryo, almost all the money they had left. "You go grab us something to eat, we'll meet back in the square in a few minutes. I'll go see about getting some chakra paper and maybe some odd jobs for money." Shizuka seemed nervous about splitting up while Naruto just gave her a calming smile as he patted her on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we're perfectly safe here, just try not to annoy anyone, okay?" Before Shizuka could round on him in irritation for the comment, he ran off laughing, waving his hand in a somewhat placating manner. Shizuka just sighed as she also began to look around the street for some food. Her eye naturally drifted to a nearby dango stand as a healthy gleam appeared in her eye. Back with Naruto, he was currently moving through a rather thick crowd, which was surprising considering it was still fairly early in the morning. The sun was nowhere near its zenith in the sky and the various shadows were long and stretched. Luckily, with the jingle of his Shakugao, most people respectfully moved out of the way for him. He sighed with a smile, just another benefit of being a monk. He had to admit the village was rather beautiful with the enormous tree standing sentinel at the center. A small river wound its way through the middle of the village, skirting around the tree before falling from an enormous cliff as possibly the largest waterfall Naruto had ever seen. Strangely, he couldn't quite discern where exactly they were in the country despite the fact the location should have been fairly obvious. He shrugged it off as some kind of village defense, although it definitely intrigued him as it couldn't be a genjutsu. He ducked into a side alley, deciding he wasn't going to be able to find anything in such a crowded street, opting instead for the quieter, less populated areas. Of course, not being a native to the village, he quickly became lost with only the ever-present tree as a reference point. Sighing in mild frustration, he just decided to ask the next person he saw for direction. Unfortunately, the street he was in seemed to be rather close to the edge of the village and was completely empty. Luckily, as he turned a corner, he nearly walked right into a large man with a muscled physique and shaved head. "Hello, do you mind point me in the direction in which I could purchase some supplies? I was hoping to get some chakra paper for my companion." The man looked down at him, craning his neck due to the considerable size difference as he cocked an eyebrow. People usually weren't on these streets during this time of the day, so he was slightly surprised at the monk's presence. Gruffly, he pointed in the general direction of the tree, somewhere around its base. "All shinobi-related supplies are sold in the main trading area on the west side of the tree's base." Naruto inclined his head politely in thanks as the large man turned to go. As the blonde monk made to leave, he noticed the young girl trailing after him, obviously not his child as the two shared no physical resemblance. She was around his age with a shock of mint green hair falling limply about her face, in rather stark contrast to her caramel skin and pure white clothing. Just as they passed one another, the girl raised her head slightly from where it was submissively bowed, and Naruto was able to catch a glimpse of her startling orange eyes. Just like that though, the moment passed and the two moved past him, in the direction of the village's outskirts by the look of it. Naruto just blinked as his forehead furrowed slightly. There was something awfully familiar about the girl that he couldn't place. He couldn't see her chakra, there appeared to be something suppressing it, preventing him from seeing anything. However, when he turned back around to look again, the two had already disappeared around the corner. With a sigh, the blonde just ran a hand through his hair and started off in the direction he had been pointed in. Orange, what a great color for someone's eyes. He could only think that with a smile as he walked off, his mind strangely fixed on that curious girl. When he and Shizuka finally met up again, the girl was rather happily demolishing a small takeaway box of dango. The blonde just sighed as he walked up, his seals and pouches freshly filled with supplies. He had also found a few people looking for help around their shops that would net them enough money to move on to a new place after about a week or so, at least as long as Shizuka didn't drain them dry with her strange dango obsession. "Really, Shizuku?" The girl just grinned cheekily, uncaring that she had red bean paste on the corners of her mouth. "Of course, dango's the best. Come on, you must have a favorite food, right?" She said it with a rather flippant smirk, but upon seeing Naruto suddenly tense and withdraw on himself slightly, the girl became shocked. She had never seen Naruto like this. he was always either serene or just happy around her. In fact, she had never seen a negative emotion from the blonde except the occasional frustration. Seeing his suddenly clam up like this was slightly strange, but almost as soon as it happened the monk recovered, although a little of the shine in his eyes was missing. Yeah, sure." He waved her off as he sat down, grabbing a stick for himself out of the box. "I guess Dango's fine if you promise not to overdo it, okay?" He looked up at her with a faux concerned tone which Shizuku just smiled at with a small imperceptible sigh of relief. "No promises." Naruto chuckled as he finished off his stick, quickly reaching into one of his pouches and withdrawing a few slips of plain, square paper no larger than his palm. "I got the chakra paper. Once we find a training ground to use, we'll get you tested, okay?" Shizuku frowned with a pout as she reached for a slip of the paper, only for Naruto to pull his hand away. Why can't we just do it now? I'm really curious." Naruto chuckled again as he replaced the paper in his pouch, sealing it tightly so they wouldn't fall out. "Yeah, I am too, to be honest, but it's suspicious for non-shinobi to be seen using chakra, especially for things like elemental manipulation, and even more especially in the middle of a shinobi village where aren't even residents. We don't know if they have sensors or other means of detecting use of chakra, so we should be careful unless we're in a training field, okay?" Shizuku maintained her rather cute pout but nodded after seeing Naruto wasn't going to relent on this anytime soon. "Fine." She looked up suddenly with a curious expression, finishing off the last of her dango with one clean swipe along the skewer. "Did you find us a place to stay?" Naruto gave an absent nod as he swallowed another dumpling, allowing his eyes to drift around the small square they were sitting in. There were a few people milling about, enjoying their breakfasts outdoors, and even a few couples just lounging around. "Yeah, there were a few temples I passed, and one of the masters used to be a monk at the fire temple. He'll let us stay in one of the dojos for a few days until we move on." Shizuku nodded with a happy smile. She had wondered what it might be like to stay in a temple, even if it was only for a few nights. Suddenly a thought snuck up on her as she looked down at the clothes she was wearing. "Will I have to get robes like you?" Naruto finally looked around at her, amusement twinkling in his steely eyes before turning back with a small chuckle. No, I think you'll be fine." Shizuku didn't like the rather mischievous grin the blonde now sported. Fu sat at the center of her training ground alone. Kanshu never stayed for very long when she trained. She assumed it was because, like everybody else in the village, he despised being around her when she tapped into her Baijuyo's chakra. A part of her couldn't blame him. She had been using it for almost 7 years now and still wasn't used to the sheer oppressive feel of the dense red chakra. However, a much louder part of her was disgusted at the man for his cowardice. She sighed wearily as she continued to channel her chakra, running through hand seals at a rapid pace. It wasn't like she could leave the training ground anyway. If she stepped out of the seal before Kanshu deactivated it, she would immediately be shocked. He had once gotten drunk and forgotten about her, leaving her alone overnight with nothing but her fairly thin clothes. It hadn't helped that it was nearly the middle of the winter. She was sure if it wasn't for the Nanabi's chakra she would have died that night from either the cold or the sickness that might follow if she wasn't immune to any and all illnesses. And of course, when Kanshu did return to deactivate it, he failed to offer even so much as a grunt of an apology, looking instead like she had to apologize to him for surviving the ordeal he put her through. Right now she was safely channeling 3 tails of her Baijuyo's chakra, which manifested as a pair of insectoid wings and a long spindly tail that grew from her lower back out of pure chakra. She had once tried to fly with them, but that ended with her waking up a day later and chakra suppressing Monocles in her cell. It seemed the seal on her training ground was fairly sensitive to anything it might consider as her leaving. Right now this was her safe limit. At 4 tails she began to become more aggressive and less capable of rational decision, and at 5 tails she lost it altogether. It turned out she was a rather unique case among Jinhuriki due to the nature of her tenant. With each alternating tail she increased to, she would either gain another set of wings or the tail and never both, otherwise she might have an odd number of wings which wouldn't work. It was almost poetic in a way, the fact that she had wings and longed more than anything to be free from this hell yet no way to use them at all. She had often wondered if the collar had a limited range, and that was why the village was so adamant about her not being able to fly, but in the end that was a useless train of thought. Rinpungaku no Jutsu. She finished her hand seals as she exhaled a large cloud of bright glittering dust that caught the light in ways some would have found beautiful. She switched her hands to the tiger seal and almost immediately the entire cloud komused, scorching the already dead ground beneath it. The girl sighed as she looked at the result of her jutsu. With just 3 tails, almost half the entire training ground was enveloped in the jutsu's area of effect, and she hadn't even put all the chakra she could into it. She allowed her chakra cloak to drop, putting a hand to her forehead to stave off the headache that always came with it. You don't worry about it, it's nothing." The min-haired girl blinked as new voices suddenly approached the training ground, her ears twitching to pick up the conversation. It wasn't Kanshu, that was for certain, and nobody else ever came near this training ground. She thought it might be some uninformed genin, but she got her answer when she turned. "If it's nothing, then why won't you?" "Oh." It was a boy and girl around her age, maybe a little younger. The blonde appeared to be dressed as a monk, complete with shakujiao and the general air of peace men of that lifestyle held. His eyes were narrowed, but not in a suspicious way. She still couldn't see his eyes though, which instantly gave him somewhat of a mysterious feel. Suddenly she recognized him as the boy she had passed earlier that morning on the way to the training ground. The girl was shorter, dressed in a Miko outfit despite not holding much of the regal grace and poise women of that profession naturally acquired. She seemed more like a girl playing dress-up, which rather amused few, something that hadn't happened in a while. Usually it was either contempt or just plain irritation, rarely genuine amusement. She had flowing purple hair that actually made the vedette a little jealous. Her hair was always cut short so it would never impede her vision. Obviously a weapon did not need to look good, only be efficient. The boy finally seemed to notice the training ground he had entered was not empty and gave a small wave to Fu, surprising her. "Oh hello, I didn't realize this training ground was occupied." Fu was a little shocked when she found herself sighing internally. She hadn't even realized she could still care enough to do that. Even so, she knew what came next. Realization she was the demon, a few snide or thinly veiled insults, and then they would leave her. "I hope you don't mind, this is one of the only training grounds with a waterfall." And with that the blonde just walked further in, the girl following him quickly like a puppy. Fu actually blinked in visible surprise. She had not expected that. She gulped a little as she realized somebody had actually spoken with her. No threats, no insults, no hidden loathing or even open hatred. He had just spoken with her. "And no, it's fine." Her voice was rather meek. She hadn't used it in a while and her throat was a little dry from the jutsu she had been practicing. She watched with a little anxiety as the boy walked over to the waterfall at the back of the training ground, up against a large cliff face that bordered on side of the village. This was one of the furthest training grounds from the village proper. It was few so that nobody would panic when she used her Baijuyu's chakra, or have to accidentally run into her. The boy made a small show of producing a few slips of chakra paper. Fu recognized it from when she went through a similar test. Her own affinities were water and wind, with the latter being the primary nature of her chakra. She watched with just a hint of interest as the violet took the paper, seemingly taking a moment to concentrate as she pushed her chakra through it. It could be easily said that everybody was rather startled as the paper suddenly burst into water. Fu didn't have a great amount of experience, but she knew that was not normal. Even so, the pair seemed to get over it quickly. As she watched, the duo continued to amaze her as the blonde stripped of his top layers, laying them neatly by the bank of the stream, and strode out until he was just in front of the raging water. As soon as he placed his hands under the falling stream, it slowly began to split, around 3/4 of the reasonably sized water feature getting cut. Fu recognized it, having gone through the same process for her own elemental manipulation, but that was only because she was a weapon, honed from a young age. To see somebody so young that was obviously not a shinobi go through advanced elemental manipulation training with such shocking ease was just unreal. The concept of true exhaustion was fairly foreign to the green-haired Jinhiriki due to her unnaturally large chakra reserves, but she knew such exercises were by no means supposed to be easy. She immediately noted with a trained eye what was holding him back from completing the exercise and just couldn't help herself. He's only focusing on the chakra he is expelling, forgetting to focus on the chakra already outside of his body and keep that sharp. Despite her only mumbling it absently as if commenting on a piece of machinery and the fact that the boy was standing in a rather loud waterfall, he seemed to hear her. He turned, his narrowed eyes regarding her for a moment before a small smirk appeared over his face. As if he lived only for surprising her, the next time he plunged his hands into the waterfall split perfectly, all the way along. Fu's jaw was about to unhinge itself from her shock. Not only had he heard her, he had corrected himself so easily after only hearing a rather vague piece of unintentional instruction. Seemingly satisfied with his completion of the exercise, the boy waded back out of the water and began to walk over to her. She tensed slightly as he approached, knowing that if they started a fight she would have no choice. It wasn't like she could run. Either was she would be punished for fighting within the village or trying to escape her training ground. Thanks, I was stuck for a while with that. The caramel-skinned girl wasn't quite sure how to answer, just standing there with a rigid posture at the unfamiliar sensation of talking with somebody. As if sensing her unease, the blonde smiled at her in a disarming manner before gently raising his arm out. I'm Naruto, by the way. Fyu just blinked as she stared down at his outstretched hand, regarding it cautiously as she subconsciously shifted her weight onto her back foot. The tiniest flicker of a frown ran across Naruto's brow before he covered it with that same serene smile. It's a handshake, you know, a sign of friendship. He said it jokingly with a small chuckle at the end, but somehow Fyu knew he was gauging her reaction. When she continued not to answer, Naruto put his hand down before motioning over to where Fyu could see the other girl practicing the first stage of water manipulation. That's Shizuku, and the monkey is Masaru. It was only at that moment Fyu noticed a small capuchin, somewhat common in the forests around the village, sitting next to the purple-haired girl, watching her perform the exercise. She couldn't believe it had slipped past her notice. It was so covered in the girl's scent that she hadn't properly sensed its presence. She knew it was because she was so confused by what was going on that it had simply slipped her mind. If her handler could see her now, she would probably be on the ground, writhing from the caller's shock for missing a potentially important piece of information like that. Phew. It came out rather weak again, so she coughed slightly and said it again, slightly more forcefully though. Naruto just smiled at her and extended his hand once more. This time Fyu tentatively placed her own out, broadening Naruto's grin as he went to grasp it. In reflex, Fyu immediately grabbed his wrist, twisted her body and threw the boy over her shoulder. To her surprise though, he landed on his feet gracefully, in a flash adjusting his posture into that of a taijutsu stance she didn't recognize. Well, I wasn't going to ask for a spar just yet, but alright. Fyu just shifted onto her back foot again with some hesitancy. She had attacked the boy and he was still smiling at her. Even if he wasn't verbally abusing her for being a demon, he should still feel some hostility towards her for that. In her confusion, it took her a few moments to register what he had said, neither of them moving in the meantime. What's a spar? Naruto blinked in surprise, giving Fyu the briefest flash of steely purple orbs behind his usually concealing eyelids. He dropped out of his stance, cocking his head ever so slightly to the side. You know, a friendly fight between friends. Fyu's brow furrowed in confusion again. It felt as though every moment she spent with this boy, new, perplexing ideas were being thrown at her that she couldn't understand. She didn't know a lot about friendship. Considering she had never had a friend before, it was not surprising, but she understood enough to know friends weren't supposed to fight. Why would friends fight? Naruto cocked an eyebrow at her, still not shifting from his more relaxed posture, just as Fyu didn't move from her own defensive stance. Well, it isn't really a fight, more like a mock battle to test your skills without the threat of your opponent killing you. Fyu blinked warily. She had never experienced something like that. All the opponents she had ever faced in combat had been real and 100% ready to deal her serious harm. It was kill or be killed for her to get experience, and so far she was still alive to think about it. So if we spar, we are friends. Again the girl's brow furrowed in intense befuddlement, which led to a slightly concerned look to flit across the blonde's features, not that Fyu recognized the emotion. Well, I suppose you could look at it that way. Friends, rivals, comrades. Sparring doesn't exactly necessitate friendship, but it can be a sign of it. Fyu's intense look slightly relaxed at that, but she still seemed defensive and confused, like a cornered animal wondering why the predator had not gone in for the kill yet. Naruto was actually a little surprised she hadn't run off yet from the way she was acting. So you wish to become my friend? Naruto smiled brightly at that as he shrugged casually, the motion catching the verdette off guard. Sure, if you want to. Immediately Fyu's features hardened into a scowl as her posture became far more aggressive, still not eliciting any meaningful response from the blonde. At this point Shizuka was looking over at the two with curiosity and a small hint of concern for her friend. Why? Naruto cocked his head again, the very casual and unconcerned motion again confusing Fyu in a manner she didn't understand, so was naturally frustrated by. I didn't know I needed a reason to make friends with somebody. At this point Fia was trembling in barely controlled rage, her tenant's chakra on the verge of breaking through. Stop this, whatever it is you are doing, stop it. Is hating me not enough for you? Now you have to try and break my spirit as well. I won't let you. With that the lithe Taki Kunoichi shot forward, her arm outstretched with her palm flattened like a blade. In the minuscule time it took for her to cross the distance between them, Naruto had already shifted into a defensive stance of the Mizu no Mai. As her blade hand came in he latched onto her wrist, diverting her arm and allowing her forward momentum to carry her forward until her body was flush against his back. Before she could react, Naruto dropped down into a perfect split, never letting go of the girl's wrist. Fia was already destabilized from the unexpected move, so when Naruto slightly jerked on her hand she rolled forward with almost no resistance. The whole movement flowed seamlessly together like a flowing stream, and fairly soon Fia found herself on her back against the slightly damp earth. With the grace and agility only intense and earnest training could provide, she rolled back to her feet, noting that Naruto had made no move to capitalize on her being grounded. She shot forward quickly, although this time it was a feint. At the last moment, as she saw Naruto's hand come up to grab her wrist, she instead grabbed his, pulling hard and bringing her knee up at the same time. In an impressive display of flexibility and control, Naruto instead pushed off as he felt his balance shift, launching himself up and over the girl with a burst of chakra-enhanced movement. During the girl's confusion he switched their grip before landing with both feet solidly planted on the ground, using chakra to stick there and pulling the girl up and over his shoulder in one swift move. Once again Fia found herself rolled onto her back, confused by the lack of pain she felt from what could have been a severely debilitating attack. However, this time when she got up it wasn't as fast and she suddenly felt rather woozy, like they had been fighting for much longer than 2 minutes. Shaking her head to clear the cobwebs as best she could, she watched the blonde with caution while he just maintained that same unconcerned smile. You have a lot of chakra. Ignoring his words as needless banter, despite feeling confusion as to how he knew that, Fia launched herself forward, using chakra to enhance the movement this time. Once again at the last moment though, Naruto sidestepped, lashing out his hand to suddenly appear behind her, holding both wrists solidly. Fia tried to struggle, but the longer he held her the weaker she felt and the less she could concentrate. Finally, when she felt her legs weaken to the point she was only just about standing, Naruto released her, making her stumble forward on uncertain feet. See? Now that was a good spar. Fia just breathed heavily as she turned to the blonde. Why? She panted for breath before straightening up. Why are you doing this? Naruto sighed wearily as he ran a hand through his hair, the serene smile vanishing for a moment as it was replaced by a slightly weaker, but more genuine one. I don't know what kind of conceptions you have about me, but I don't mean you any kind of harm, Fia. The mint-haired girl looked down, her hair shadowing her dull orange eyes as she stared at the barren ground at their feet. Naruto began to feel the hairs on the back of his neck rise as virulent red chakra began leaking out of Fia's pores, quickly forming a cloak with a single long thread-like tail flowing behind her. Her head was enshrouded in what looked like a visor as 4 small arm-like protrusions emerged from the abdomen area of the cloak. I don't believe you. The girl rushed forward again, this time at incredibly speeds that Naruto's eyes could just about follow, but his body would only be able to react at the very last moment if he continued to only use taijutsu. He flashed an arm up to prepare a Shinra Tensei, but he never needed to. As Fia approached him she suddenly froze, her forward momentum carrying her forward into the ground to create a long but shallow trench with her body. The cloak began to recede, and when it was finally gone Naruto could see the verdette was writhing on the ground, in obvious agonizing pain as her hands scrabbled at the simple black choker around her neck. Naruto had noticed the small amount of chakra in the accessory but had thought nothing of it. After all, his staff, pouches and even earring all had small amounts of chakra in them. Looking around he quickly found the cause in that same large shaven-headed man from before, holding his hands in the rat hand seal. What are you doing? The man looked up at the monk, genuine surprise in his eyes at the question, but more so at the concern in Naruto's voice. Fia might have been surprised or confused as well, but right now her world was the blinding pain coming from the collar. I am disciplining a kunoichi of the village. Naruto's eyes widened in horror slightly, not enough to reveal his Rinnegan though. You do this to all your shinobi? The man stared suspiciously at the monk, beginning to wonder why he was at the training ground at all. Nobody but him and Fyu came here. That is none of your concern, Monk-san. Please leave me to deal with the shinobi under my authority. Naruto just looked desperately between the man and the still obviously agonized girl on the ground. Please stop this, she did nothing wrong. The man again narrowed his eyes at the boy before finally releasing the seal. Fyu was left twitching on the ground, her eyes wide and unfocused as she gasped in large breaths of air. Explain what happened here. Naruto nodded once quickly, casting a furtive look at Fyu who had just about stopped twitching. My friend and I were simply wandering the village and saw her training here. I offered to spar with her, that's all. The man cast a look between the blonde and Fyu who was now beginning to pick herself up. Naruto noted that her posture had become submissive and withdrawn, her eyes looking glassy like they better belonged on a dead person. Well, I recommend in the future you avoid engaging in spars with our shinobi, Monk-san. Especially this one. He cast a dirty look at the now partially recovered girl who had moved over to his side without a word. Come on, Fyu, we're going back to your home. Fyu didn't even blink or acknowledge the statement in the slightest, she just followed with small measured steps as the burly man went to walk away, leaving Naruto and Shizuka very confused and worried for the mint-haired girl. Shizuka walked over, her eyes following the pair as they left until they were out of sight completely. Why was he doing that to that poor girl? She didn't get a response immediately, so she turned to look at Naruto. Like her, his eyes were following the girl and her large guardian, although he was following their chakra signatures until those two vanished. His hair fell about his forehead, shadowing his eyes as his knuckles clenched in their grip on his shakyujao. I don't know. He looked up, his eyes open and burning with the chakra running through them, making them glow in a way Shizuka might find ominous if she didn't know the blonde. But I intend to find out. Chapter 15, Storm 7. In the practice of tolerance, one's enemy is the best teacher. Dalai Lama. Still thinking about that girl? Naruto and Shizuka were currently sitting in the small dojo that had been provided for them by the master of the small temple. It was small and sparse, but the floor was at least covered in tatami mats, so it was comfortable. The man himself was kindly, although Shizuka had to put up with the fact the man was a complete pervert, and not all that ashamed to admit it. She now knew why the man would have no trouble with what she was wearing. Even in her rather short time with Naruto, she had continued to develop, filling out her clothing a bit more. I don't know how I can't. Did you see what that man was doing to her? Shizuka just nodded silently as she rubbed at her neck thoughtlessly. Just the image of that poor girl with her body clenched in agony would stay with her for a while. What might have been even worse was that when she was finally released, her face almost immediately dulled, becoming submissive and lifeless. It had obviously been done to her before. But it's not like there's anything we can do, right? Like the man said, he was punishing a shinobi of their village. If we went against that, they would kick us out, or worse. Naruto didn't acknowledge the statement, but his eyes narrowed more than usual. Ever since they had come back from the training ground, the boy hadn't cracked a single smile. It was incredibly unnerving to see the usually calm and kindly blonde appear so. She wasn't sure, angry wasn't quite right, she just couldn't imagine Naruto ever feeling angry, and he didn't look it, at least in her experience of the emotion. Cold might be better. His eyes were steeled, and even though he would look around occasionally, Shizuka could see he was deep in thought, no doubt going over what exactly he could do to help the girl. Sometimes she was almost said that Naruto had such a kind heart, he would never knowingly allow somebody to be in such pain. She could tell it almost physically pained him not being able to help. But why would they do that to one of their kunoichi? Surely it can't be good for them. Naruto fisted his hands as his head dipped a little lower. She was sure if his shakyujao wasn't safely over by the wall, he would be threatening to crack the wooden staff. It wasn't that, she was a jinhiriki. The violet just looked up in shock, the cloak of oppressive and powerful chakra around the girl suddenly making far more sense. Like you. Naruto just nodded grimly. He hadn't known though until he saw the cloak itself. Before that, the Baijuyo chakra within her had been heavily suppressed. Maybe if he had the Byakugan he might have seen it. There were faint traces of chakra all around the ground in that area, no doubt a seal to stop her leaving. Slowly the dots were starting to connect, like why the girl seemed so desperate to run away but never did. He wasn't punishing her because she had misbehaved, he were punishing her because he could. Naruto knew the look of twisted satisfaction the man had in his eyes as he mercilessly tortured the girl. It was the same as the man who had taken his most precious people from him. Shizuku just looked horrified, her head falling to stare at the floor as she struggled with the concept. But why? Naruto sighed as he finally looked up, his cold-hardened eyes softening for a moment with sadness and melancholy that looked far too old for a boy his age. Because people make no effort to understand that we are not the creatures sealed inside of us. It was the same with Gaara. Shizuku nodded, she had been told of the redhead's treatment in Suna. The only reason the former Ichibai container wasn't in the same situation as Fu was probably due to Suna lacking the necessary seals to do it. However, I think it is even worse with Fu. Shizuku just looked at him helplessly. She wasn't a ninja, or even a monk, she had only just begun using chakra and didn't know what to do. So what do we do? For the first time that night the smallest of smiles crept up on Naruto's as he gazed out of window at the silhouette of the great tree. We give a lonely girl some friends. Hi Fu. The aforementioned mint-haired girl spun on the spot at the new but familiar voice, instantly dropping into her defensive stance. She relaxed when she saw it was Naruto and Shizuku, but only slightly, her face betrayed no emotion. She had decided to just stop being confused by everything Naruto did, otherwise she feared she would just end up with a lot of headaches. The duo plus monkey made their way over to her, both humans having a smile on their faces, their steps easy and relaxed. Why did you come back? Naruto just cocked his head to the side in amusement as he walked past, turning his head to continue talking. What do you mean? This is still one of the only training grounds with a waterfall. As if to accentuate that point he once again began to strip off his top layers and made for the waterfall. Likewise his female companion moved a little farther downstream and continued with her own elemental training. Fu absently noticed that she had succeeded in making a pillar of water up to her waist and appeared to be trying it with two hands, unorthodox, but Fu could only guess it would refine her control further. The verdette just stood there a while, unsure of what to do as she watched the two train. She wasn't sure whether she should train as normal, sure they were a monk and a civilian, but it still might risk them learning her strengths or weaknesses. However, it was not like she could just leave the training ground, the seals on the floor and around her neck saw to that. Also, if Kanshu came back and saw she had not been training to her fullest, she would be punished anyway. In the end she began to run through her Taijutsu kata, feeling that was the safest thing to train at the moment. As she did so she couldn't help but think back to her spar with the blonde the previous day. Remembering the various ways he countered her with his fluid and seemingly effortless movements was incredible to watch, purely from a professional standpoint. As she considered it, she had to admit that her own style was far too rigid to counteract it. It had never really been an issue before, as it was mostly used when she was in her chakra cloak, and that had never failed her yet. She had to admit that these spars were indeed good for pointing out a possible flaw in her style. Again she found her eyes drifting over to where she saw Naruto knee-deep in the stream, still perfectly holding back the waterfall with his wind chakra. It appeared he had really taken her instruction to heart and was now working in lengthening the time he could maintain a steady stream of chakra. Finally, after an hour of excruciating silence between the two parties, only dampened by the ever-present roar of the waterfall, Fu finally walked over to them, however cautiously. While Shizuku still seemed engrossed in her exercise, Naruto immediately spotted her, as if he had just been waiting for her to make a move. Hey there. He waded out of the stream and Fu took a moment to watch a single drop of water roll lazily down his well-toned body, blinking when she caught her gaze drifting for no apparent reason, at least to her. Would you? She gulped before shaking her head and straightening her posture. She refused to act intimidated or even slightly weak around these two, although the feeling only seemed to manifest around the blonde. Would you spar with me again? Naruto's face lit up in a gleaming smile as he ran a hand through his hair to get rid of some of the water that had settled there. Again Fu found her eyes unintentionally mesmerized by the way his muscles flexed during the action. She had seen plenty of trained shinobi with similar bodies, so she knew how difficult it was to achieve. Of course, taijutsu, or more broad. The girl blinked, unaware that monks knew anything beyond taijutsu, having never had to fight one before. Considering fighting was her only real interaction with other human beings outside of the village, it was somewhat unsurprising. Taijutsu. She tried to keep her tone clipped and her voice without emotion as she had been trained, but the longer she stood there looking at him the harder she found it. Naruto just nodded with that same smile as he grabbed his Shakujiao, not bothering to reclothe his torso at all. The two moved out into the center of the field and settled into their individual stances. Fu noted with some shock that his was different to the previous days, not to mention he now seemed like he was going to use the Shakujiao for actual fighting. You are willing to take part in this despite Kansha warning you against engaging me or any other Takigaku or shinobi. Fu didn't sound all that interested as she would much prefer to spar with the boy, but she at least felt obligated to warn him. The blonde just chuckled as he once again ran a hand through his hair in a manner the verdette was quickly understand to be some kind of anxious tic. He said it was a recommendation, I've never been too good with those. All the while he kept that same serene smile and narrowed eyes, in sharp contrast to Fu's emotionless features and alert and active eyes. With an unspoken signal the two reacted at the same time, Fu rushing forward at high speed and Naruto using his staff to imitate a pole vault. He launched himself in the air above Fu, far higher than she had expected from the power he put into the move. His body span like a corkscrew to give him momentum, and in a millisecond his Shakujiao came down on Fu's shoulder, giving her a light tap that he used to push off and land gracefully back on the ground. Strangely he seemed to hover ever so slightly before his feet touched down, lightening his landing significantly. Fu just paused as she turned, staring at him with an analytical eye to try and figure out just what he had done. Naruto seemed to notice as he immediately came out of his ready stance to lean on his staff slightly. In a spar it's okay to ask questions, there's no real threat here. Fu nodded hesitantly but never once left her ready stance, keeping her muscles tensed for action. Why did you not use a stronger hit when you could have? Naruto passed his Shakujiao from one head to the other absently. It's not the purpose of the style, Kaze no Mai, it's a purely evasion-based taijutsu style. Even as he spoke Fu's mind clicked through various possibilities as recognition lit up behind her orange eyes. You used wind-natured chakra to increase the speed of your movements as well as lighten your body. Naruto just grinned at her, figuring it out so quickly, it wasn't like that gave her a particular edge. Before coming up with the style, Naruto made sure that it would be safe to use, even against fire-natured attacks. The wind chakra that propelled him from his tenketsu was so small and dispersed so quickly that even a fire jutsu would not ignite it. All it really did was give him a speed boost by decreasing air resistance and giving his movements thrust. Fu on the other hand was amazed, to so easily incorporate elemental chakra into a taijutsu style, even one not focused around dealing damage, was nothing short of incredible. It would take considerable, if not nearly impossible levels of chakra control to achieve in any meaningful way. Considering that he was able to match her own speed when she had been trained to fight Jounin from a young age was proof he had succeeded. Why only evade? If used properly, such a style in conjunction with a lengthy weapon could be devastating. Naruto just smiled calmly and leaned on the staff again. The Shakujiao is not a weapon, it is a monk's tool and as such should never be used for violence. We train our bodies for that if the need ever arises. Fu blinked, but not in confusion. She had to remind herself, to limit oneself in such a way was just an alien concept to her. Then please use your other style. Naruto just gave a conceding nod as he planted the staff into the earth and settled into the opening stance of one of his other taijutsu styles, the one Fu recognized. This is the Mizu no Mai. Fu nodded, wondering briefly if the boy had managed to incorporate elemental manipulation into this style too. She dismissed it though, to show such skill with wind at such a young age was already incredible, with another element as well, inconceivable. The fight didn't last that much longer than the one the previous day had. Fu knew some of what to expect, but ultimately it left her in the same position, on the floor, feeling exhausted for no discernible reason. What did you do to me? Naruto smiled from his position over her, once again clothed and leaning on his Shakujiao. It's an ability I can use that works well with the style. I can control the flow of chakra, even if it's not my own. He crouched down next to her before sitting cross-legged. Fu could only pant and look up at him, too tired and drained to move. I can move chakra either into my body, or out of it and into something else. To demonstrate, he lightly placed a hand on her uncovered shoulder. Fu was too tired to move like she normally would on reflex. Suddenly though felt warmth spread from the contact, moving through her body and revitalizing her fairly quickly. In this way I can absorb the chakra of anything in connection with my own, from people to animals to plants and even. He looked up at her, catching her gaze for the split-second pause in his words, "Seals." Fio didn't respond immediately. She couldn't. Her mind had nearly shut down at the prospect of what the blonde is suggesting. Seals. Naruto just nodded, acting like he hadn't noticed her slight slip and the new look that had entered her eye. Sure, every seal runs on chakra in some form, from the most basic storage scrolls to the most advanced barriers. If you take the chakra out, they become completely useless. Even if they have defenses against the seal being destroyed or removed, those defenses still run on chakra. He allowed the smallest of smirks to flit across his mouth as he looked down at the ground. Take the seal inscribed on the floor of this training ground. Fio actually gasped at that, quietly but still noticeably, but Naruto made no indication he noticed. Preta Path. He placed a hand palm down on the ground and quickly drew all of the chakra out of the enormous sealing array on the ground. It was surprisingly easy considering it seemed to be powered by a more potent form of chakra that when it was in its dormant state. Naruto just stood up as Fio quickly followed, too mesmerized by this dreamlike situation to do anything else. He walked right over to the entrance of the training ground, ducking a head out to see if anybody was there. Try it. Fio had cautiously followed him and was now staring at exactly where she knew the boundary of the seal was, the slight scratch marks in the ground acting as an indicator. She stood there for she didn't even know how long, just staring at that now apparently useless mark on the ground. Her foot would keep twitching forward only to jerk back on instinct. Her body almost refused to believe it was true, the memories of all those agonizing electrocutions very much fresh and raw in her mind. Seeing that she wasn't going to move anytime soon, Naruto sighed before muttering out a silent apology and lightly pushing the girl on the back with his Shakugou. The girl immediately gasped out loud in shock as she overbalanced, naturally putting a foot out in front to catch herself. However, when she experienced no blinding pain, she cracked an eyes open. There she was, standing just outside of the seal's boundary, but the collar had not been activated. On reflex she jumped backwards, panting heavily in shock and surprise before tentatively placing her foot back over the now non-existent boundary. And there you go. She turned back to Naruto, her orange eyes wide and disbelieving as they flickered between him and the ground she was standing on. Suddenly though, tears appeared in the corners of her eyes and she collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily as she sobbed. Faced with a crying girl, Naruto immediately dropped to his knees, his hands fidgeting as he was indecisive about what to do. After a few moments of the green-haired girl just crying, she finally looked up, cheeks stained with tears and her eyes slightly bloodshot. Why? Why are you doing this for me? Don't you know what I am? Naruto breathed a sigh of relief he hadn't hurt the girl somehow as a genuine smile appeared on his face. What's that? I see a young girl who's been dealt a hard hand in life. He sighed wistfully as he leaned in a little closer, whispering almost conspiratorially. Anyway, we Jinchuriki have to stick together. At that the girl's head shot up so quickly she almost head-butted the blonde by mistake, luckily she didn't. Wait, you're... She trailed off as Naruto just nodded with a content smile. Fio just stared at him for a single second, a tense silence enveloping the clearing as she tried to stare into his covered eyes. How did you escape? Naruto just smiled as he rose to his feet, offering his hand to the girl, which she took almost immediately without hesitation. Shizuka looked over in their direction for a moment, but seeing Naruto was in no danger, she returned to her exercise. It's a long story really. And it was, by the time Naruto had finished explaining to Fio about his escape from the village, a brief summary of his time in the temple, his travels to Suna and onwards, and finally here. Fio just listened in somewhat odd silence to the tale, the two of them sitting on a boulder a short distance off from the waterfall. Fio felt like just running off into the village but knew it would accomplish nothing. All it took was one hand seal and she would be a writhing mess on the ground. Then we got caught by some Taki Kunoichi who led us into the village. He stopped, looking at the mint-haired girl who just seemed to be processing what he said quietly. So I'm not alone, there are others like me like this. Gaara. At Naruto's quick nod she resumed staring at the ground, her eyes just naturally following the now defunct lines of the inactive seal. And you? Naruto nodded, even though he knew his life was nowhere near as terrible as Fio's was, or even Gaara's. It certainly had the potential to be if he had never escaped. You're not a monster, Fio, nor the weapon this village has you convinced you are. You are a human being, no less invaluable than any other life in this world. He looked down for a moment, allowing his gaze to drift around the large clearing, staring slightly longer at Shizuku and her concentrated but happy look as she trained. What would you do with freedom, Fu? The amber-eyed girl just looked at him incredulously as her hand naturally scratched at the collar around her neck. I would. The girl just blinked as her brow furrowed. She couldn't believe she was drawing a blank. Before all this, before meeting Naruto or even knowing that there were others out there like her, she had little else to think about. She had never realized that in her entire life she had never made a single decision for herself. She was a tool, a weapon, designed to follow orders to the letter and without question under the penalty of severe punishment. Now she was presented with possibly the most important decision in her short life and she was speechless. I would. Her frown turned into a dark snarl as her hands clenched into fists. Every beating, every snide comment or hateful remark, every electrocution or disciplinary action she had ever faced flashed through her mind. I would make them pay for everything they did to me. Her voice was cold and her hair shadowed her eyes, giving her a very sinister look. Naruto just sighed to the side of her as he placed a warm hand on her shoulder, startling the girl out of her episode. She was unused to human contact besides fighting or beatings. She flinched away from it on reflex. Phew, that's not the way to go. Doing that would only make you the monster they see you as. Don't ever give them the satisfaction. Phew just looked at her in shock. The very person who she thought could understand her pain better than anybody else was rebuking her. She jumped off the boulder, backing away from Naruto as she looked at him with anger, her hands still clenched in fists. They wouldn't have the satisfaction if they were dead. Naruto sighed again as he too pulled himself off the rock, Shakugao in hand as he looked at the floor wearily. People don't deserve to die for their ignorance, Phew. If they did there wouldn't be many of us left, and if it came to that I would be the first person to stand in your way. The min-haired girl's anger suddenly drained away. Her hopes had been raised for the first time in years and swiftly dashed to the side like they were worthless. Why would you do that? You should understand me, support me. Naruto walked over but Phew fell back, crawling away from him on her hands. I will never support bloodshed like that, Phew. The way to find peace and happiness will never be over the dead bodies of others. Hatred and violence only begets more hatred and violence. Some of Phew's anger began to return as she got to her feet, feeling the subtle influence of her Baijuyo's chakra just beneath the surface. Then what? You expect me to forgive them? To pretend like they didn't make my life a living hell for something I had no control over? Naruto just gazed at her sadly, dropping his Shakugao to the side and raising his hands in a placating manner. No, Phew, I would never ask you to do that. The girl at this point was seething, a thin veil of almost gaseous chakra leaking from her body. Then what? Naruto let his head dip slightly as he let out a long exhale, already seeping his chakra-infused sand into the ground beneath the girl in case she lost control. Just leave, and never look back. Go out into the world and find your own happiness, but not at the expense of others. Phew made to shout again, but the words caught in her mouth, tears beginning to form again but immediately evaporating as they met the haze of chakra surrounding her. Finally, after a few tense moments, the girl collapsed to her knees, the cloak never forming as it dispersed harmlessly. I promise. Her voice was meek and submissive, her head falling forwards so her hair covered her eyes. Please. She looked up, tears now freely streaming down her caramel cheeks and dripping from her chin. A long time ago Phew had promised herself she would never cry, she would never allow the world to see her pain. She couldn't hold it in any longer though, it all came crashing out as she looked up into the blonde's whiskered face. Just free me from this nightmare. Naruto sighed heavily, but his eyes had softened now as he walked over. It barely took a second. Naruto pulled the girl in for a moment, wrapping his arms around her lithe body. It just took a finger against the collar to draw the chakra out and let it fall harmlessly to the ground. A few of Phew's tears dripped on it as they both looked down at the seemingly innocent strip of leather, the previously deadly seals now nothing but harmless ink. Phew wasn't sure how long she just stared at it, the very symbol of her imprisonment within the village, the cause of her everlasting misery, or so she had thought. Finally she stood up on trembling legs, absently rubbing the now uncovered skin around her neck, noting how raw it felt. She looked up at the sky, to Naruto, and then in the direction of the village. For a moment Naruto worried that the girl might renege on her promise. However, in a flash of light her chakra cloak instantly appeared, 2 wings sprouting from her lower back out of the virulent red chakra, which seemed even more potent without the suppressive collar. Without another word the wings began to beat incredibly fast, lifting the kunoichi up into the air. She almost tensed up, expecting the electric shock that never came. When she felt no pain she began to laugh nervously before it turned into full-scale hysteric, tears once again freely flowing, except this time out of pure, unrestrained joy. With a single look back at the blonde below her as well as a sweeping glance at the village where she could already see Shinobi mobilizing to intercept her, she shot off, faster than most could see, nothing more than a red blur fading into the distant sky. Naruto watched her go with a fond smile before quickly turning to Shizuku and waving. Getting the message, the girl grabbed her gear and quickly took off after Naruto as the two fled the training ground before Shinobi could turn up. It was luck the rest of Taki avoided the training ground like the plague, or they might have gotten there in time to intercept them. As it was, Naruto and Shizuku managed to get into the village while suppressing their chakra levels to the best of their abilities. For Naruto that meant nearly undetectable, and for Shizuku that was to just above an average civilian. Do you think you did the right thing by letting her go like that? What if she hurts somebody? Naruto looked across at Shizuku as they made their way through the less populated but not empty streets around the edge of the village. I can't say, but at least I know she isn't being tortured anymore. I owe her that much as a fellow Jinhuriki. Shizuku seemed less sure, but she nodded anyway. There was little she could do at this point anyway. Then what about the village? Won't there be some kind of repercussions with their weapon gone? She didn't like saying it that way, but Naruto knew what she meant. Losing a Jinhuriki was a large blow to a village. They weren't exactly replaceable, at least easily anyway, and few weapons were as powerful as the controlled chakra of a Byakuya. Naruto just looked down with sadness as they continued to walk, skirting around people in the streets. My master told me once that the Byakuya were given out to each of the shinobi capitals by Hashirama Senju as a show of not only good faith and alliance but as a form of deterrent for war. The Byakuya could devastate the lands to a degree it is daunting to even think about battling one. However, as history shows, this failed. There have been 3 shinobi wars since that time. He turned to Shizuku, a strange determination and fire behind his eyes she only saw when he was immersed in his training or talking about the temple and the people precious to him. What if none of the villages had Jinhuriki? A scale is still balanced when there is nothing on it. He looked down again, watching his feet as he walked but still managing to avoid people in the street. Anyway, nothing gave him the right just hand out living sentient beings like they were just prizes, fully knowing they would be enslaved and trapped inside hosts. Shizuku just looked at him in shock. What he was talking about was almost tantamount to declaring war on the entire shinobi world. I have power, and a responsibility to use that power for something great. I want to free the Byakuya and the Jinhuriki they reside in from the hatred of the shinobi world, even if I have to do it one at a time. Again Shizuku couldn't speak. There was a deep passion in Naruto's words for one so young, and she found herself hanging off each one. The scariest thing was that with the way he spoke and how his Rinnegan would occasionally flare with light and chakra, she believed he could do it. Shaking his head suddenly, he turned to Shizuku with a smile. I once promised you that I would protect you, always be there for you so you would never have to cry again. He looked down sadly but still with the hint of a smile tweaking at the edges of his lips. The path I've decided to walk down is going to be dangerous. She suddenly cut him off by running forward and throwing her arms around him in a warm hug, despite the rain pouring down on them. You saved me and I will never forget that. Don't ever think I would let you do something this crazy alone. Naruto froze for a moment before smiling back and accepting the hug. Thanks, Shizuku-chan. The girl just giggled as she released him, Masaru watching the whole thing with a curious gaze. Now come on, you have 6 more to go by my count. Naruto just grinned as the two walked off into the village, intent on finding a way out before the shinobi declared a lockdown and made it more difficult. Chapter 16, Storm 8. A short saying oft contains much wisdom, Sophocles. So where are we now? Shizuku looked over at her companion, noting that he seemed just as tired as she did. Once they had made their swift escape from Taki, they had been pretty much running non-stop east towards the country's border. Naruto was just glad he had completed his wind training before they were forced to flee as they passed by more than a few waterfalls on their tactical retreat. It's not far now. According to the map and that large valley we just passed through, Tanokuni should only be another mile or so. Shizuku just nodded between ragged breaths, slightly surprising herself at how she took the news. Before Naruto came into her life, even a single mile might have sounded daunting, but now she could use chakra. It wasn't all that far. Sometimes what she could now do still amazed the girl. Everything was so different after you began using chakra. Running was easier, weights were less heavy, and you had more energy than ever. It was just indescribable. All right, but promise we'll stop after we pass the border. All she got was a fairly non-committal nod from the blonde. She knew it was still dangerous to stop so soon, but she was nearly exhausted. Naruto probably wouldn't admit it, but even he was a little winded from the run. Despite his large reserves and incredible stamina, he was still fallible. Are they following? Naruto quickly turned, not breaking his stride as he ran backwards for a few meters, allowing his Rinnegan eyes to scan the forest behind them. He quickly turned back before he could accidentally run into anything and subtly altered their course slightly. I don't see anybody, but that doesn't mean they aren't following. Shizuku just nodded tiredly as she forced her legs to keep going, maintaining a steady flow of chakra to her muscles as best she could. She wouldn't be surprised if they had pursuers. Their escape from Taki had hardly been as subtle as either of them could have hoped for. Come on, we need to get to the tunnels as quickly as possible. Shizuku nodded determinedly as the two set off at a reasonably quick but not suspiciously fast pace through the winding streets. They mostly stuck to the quieter back alleys to avoid running into any prying eyes. Unfortunately, that didn't work for long. Oi, you two. Naruto froze, an irritated expression quickly suppressed behind a serene and innocent smile. He turned only to see the same large shaven-headed who had accompanied Fu, as well as the one who had administered her punishments. Even seeing him made Naruto's head clench slightly before he realized what he was doing and forced himself to relax. Can we help you, Shinobi-san? The man only leveled a suspicious gaze on the two, particularly Naruto, who he narrowed his eyes at dangerously. I need to take you two in for questioning regarding one of our shinobi who have gone missing. The man seemed to struggle with the word shinobi, which didn't do much to settle Naruto's growing temper. He hadn't been the only one to share their story. Fu had told him enough about her treatment that he had begun to seriously reconsider his beliefs in the one instance. And how would we be of any help? The man just grunted as he made a move to grab Naruto's wrist, the monk quickly leaning back to avoid him. That doesn't matter, you are in our village, you have to follow our rules. If we demand you come in for questioning, you either do or I question you right now. Naruto's smile widened, although it was incredibly strained. Luckily he had been hiding behind masks of happiness almost his entire life, so the burly shinobi noticed nothing. I'm afraid that would be incredibly inconvenient right now, Shinobi-san. Like the man before, Naruto was beginning to have difficulty saying the honorific with any kind of sincerity. You see, my friend and I were running an urgent errand. Would it be possible for us to reschedule? The man finally seemed to lose his patience as in one swift move he grabbed Shizuku by the wrist. No, now are you going to come with me or are you going to make this difficult? As if to emphasize his point, he had withdrawn a kunai and was now holding it far too close to Shizuku's side for Naruto's comfort. Please let my friend go, Shinobi-san, I assure you this will not end well otherwise. All the mirth and warmth in Naruto's voice had disappeared, although his smile eerily remained on his face, giving him a rather sinister air the Takinen seemed blissfully unaware of. Is that some kind of threat, boy? Three things suddenly all happened at once. Shizuku elbowed the man in the gut in a moment of hesitation. Naruto subtly pulled the kunai out of his hands with a silent Banshou Tenin as he stepped forward, swinging his staff low to take the man's feet out from under him. The end result was the larger man on his back against the wet ground as Naruto stood over him, cast into darkness by the sun behind him. No, it was not. With that, the boy's hand suddenly lashed out too fast for the much larger and slower shinobi to react. Before he knew it, something was tightly secured around his neck as the blonde stepped back. I would suggest you avoid trying to use chakra, it won't be pleasant if you do. And with that, the boy swiftly turned on a heel, cloak billowing around him, and strode off, Shizuku not far behind. The man got to his feet in anger, noting he didn't actually have any injuries, as he quickly began forming hand signs to blast the kid in the back with a jutsu. Naruto just sighed as he walked, his face suddenly appearing much older than it should. As he turned the corner, he ignored the sudden cries of the large man as a huge burst of electricity ran through his body from the sealed collar around his neck. After that the two had less difficulty. It turned out during a lockdown the tunnels were actually not that well guarded. Taki didn't have a large shinobi force, so during situations like these they were stretched rather thin. Naruto only had to subtly drain two standing guards of their chakra, not even having to get close, instead just shifting the ground beneath them into chakra-laced sand he could use his Prita path through. After that it was only a matter of remembering the way out through the labyrinthian tunnel system, which proved no challenge. Of course it was still a shinobi village. No doubt the guards were found rather quickly, alerting the rest to the fact people had most likely escaped. Naruto didn't want to place his faith in the Taki shinobi's belief that their tunnel system was infallible. So they had ran off as fast as they could east, helpfully in the direction of Kaminari no Kuni, but more immediately by Tani no Kuni's neighbor Tanokuni. As they dashed through a large clearing at the base of a valley, mere blurs to civilian eyes, Naruto paused, Shizuka following his lead a moment later. She looked at him in confusion as he just stood there, wondering why they were wasting precious second that the ninja could catch up to them in. Naruto just smiled though as he turned slightly to the side. Shizuka followed his gaze and was a little shocked to see Fyu standing up in a tree, looking down at them uncertainly. "It's good to see you so soon, Fyu." The green-haired Kunoichi didn't respond, just dropping out of her tree and walking over to them slowly. "I expected you would be further away from here by now with those wings." The verdette seemed to struggle with something for a moment before sighing as she neared them. "I had to get something first." For the first time Shizuka noticed Fyu now sported a very large red container on her back, held on by red straps crossing over her chest. The purple-haired girl suddenly became very self-conscious when she noticed the straps accentuated Fyu's developing bust. "Using that chakra is too tiring for long flights. I had to land and She looked down, surprising both Naruto and Shizuka with her bashful appearance. "I saw you running and..." Once again the girl seemed to overcome her momentary shyness, tapping into her emotional training. Not that she was ever grateful for anything done to her in Taki, but she was at least able to acknowledge its use. She straightened up, her face losing the ever so slight blush that had formed. "I would like to travel with you." She looked away suddenly, the confidence boost only lasting momentarily. Luckily she didn't revert to some stuttering mess and the blush seemed gone for good. "At least for a short time anyway. I don't know much about the world except for some information on other hidden villages." The silence was nearly deafening as Naruto seemed to calmly take Fyu in with his gaze while Shizuka's nervously flit between them with a hint of curiosity. As the seconds ticked by, Fyu's resolve slowly began to crumble as she started to think asking them was a bad idea. Of course they wouldn't want her traveling with them. She was no use, only a burden who knew less about surviving in the world than a child. Finally, at the moment she just planned on turning away, Naruto let out a grin as he inclined his head slightly. "I would be happy for you to come with us, of course." His smile brightened as a new sparkle of hope appeared in Fyu's orange eyes. "Right, Shizuku?" At suddenly being included in the conversation, the violet nearly eeped in surprise before vigorously nodding with her own bright smile. "Yeah." Naruto chuckled at that as he turned back to the now uncertain Fyu. She had been hopeful when she thought about asking them, but a large part of her still believed there was no way they would allow her to go with them. "But we might want to get a move on." Naruto looked back the way they came, spotting a few approaching chakra signatures that were steadily growing stronger. "If you really want to come, Fyu, then you have to keep up." With that Naruto offered a slightly cheeky grin before dashing off into the trees, shortly followed by Shizuka as she gave Fyu a friendly beckoning motion. Fyu just stood there, shell-shocked as she looked in the direction they had gone, before a tiny smile twitched at the edge of her lips for a brief second. She immediately sprinted off after them, and not 5 seconds later a small group of Taki shinobi landed in the clearing. "Where did it go?" One of the members in particular looked down at the ground for a moment, analytical eyes studying the way the soil had been recently disturbed. He nodded once before silently motioning to the others as they once again took pursuit. Shizuka was now panting rather heavily as they bounded through tree branches. They had crossed over the border 40 minutes earlier, but the pursuing ninja continued to follow them. Obviously they believed retrieval of their weapon was worth the risk of angering Tanokuni. It wasn't a hard decision. With no ninja village of its own and no solid alliances with other nations, the land of rice paddies really posed no threat to the more established land of valleys. Unfortunately to the group of 3 or 4 with Masaru, that meant they didn't have the luxury of a break. Luckily Fu and Naruto weren't too badly affected, both having large reserves and exceptional stamina. They were still going fairly strong. The same could not be said for Shizuku. Naruto was doing what he could by topping up her chakra every so often, but there was only so much strain on her muscles and lungs that more chakra could help with. Both Jinhuriki had noticed this, but it was Fu who spoke up first. "We need to stop." Naruto nodded sadly as they continued to sprint. He had been thinking about this too and knew their choices weren't all that open. "If we stop we will have to face those ninja." Fu just blinked once, her deadpan expression not changing for a moment. "Fine." Naruto sighed into his hand at that. He knew traveling with somebody like Fu was certainly going to be an experience to say the least. The three came to a stop in the next clearing they passed through, Shizuku taking the opportunity to lean against a tree and catch her breath. Not seconds later the ninja following them appeared, not entirely looking fresh themselves after such a long run. "Good, you realized running from us is futile." Naruto just smiled passively as he walked in between the two groups, not looking all that threatening with his kindly smile and monk robes. Even so Shizuku knew when he was readying herself to fight, absently drumming his fingers on his shakujiao with his sujigaza pulled back so the string wrapped around his neck and the head itself rested against his upper back. "I do not wish to fight you, Shinobi-san. If you and your fellow ninja leave now this can all end peacefully." The lead ninja sneered behind his face mask, already motioning for the other ninja around him to fall into formation. "The only way this is ending is with the demon back in Taki where it belongs. Stand in our way and you'll only get yourself killed." Some of the younger shinobi were slightly unnerved when Naruto just looked up, still smiling but lacking the mirth from before. Most shinobi had an inherent sense for danger, and right now that was rolling off this 11-year-old in spades. "Well, I was looking for an opportunity to try this out anyway." With that Naruto planted his shakujiao into the ground, pulling off his traveling cloak in one sweeping movement and placing it on the staff like a coat rack. "Last chance kid, let us take the weapon without a fight and you'll probably only end up in a cell for the rest of your miserable life." Naruto's smile only twisted up more at the edges as his hair fell forward over his eyes. "I would appreciate if you didn't call my friend a weapon." His arm began to tremble at his side, but not from any kind of anger or fury, just the sheer volume of chakra he was pushing through it. He raised it up slowly, making sure he was looking right at the ninja before opening his eyes, releasing the chakra as he clenched his fist tightly. "Kenkyona Jinban." It was almost instantaneous. All of the shinobi in front of them gasped before buckling to one knee, each feeling like they were carrying an elephant on their back. They could only watch as Naruto increased the pressure in his hand, the weight pressing down on them increasing with it. What they didn't know was that Naruto had raised the gravitational pull in the area underneath them. Currently they were facing 6 times the Earth's normal gravity. Sometimes ninja used special seals to simulate increased gravity for resistance training, however to have that happen so suddenly and to such a degree, it was astounding they hadn't passed out yet from the blood rushing away from their heads. As if thinking would bring it about, one of the ninja's eyes rolled back in his head before slumping to the floor completely. It was like a chain reaction and soon all of the ninja were lying on the ground, completely unconscious. Immediately Naruto opened his hand, allowing the gravity to return to normal, tolerable levels as he took a deep breath. He had never tried that technique on another living being before, only having plans to try it on. It took a lot out of him. He turned with a smile at his 2 astounded and amazed companions. Shizuku's jaw was even hanging open. Suddenly though that look of awe twisted into shock and fear, and out of the corner of his eye Naruto saw something flying at him. His head turned, but it was too late to dodge. He could clearly see every centimeter of the kunai flying right for his eyes, only a meter away. One of the Taki ninja had only played dead, launching a kunai as soon as the blonde back was turned. Naruto could literally only watch in horror as the cold metal weapon came closer to his head. There wasn't even enough time to use Shinra Tensei. However, as soon as Naruto closed his eyes, a metallic clang sounded out around the small clearing. When Naruto felt no pain, he wearily cracked open an eye only to stare incredulously. In his hand was a long, thin black rod that was cold and heavy like metal. It had defiantly not been in his hand before. It was like his body had moved on pure instinct. As soon as the cool metal appeared in his hand, he had brought it up in a millisecond to deflect the kunai where it now stuck point down in the ground. The Taki ninja who threw it saw it fail, cursing as his eyelids finally closed, succumbing to the unconsciousness he had staved off. Naruto just continued to stare in shock at the thin metal rod that had appeared in his hand, seemingly out of thin air. At that point Shizuka ran over, fussing over the blonde in concern. However, when she saw there were no injuries, she backed off with a relieved smile. After she did, Fu walked over slightly shyly. If Naruto hadn't been occupied with shock over still having eyes, he might have found her slight rosy blush cute. "Why did you defend me like that?" Naruto finally shook his head, dropping the pole by accident as he cleared his head of the shock. To everybody's amazement, as soon as it touched the ground it seemed to dissipate into a fine black dust before completely vanishing. After that particular shock wore off, the blonde looked up at Fu, managing to get a smile back on his face. "You're my friend, Fu. I'll never need a reason to protect you or anybody else precious to me." He looked back down at where the black rod had disappeared, so missed when Fu's eyes widened and a new blush spread over her nose. Something like this was very new to her. Human interaction beyond violence was well out of her comfort zone. All she had to go on were the few observations she could make walking to and from her cell back in Taki. This was why she took a step forward, awkwardly placed her arms around the blonde Jinhuriki and stood there for a moment, all without properly understanding why. Finally, after Shizuka coughed from the awkward situation, Fu stepped back, returning her face to its previous emotionless mask. However, she couldn't fight back the small blush still staining her caramel skin, much to her joint ire and confusion. Naruto just looked at her for a moment, mild surprise and amusement mixing across his face before he settled for a small nod. Finally feeling a little better, Fu finally asked the question burning at the back of her mind. "Those abilities you displayed, was that some form of wind manipulation?" She was curious, as if it was then she hoped to be able to learn it. It appeared to be an excellent wide area submission technique. Naruto just chuckled as he looked at the unconscious ninja, still spread out at awkward angles on the floor. "Actually no, it's more akin to gravity manipulation." Fu blinked at that in surprise. She had never heard of such an ability and she was forced to be up to date with any and all possible threats to the village. "Is that some form of Kekkai Genkai?" Naruto just grinned again anxiously, wondering how much to say here before deciding against having any secrets with a fellow Jinhuriki. He opened his eyes fully, eliciting a small look of interest from Fu as she peered into the steely purple orbs. "Not exactly, more one aspect out of 6. At that, Fu raised an eyebrow, all kinds of modesty and social convention abandoned in favor of curiosity. She leaned in closer, studying the rings in his eyes, making Naruto rather embarrassed at having her so close to his face. From here he could see her skin was incredibly smooth, not a single blemish across her face, and almost chuckled at the way her lips pursed in her concentration. "I have never heard or seen of this Dojutsu." Naruto smiled brightly as he backed away, earning a cute, if unintentional pout from the other Jinhuriki. "I'm not surprised really, we can talk more about it later though." He motioned over to where the ninja still lay with a thumb. "We need to find somewhere safe to hide out for the night in case any more of them show up." Fu just nodded, obviously eager to do just that so she could get her answers. She crouched on the ground and Naruto could immediately see her channel her Baijuyo's chakra in a minute amount, directing it into the ground. After a minute of waiting she stood back up, her face having returned to its emotionless state with the chance to get her thoughts in order. "There is a small underground structure about half a mile from here." She looked around a moment before seemingly pointing in random direction. "That way." Naruto just looked at her curiously, wondering how she could detect such a thing from such a distance. Was that some kind of earth jutsu? Fu just shook her head, already setting off for the supposed complex, too eager to wait. The min-haired girl just looked back around, the corners of her lips twitching slightly. "We can talk more about it later." With that she darted into the trees, leaving a dumbfounded Naruto and Shizuka in her wake. The blonde just turned to the girl, still looking surprised. Did she just make a joke? Shizuka just shrugged, looking equally confused. I guess she's adjusting quickly. The two could only shake their heads as they darted off after the Nanabe Jinhuriki. Well, this doesn't look at all ominous. The sarcasm in Shizuka's voice was almost palpable as the trio stared at the imposing sight before them. In the middle of the forest, where you would least expect it to be, was a staircase of rough-hewn stone. However, this was not the first time Naruto and Shizuka had encountered a staircase where it probably shouldn't have been. It still made them more wary of the whole situation though. They didn't need a repeat of what happened in Kusa. "You're sure this place is empty?" Fyu just gave a curt nod, looking more like she was giving a report to superiors than a reassuring gesture to a friend. Shizuka was confused for a moment when she tried to imagine why it wouldn't be that way. The staircase itself was surrounded on both sides by a small stone structure, just to better distinguish it from the surrounding forest. However, most unnervingly there seemed to be various snake decals drawn into the walls at random. "Maybe we would feel more secure if you told us just how you know." Fyu looked over at Naruto for a moment, back to the staircase and then back to the blonde. "The Nanabi gives me a somewhat limited ability to communicate with certain insect species. I simply asked them if there was anywhere nearby and they pointed me here. According to the chakra-sensitive species there are no presences inside the complex larger than common mice." Naruto nodded with a smile as he noticed Shizuka calm down slightly. Still, Midora had been able to hide his chakra signature from Naruto, so he wanted to be cautious nonetheless. "Alright then, good enough for me." With that the blonde descended into the stairwell, rather pleasantly surprised when a light came on above his head, activated by his proximity. "Oh good, I won't have to light the way this time." He continued on down with a rhythmic tapping as his Shakugou connected with every alternate step. Fyu was about to follow him when she noticed Shizuka's continued hesitancy. She had seen the same thing with some shinobi when on missions and thought she knew the proper course of action. "I would not worry, Shizuka-san. If there are people down there then they are most definitely dead. At most we will find a few skeletons or perhaps a corpse, so there is no need to worry." With that she patted the violet on the shoulder and descended into the staircase herself. Shizuka just stared after her as her shoulders slumped forward dejectedly. Great. After a little while of searching the underground complex and not finding much of interest other than a few scraps of what looked like burnt paper, the trio settled down in a large room. It was filled with many standard beds that weren't too comfortable but better than sleeping on the floor. To Fyu though they felt like a luxury item, the fact she actually sank into the mattress kept amazing her like a cat following a light on the wall. It was almost amusing to watch her repeatedly sit or jump on the bed, almost. After all, it only brought Naruto to think about why she could find such enjoyment in it in the first place. After they were settled in for the night, Naruto had gone on to explain about his Rinnegan to Fyu. The girl had listened at an almost unnaturally rapt attention with wide eyes, just soaking in the information like a sponge. Naruto believed it was because of her isolated life. She would naturally want to do the things that were either considered forbidden for her to do before or would feel like a large middle finger to Taki. Considering how much they kept her in the dark about, either intentionally or just out of apathy, it was no wonder she had such an intense thirst for knowledge. It was perhaps for the wrong reasons, but you work with what you have. At the end of their talk, Fyu sat quietly for a moment, digesting what she had heard as Shizuka played with Masaru on the other side of the room. Naruto had made a small fire for them by burning some old wooden furniture they had found. Luckily the complex had a ventilation system. "Perhaps this new ability of your involving the chakra rod is connected to your Kekkei Genkai." Naruto blinked, wondering why that of all things was the first subject Fyu brought up. "I suppose it could be, but I don't feel any kind of words coming to mind when I think about it." Naruto had not been idle as they talked. He had attempted to recreate the rod again with some success. He had plenty of experience recreating abilities from only one experience. By now he knew it had something to do with necessity, like if he needed the ability to create a rod of black metal to deflect a kunai and that was in the capabilities of the Rinnegan, then it would happen. So right now he was twirling such a rod absently in his hands. Now that he had the chance to better look at it, he could see it was practically flooded with chakra. In fact, if Naruto hadn't seen it up close and actually touched it, he could have sworn it was just pure chakra in a cylinder shape. The only conclusion Naruto had at the moment was it was actually created from his own chakra. Fyu supported this. She had knowledge of a few clans and Kekkei Genkai with the limited ability to create solid constructs from chakra. In fact, one of the clans native to Tanokuni, the Fuma, had a few members who specialized in it. After a whole, though their conversation wound down as it grew later, they had all had a stressful and exhausting day and needed some rest. It was with no small amount of satisfaction Naruto laid his head down on the plain mattress, almost immediately falling asleep. It wasn't to last, it seemed, as after what felt like only minutes, but based on his internal clock probably closer to an hour, Naruto shifted awake. He sleepily raised his head with a frown. He was normally an excellent sleeper if not slightly alert in the morning to threats. It just came with sleeping outside, even with the protection of his sand huts. He soon realized why he had woken up when he turned, somewhat surprised to see Fu in her own bed, sitting there and just staring off into space. Fu. The mint-haired girl turned quickly before relaxing at the sight of the blonde looking over at her in concern. I apologize, Naruto-san, I did not mean to wake you. Naruto quickly waved her off as he stood up, stretching off his back slightly from the stiff bed. Call me Naruto, I don't like all that honorific stuff. I never feel like I deserve the respect. Fu just blinked at him in surprise. In her eyes he was the one who rescued her from a life of misery. If she couldn't respect him, then she did think she could respect anybody. Why are you still up? Fu just blinked again as she looked towards the door of the room where a hint of moonlight trickled through the corridor. It is not my designated sleeping time yet. Naruto gave a worried frown as he walked over, leaning against the bed opposite his fellow Jinchuriki. What do you mean? Fu just looked up at him like what she had said made perfect sense. I am supposed to go to sleep at exactly midnight to wake up at precisely 4 in order to maximize productivity. Naruto just sighed with a small but sad smile. Fu, you're not in Taki anymore. You're allowed to go to sleep whenever you like. Fu just gave a small frown of her own as she looked down at the bed. She didn't feel sleepy yet, she was too used to her schedule. I don't think I can. Naruto just gave her a grin as he offered out his hand. Alright then, why don't we go for a walk then? Fu just blinked at the outstretched hand before taking it hesitantly. The two slowly began to stroll through the seemingly abandoned complex in silence. The only sounds were the occasional chirp of a cicada. Finally Naruto broke it as they turned a bend, absently trailing a hand across the wall. So what do you think this place was? Fu looked around for a moment, noting the corridor was well constructed, although it looked to be slightly hurried. The walls were wooden but well maintained and free of rot while the floor was stone slabs. Perhaps some kind of smuggling outpost. There were fairly common missions back in Taki to eliminate them. Naruto just nodded with a thoughtful look, at least until his hand trailed over a particular panel in the wall, applying just enough pressure for it to move in slightly. The two immediately stepped back as a stone slab in front of them swung away to reveal a set of hidden stairs beneath them. There was silence for a moment as both peered into the darkness below them for a moment. Did any of those smuggling hideouts have one of these? Fu just stared down for a little longer, slightly unnerved by the lack of bugs she could feel down there. No, they did not. Chapter 17, Storm 9. All life is an experiment. The more experiments you make, the better. Ralph Emerson. Is it just me or is it getting warmer down here? The two were making their way down the winding staircase they found. It may not have been the smartest thing they had ever done, however, no matter what their lives had been like, they were still prepubescent kids and their curiosity won out. Fu just looked around as the earthen walls were slowly replaced by metal as the staircase continued to spiral down. It is. Most likely this area of the compound is either heated or lacks ventilation to prevent exposure or infiltration. It is fairly common practice when creating a forward base in enemy territory. Naruto just sighed as he refrained from trailing his arms along the walls again, wary from what happened last time. Great, so we managed to stumble across another secret base. Fu looked at him curiously for a moment as the blonde chuckled anxiously. Long story, but we accidentally found an underground base in Kusan no Kuni. Turned out this guy was guarding it who could turn his body into mud, kept saying stuff about protecting the base and Orochimaru-sama. I beat him and we left, didn't really feel like sticking around after he almost killed Shizuku. Fu just looked even more intrigued as she returned her gaze straight ahead. You're sure he said Orochimaru? Naruto just nodded while Fu's gaze turned thoughtful like she was remembering something and trying to get the details right. Orochimaru, S-ranked Nukenin from Konohagakure no Sato, previous member of the Densetsu no Sunin and holder of the snake summoning contract, do not approach. Naruto blinked in surprise as the stairway finally leveled out, turning into a long metallic corridor with only 2 rooms on either side. That was very comprehensive. Fu just nodded succinctly as she made her way over to the left-hand door. I was encouraged to memorize the bingo book for reference on missions. Naruto could quite easily hear the spite in her voice as she spoke. Wait. He quickly grabbed Fu's hand before she could lay it on the door. There are seals covering the door. I'm not sure what they do, but I don't think they're going to make us feel good. Fu just blinked calmly before retracting her hand, allowing Naruto instead to reach forward and drain the chakra from the seals. Wow, they really put a lot of chakra in these, they really didn't want anybody getting in here. Eventually he stopped, now satisfied the door was completely harmless, even so when he went to open it he found it was locked. Ha, as if that'll keep me out. Banshao Tenin. Almost immediately the door began to crumple, buckling out as if struck by some enormous force on the other side. Fu was actually surprised it was still holding with so much apparent strain on the metal. Eventually though the sturdy door was completely ripped from its hinges, forcing Naruto to dodge to one side in order to avoid it crushing him against the other side of the corridor. He grinned, rubbing his hands together expectantly as he walked inside, only to frown. What the? It's just a load of drawers. Sure enough the room was completely lined with drawers, ranging from old wooden ones to more modern metal filing cabinets. There were even a few desks in the corners with various papers strewn across their surfaces. You should not be so quick to dismiss. If the information here was guarded so thoroughly it is sure to be valuable, at least to somebody. She idly moved to one of the desks, picking up a loose sheet from one of the many stacks. It was mostly incomprehensible to her but she could at least glean it was some kind of blueprint, to what she couldn't say though. Naruto likewise began looking at the various drawers, now noticing many were labeled with names of either places or people. Most prevalent were the shinobi villages, and not just the main ones, there were places like Hoshigakure and Tanigakure among others. Oh hey, this one's got the name of that guy we faced in Kusa that I was telling you about. Interested, Fu grabbed the manila file with the name Midora printed in the upper right corner. She flicked through the contents which were, once again, mostly lost on her being scientific jargon. However one sheet caught her eye in particular which she drew out to read under better light. Subject 17 shows incredible promise adapting to the splicing treatment. Chakra paper tests prove an unimaginable affinity for Earth which was previously non-existent. Full range of abilities unknown. Recommend observation in isolated base until further testing authorized. Results of test to be used in treatments classified, Nidame H2 and Sora U7. She looked up to see Naruto's confused face which unknowingly mirrored her own. What does all that mean? Fu shrugged absently as she continued to flick through the file, growing more and more disgusted as she went. It appeared somebody was forcibly attempting to create affinities in somebody by using gene splicing techniques. Based on the fact this is subject 17 and the first one to show positive result, I would say the treatments are not that effective. Naruto felt a little queasy at that. He had seen Midora firsthand. The treatment had been very successful from his perspective. Fu quickly set the file down and began scanning the files again until she found the one labeled Nidame H2. Naruto, I believe you should read this one. It appears they repeated the procedure but with cells from the Nidame Hokage and a member of the Hojiki clan. From that alone it is obvious they were attempting to create the perfect water affinity and well, read for yourself. Naruto did, carefully flicking between the various pages filled with detailed medical reports, test notes as well as a list and profiles of all the subjects, which happened to be unfortunately lengthy. Finally he put it down, his hand on his chin as he frowned deeply at the floor. And you think? He left it hanging but got a quick nod from Fu who didn't seem quite as disturbed as he did. Then again he wondered if she actually saw the wrong in these experiments in the first place. It is quite possible, the listed attributes the various subjects displayed as eerily similar. Naruto nodded grimly, what Fu said was completely true, down to the T. But this said there were no survivors. Fu just shrugged, idly flicking through another report but not finding much more of interest. It's quite possible reports can be falsified or missing. Naruto just sighed into his hand, fingering the file anxiously and wishing the room was large enough to pace in. Should we tell her? Fu just gave Naruto a deadpan look causing the boy to give another drawn-out sigh. Right, not so good on the people skills. Fu just looked down for a moment only for Naruto to give her a reassuring pat on the back. It's alright, we'll sleep on it for now. With that he grabbed the file and sealed it into one of his pouches before quickly walking out of the room. Fu followed but gave a curious glance back at the room. We are just going to leave it like this. Naruto smirked quietly as his eyes took on a dangerous edge, looking rather ominous as they glowed. Oh no, these experiments are sick. I'm destroying any trace of them, and if I ever find the man who was responsible for all this. He left that statement hanging, but Fu could easily feel the sheer anger in his words, despite them being rather cold and even. There'll be nothing left when I'm through. He turned back to the room and began channeling his chakra through his hands rapidly, faster and faster until it began to heat up and convert into fire-natured chakra. Fu could only watch in a great deal of amazement as Naruto's hands burst into bright orange flame, yet his hands seemed completely unharmed. He quickly went about the room, burning away any and all files he found until there was nothing left in the room but fire and ash. He finally emerged looking a great deal calmer as he allowed the flames in his hands to snuff out. He breathed out a sigh of relief before smiling at the now befuddled Jinchuriki, waving his hands to cool them off slightly. Well, I feel better. Luckily the other room on the secret floor was just some kind of operating room with a single raised table and a few shelves with nothing in. Satisfied that whoever owned this place would be severely irritated when they came back to it, Naruto and Fu made their way back up to the main floor of the base, sealing the passage behind them. Before the two went to bed though, Naruto caught Fu by the wrist softly, unknowingly making the girl blush slightly. For now, let's not tell Shizuku about this, it would be a lot to take in. Fu blinked in confusion for a moment before nodding once, earning a smile of appreciation from Naruto. I promise I will tell her, but somewhere better than here. Fu just nodded again. She had already made her peace and didn't need the reassurance, but she still found it quite nice. Good night, Naruto-san. The blonde just gave a tired sigh as he moved over to his own bed. I told you, Naruto is fine. The next day the trio set out from the base quite happily, eager to get away from there, especially Shizuku. Naruto had woken early, or at least he thought he had. Fu in fact had been up for several hours before him. He had actually been worried at first as he had woken up only to find Fu not in her bed. Luckily he found her quite close to the entrance of the base, just sitting on a rock and waiting for the sun to rise. According to her, she had never had the time to really appreciate it before. It had only indicated a time for her to begin changing exercises. Naruto was rather pleased with the contented expression on Fu's face as they walked. It appeared an enormous weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Where before her movements had been stiff and anxious, she now had a much lighter step and a more calm face without it having to be forced. He made a silent promise to himself that, like with Shizuku, he would never allow something to hurt Fu as long as he could protect her. She deserved that at least. Crossing through Tanokuni proved uneventful save for a few attempts at pickpocketing the trio while passing through less than reputable towns. Luckily most of what they owned that was precious was sealed within Naruto's pouches, including their money and supplies, and any attempt to even touch the container on Fu's back ended up with the thief on the floor, more often than not sporting a newly broken wrist. It was confusing the blonde as from what he had been told by his master, the land of rice paddies was supposed to be a small but still economically sound country. It made sense considering they grew and provided the bulk of rice to the elemental nations, less domestic-oriented countries like Kaminari no Kuni and Kaze no Kuni being nearly dependent on their crop. However, from what he could see, the people seemed run down or drained, and many had taken to thievery to just stay afloat. He had helped where he could, but a lot of the time he could see his generosity was being greatly taken advantage of. As soon as he handed out even a little bit of food to the people, he would immediately be swamped by what felt like the entire village. It was here that Naruto aptly learned that if you give a man a fish he eats for a day, give a man a fishing rod and he will sell it to buy fish anyway. He had also had an impromptu lesson on politics when he passed through a village that was struggling with their crop. He had gouged out a large trench from a nearby river with his gravity manipulation so their crops could be irrigated, only to have a multitude of mercenaries set on him by a local feudal lord that was rather displeased his water feature had stopped working. When he had found out exactly why he and his companions had been chased across half the country, he had nearly turned around to level the lord's house. By the time they finally reached the border to Yu no Kuni, they were tired, hot, and sticky, as well as very low on money and supplies. It was almost with audible relief the trio finally stopped at a local village. Naruto could practically smell the hot springs from the gate. They checked into a small onsen inn with what little money they had left before exhaustedly collapsing on their beds. They only had enough money for a single two-person room though, so in Naruto's case he exhaustedly collapsed on the small couch. Naruto wearily blinked his eyes open, rather surprised when he found himself not in the room he had collapsed in, but inside his seal instead. The usual greeting occurred of Shukaku excitedly bouncing around, Kyuubi belittling him, Shukaku flying into a rage before quieting down as he once again noticed the blonde. Naruto had taken the opportunity to try something by creating one of his black chakra rods, just confirming that he could do that within the seal. Technically he could produce anything in the seal, but the rod was still flooded with his chakra. He looked up only to strangely find Shukaku's gaze firmly fixed on the rod in his hands. Slowly Naruto moved it across, watching as Shukaku's golden orbs followed it with almost palpable anticipation. Once again he slowly moved it across his body, and once again the eyes followed its movements. A devious grin spread across the boy's face as he suddenly pulled his arm back and threw the rod as hard as he could into the Ichibi's cell, firing it forward with gravity manipulation for good measure. As expected but still highly amusing, Shukaku lurched back as his head tracked the rod's flight path before suddenly scrambling backward to run after it. The great sand construct's slow lumbering steps faded off into the distance of his darkened cell. At that point the Kyuubi lazily rolled its eye in Naruto's direction, its furry brow darkening for a moment as it watched Naruto swiftly slide another rod out of his sleeve. "If you throw that rod at me, I swear I will rip off the arm you used to throw it with great satisfaction." Naruto just grinned sheepishly as he allowed the rod to dissipate into a harmless dust. "Hey!" The enormous fox just sighed deeply, the great breath of air causing Naruto's robes to billow out. "For what tortuous reason are you visiting me today, bearing that bastardized technique of the sage with you no less?" Naruto just blinked as he created another rod, staring down at it curiously as he turned it about in his hands. "This is one of the sage's techniques." Again the great fox snorted derisively, its red orbs narrowing in contempt. "Please, to compare your cheap conjuring trick with the sage's Banbutsu is the same as comparing a dying ember to the Sunday." The fox made to get close to the bars to increase his intimidating glare. "You will never be him." Naruto simply grinned right back, disturbing the chakra creature with how dismissive he could be of the fox's overwhelming presence. "I don't want to be the sage. I'm Naruto Uzumaki and I'm my own man." He frowned for a moment. "Boy, whatever." He looked up with a small chuckle as the fox lay back down with its head resting on its paws. "So creation of all things? That sounds impressive." Another grunt from the Kyuubi ensued as its eyes remained firmly closed, clearly telling Naruto to leave it be. So what else could he make? Silence reigned except for the steady if highly irritated breathing of the great Kitsune. Suddenly a thought struck Naruto as his Shakugao appeared in his hand, as if from thin air. Did he make this with it? At that the Kyuubi cracked open an eye to glare distastefully at the boy who only grinned victoriously. "Ah, so he did." The eye immediately closed again much to Naruto's silent amusement. "You know, what do you really stand to lose being more cooperative?" Suddenly the fox's eyes snapped open as it rose to its full height, an all too familiar and imposing grin stretched across its glistening maw. "Oh? And what do I stand to gain?" "My freedom." Naruto smirked as he shot back without a moment of hesitation. "Maybe." At that the fox blinked once, the twisted grin morphing into a more irritated snarl. "Do not lie to me, Ninjin, it debases your already pitiful race even further." Naruto sighed but never lost his confident smile, instead settling for sitting down on the warm ground. "I'm not lying. I want to free not only you, but all the Byakuya, preferably where you cannot harm anybody." The fox just snorted at that, settling down once again as their impromptu staring contest continued. "So that is your plan? To send us away to some far corner where we are no threat? Let the world forget about us so we can just fade away?" Naruto never backed down for a moment as he stared back defiantly. "And you would prefer to live on this way? Moving from host to host, a slave to whatever human fancy strikes your container?" The fox finally looked away, huffing irritably in contempt. "Leave, Ninjin, your pathetic ideals are wasted on me. I am beyond your pitiful preaching." Naruto gave a small conceding nod as he stood up, just in time for Shukaku to come lumbering back with the chakra rod happily held in its enormous jaws. Naruto rubbed the construct's head much to its delight before vanishing from the seal once again. When Naruto finally opened his eyes in the real world, he took the opportunity to stretch out his back with a loud yawn, smiling as he felt his spine crack in a few places pleasantly. He looked up with that same contented smile only to notice both beds in the room were empty. He panicked before spotting the small note plastered to the door with chakra so that he would notice. He walked over, still stretching out a few sore spots like in his neck and arms before plucking the note from the wall. Naruto, gone to hot springs. Brought few with me. Having girl time. Shizuku. Naruto smiled at the note. It didn't sound like a bad idea in his mind, so he quickly delved into the room's wardrobe and pulled out one of the complimentary robes. He shook his robes, rolling his shoulders at how light he suddenly felt. He never did really appreciate just how much the weighted robes weighed until he took them off. He took a moment to look at himself in the mirror on the far wall, raising an eyebrow at what he saw. He had grown since leaving the temple, probably just above 5 foot now. His muscles had developed accordingly, but there was no immediate difference besides being slightly more noticeable. His hair had grown too. The loose ponytail he always kept his spiky locks in descending to the middle of his back, while 2 shaggy bangs had begun to form around his temples. Naruto also thought he could be imagining things, but it appeared his whisker marks had thickened ever so slightly and the area just around his eyes had darkened. In all, Naruto was rather pleased with how he had grown up over the past year. He frowned suddenly. That was right, he hadn't even fully realized almost a year had passed since he had ventured out from the temple on his pilgrimage. He sat down on the bed as he slipped on the robe, his brow furrowed slightly in thought. What had he learned in that time? He was supposed to be trying to unravel the mysteries of chakra. He knew from the offset he had not given himself an easy task, but he had expected to accomplish more in a year. He quickly shook his head. He had mastered wind and fire manipulation, discovered new things about his eyes, helped 2 fellow Jinchuriki and made a good friend. He had accomplished far more than he would have ever dreamed imaginable. Still, as he thought about his upcoming birthday, he could only reminisce over the previous year and how far he had actually come in his goal. Quickly though it passed as he noticed the note still in his hand. With a grin he picked himself up and walked out of the room. He made sure his shakujiao was lying over his clothing to prevent anybody taking it. It was another ability he had discovered rather recently while searching for Taki. He found he could almost imbue the staff with his Deva Path, effectively increasing its weight tenfold or conversely decreasing it to the point he could barely feel it in his hand. He hadn't tried this yet with his Preta Path because he wasn't exactly sure what that would do or if it would be dangerous to those around him. He quickly walked down to the hot springs, noticing they were separated into male and female, and quickly changed into a small towel he kept tied around his waist. When he walked in, he noticed he seemed to be completely alone. It was strange, but not unheard of, so he shrugged it off and lowered himself into the steaming waters. Instantly a sigh escaped his mouth as the waters began to leach the aches and worries from his body. After a while, he wasn't sure how long, but it really didn't matter by that point. His eyebrow began to visibly twitch as he lay back in the waters. A soft but highly irritating giggling kept disturbing his peaceful soak. However, when he raised his head to look around, there was nobody there. He shook his head and lay back down, dismissing it as something happening on the girls' side of the onsen. They were only separated by a single wooden wall after all. However, as it continued, Naruto was more and more sure it was coming from his side of the springs. While it was high-pitched, the voice was definitely masculine, and every so often it would be accompanied by the sound of a pencil scratching against paper. Finally, having enough, Naruto got up, still with a towel wrapped around his waist. His hair was now plastered around his head, though in a damp mess without his hair tie. He walked towards the noise, still very confused, when he ended up at a portion of the wooden wall separating the 2 springs. He was about to dismiss it again as being on the other side when his eyes caught a faint ripple in the air that he wouldn't have noticed if he hadn't been studying the area intently. He looked at it until he was sure it was a person using some kind of jutsu. Disturbingly though, he couldn't see even an ounce of chakra. He waited another moment before clearing his throat. When nothing happened, he cleared his throat again. "Yeah, what do you want, Gaki?" Naruto was only mildly surprised when the jutsu finally dropped to reveal a man with long spiky white hair, tied up in a fashion similar to the way he did his own but much longer. He was wearing a red and green battle kimono and Geta sandals with a shinobi headband that simply had the kanji for oil, making his allegiances unclear. Most strange of all though was the fact he was standing atop an enormous toad who, possibly even stranger still, looked incredibly embarrassed to be there. "Don't you think it's rude to be spying on the female side of the onsen?" The white-haired man just raised an eyebrow at the small blonde boy who had a startling resemblance to his prized student. Of course he knew it was not Minato, the 3 whisker marks in each cheek disproved that. He was confused though, it couldn't be Naruto either. Last word from his sensei told him Naruto was currently in the Fire Temple. However, blonde hair with whiskers was not something you saw every day, and Jiraiya was not a legendary spy master for being unobservant. It's not rude, kid, I'm giving these lovely ladies a chance to be a rare part of my research. He giggled perversely after that as a small trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his nose. He hopped down off the toad to avoid being spotted by the women on the other side. Now he was visible. Research. The man grinned broadly at that in a way Naruto found immediately uncomfortable. Ah, so you're unfamiliar with my work. Naruto just looked at him cluelessly, which was all the answer he needed before he produced a single orange book from seemingly nowhere. Here kid, you're a little young, but it might just give you the edge later on in life. He winked at the blonde before climbing back up on the toad to continue his peeping. Jiraiya-sama, please be careful with those geta. My back is not made of stone, you know. Naruto just blinked once, then twice, and then a third time as he stared at the toad that had just talked. Quiet, Gamayadru, you'll give us away. Naruto continued to stare as the toad groaned in annoyance and discomfort, or croaked at least. Did your toad just talk? The man turned around again with an exasperated look which also seemed relatively amused. Of course he did, he's a summon from Myabokuzen. Suddenly the man jumped off the toad with a wild flourish, allowing the poor amphibian to dispel into smoke with a relieved croak. And that of course would make me the one and only, the great and wise, the gallant Jiraiya. A few seconds went by after the man performed his little kabuki dance with just the sound of cicadas chirping in the background as Naruto stared at the man blankly. Finally Jiraiya looked down with a hint of irritation at the young blonde who just blinked back without comprehension. You have no idea who I am, do you? Naruto just shook his head once, causing the large man to flop his torso forward almost comically with an imaginary cloud over his head. Finally he stood up as if nothing had happened, straightening his kimono top with an absent shake of his head. PFTT, kids today, don't know anything important. Anyway, run along kid, I have things to do. Naruto just shrugged, already fairly bored with the man before him. Now where did Gamayadru go? Naruto suddenly turned back around with interest as the man began running through hand seals, unknowingly showing Naruto the precise way the chakra moved for the jutsu. Kuki-yos no jutsu. The man slammed his hands down, and a moment later the same large toad reappeared in the same cloud of smoke it had disappeared in. Naruto only watched with interest for a moment longer before turning back, deciding against returning to the spring if this pervert planned on sticking around. However, as he began to walk back he could help but notice the man precariously leaning over the edge of the divide, no doubt hoping for a better look through the steam. Naruto just couldn't help himself, he hadn't pranked anybody in far too long. Shinra Tensei. Naruto greatly toned down the technique, using only minimum chakra, however it was enough to overbalance the toad sage, tipping him over the edge and into the female side. Naruto walked back to his room grinning, the sounds of righteous feminine fury like music in his ears as he left. Naruto sat on one of the beds, and Shizuku still had not returned from the hot springs and Masaru was sleeping in a pile of Shizuku's clothes. He was absently twirling a chakra rod in his hands, something that had become somewhat of an anxious tic recently. He was thinking about the encounter with the strange man and the things he could do. He was obviously a shinobi, yet with his strange headband Naruto couldn't be sure where from. More specifically, he was thinking about the man's invisibility jutsu and the way he summoned the toad. He believed the former worked by somehow bending light around the user, yet without seeing any hand signs he couldn't be certain. However, now the blonde knew such a thing was possible, he was certainly going to try and replicate it someday. The ability to turn completely invisible was just too useful to ignore. However, more immediately on his mind was the summoning jutsu. He had no idea exactly how it worked as none of the monks at the temple knew the technique. However, he knew it just couldn't be random as the man obviously had some kind of history with the toad, Gamayadru if he remembered right. He continued to think as he sat on the bed, it couldn't possibly be as simple as running through some hand seals and putting the right amount of chakra in, could it? Almost without even realizing, Naruto's hands began to almost instinctively run through the motions he had seen Jiraiya use. He molded his chakra in a certain way almost reflexively as a feeling he hadn't experienced in years overcame him, words suddenly imposing themselves in his mind. Animal Path, Kuki-Yos. Chapter 18, Storm X. Attempting to debate with a person who has abandoned reason is like giving medicine to the dead. Thomas Paine. Animal Path, Kuki-Yos. Smoke enveloped the room, causing Naruto to cough violently into his hand as he waved the other in an attempt to clear the suffocating white smoke. When it did clear, a confused frown spread across his face. Standing there, looking rather confused himself, was Masaru. Strangely enough, the little monkey was holding onto one of his chakra rods, one of the ones he had created earlier and left in the room to see how long they lasted. It wasn't the most eloquent thing he had ever said, but it summed up the situation quite nicely. Frowning, he picked up the little Capuchin and once again placed him across the room. By now the little simian had dropped the rod, so Naruto quickly created another. He tried to hand it to Masaru, but he seemed wary of the innocuous black stick, but in the end accepted it anyway, lightly nibbling on it. Naruto retreated across the room and once again ran through the hand seals before pausing at the last one. He stopped, allowing his chakra to settle before doing it again, but this time just manipulating his chakra instead of using the hand signs. He wasn't sure why, but for some reason it just felt more natural this way. Slamming his hands down, he was once again enveloped in smoke, but less this time. Just as confused as before, Masaru stood in front of him, this time quickly throwing the chakra rod across the room. Wow, this is so cool. He again moved across the room, staring intently at Masaru, who by this point was hopping up and down while chattering excitedly. He once again molded the chakra, focusing intently on the monkey, although this time it felt more difficult, like he was actually having to force it instead of it coming naturally. A third time Masaru appeared in front of him out of a veil of smoke, but it confirmed it was far more difficult. So I can summon him, but if they have one of my chakra rods it's easier. He frowned again before walking over to the monkey, quickly pushing some of his own chakra into the monkey's system. It wasn't too dangerous. As far as he could tell, the chakra between all living things besides plants was fairly similar, and his Preta path automatically adjusted to the new body. He walked back and tried the summoning again, this time smirking as it once again flowed naturally, resulting in yet another instance of Masaru traveling across the room. Okay, no, it's not my chakra rods, but my chakra. I can summon anything connected with my chakra with ease. He smiled at the new discovery, and if the words that had appeared in his head were any indication, he had discovered a new path which made 3 down and 3 more to go. I wonder if I can summon anything else. He focused instead on a lamp that was across the room from him, once again molding his chakra in the correct way. However, this time it was almost as if his chakra refused to flow, making his hand stutter from the build-up before he allowed it to redisperse into his body with a small sigh. That time it had felt more exhausting than he thought possible, forcing him to sit back on the bed. The lamp hadn't budged an inch, causing the blonde to frown. Just to check, he retried it, only for the exact same results and another rush of tiredness to sweep over him. Okay, so I either can't summon objects or I don't have enough chakra to do it. Even so, it seems like an enormous waste. Even if I could get it to work, it's too tiring. Naruto spent another few minutes experimenting with his newfound ability, trying to discover everything he could about it. Quickly he managed to learn that if he implanted a chakra rod into anything, then he could then summon it. Likewise, if he pushed enough chakra into an object, he could summon that too, although it was still very exhausting. So I can summon animals and anything with my chakra in, but what about people? Curiously, he began to mold his chakra again, for some reason his thoughts instantly going to few. Without even thinking it through all the way, he slammed his hand down, the usual summoning matrix spreading out from his palm on the floor. He nearly fainted as the resulting smoke cleared, only to reveal a confused and very naked Few. What happened? The mocha-skinned girl turned only to find herself in the room they were staying in, surrounded by quickly dissipating smoke. Naruto was also there, although he was turned away from her with his hand over his eyes. Gah! I'm so sorry, Few. The min-haired girl just blinked rapidly, wondering just what was going on. Naruto-san? How did I get here? Naruto turned slowly, still keeping his eyes covered, as Few was still just standing there, oblivious or uncaring of her nudity. I summoned you. Few blinked once again before a look of incredulity crossed her features. She knew about summoning and summoning contracts of course, but the possibility of one person summoning another despite the fact they were not a summoning animal and there was no contract was too much. You summoned me? The blonde just nodded slowly while Fu's eyebrow only raised slightly. Can I ask why? Naruto nodded slowly again, looking far more sheepish this time. And also why you are covering your eyes like that. At that Naruto just looked at her in shock, or at least as much as he could convey with his eyes covered like that. What do you mean? You're naked. Fu just looked down, her eye quirking as if was the first time she had actually noticed. Oh, so I am. She looked up, her face completely unconcerned, not that Naruto could see that, all he could see was the vague outline of her chakra. Was there a reason you summoned me naked? At that Naruto raised a hand, waving it madly as his face flushed bright red as he began to mumble gibberish before promptly fainting, luckily onto the bed. Fu blinked again at the situation before sighing and grabbing another towel. Shizuka would probably be worried at her sudden absence. Naruto hummed pleasantly as he woke up, enjoying the warmth of the bed and the softness of the blanket. It had been a long time since he had been able to sleep on a comfortable mattress, longer still since he had a pillow as well. The warmth in front of him was also incredibly pleasant, so he pulled it a little closer to him, finding the resulting murmur of appreciation cute. He took a deep and satisfied breath, finding an earthy but not unpleasant scent invading his nose. Wait. He cracked open a single violet eye only to see a sheet of wavy green hair in front of him. That wasn't right. Suddenly the hair belonged to shifted and Naruto suddenly found himself face to face with a sleepy, but definitely awake Fu. Morning Naruto-san. The blonde just blinked, his early morning body still just a little too unresponsive to move. There was also the fact he had one arm wrapped around Fu's comfortably warm body. Fu, why are we in the same bed? The min-haired girl simply yawned cutely into her palm, the one that wasn't trapped by Naruto's own arm. This is my bed, I didn't want to wake you Naruto-san, so I let you stay here. Naruto nodded slowly, trying to inch his body away from the girl despite her rather adamantly refusing to let his arm leave. Okay, but then why is my arm wrapped around your body? With how Fu kept responding as if it was of little concern, the situation became increasingly surreal. Naruto-san is very warm. At that Naruto simply nodded again slowly before succeeding in pulling his body out of her grip, much to her sleepy protest. He quickly jumped out of bed, sighing in relief when he found himself still wearing clothes at least. He looked down only to notice that Fu did not extend the same courtesy. Immediately his face took on a remarkable tomato-esque hue as he robotically moved away from the bed only to have Fu sit up, still completely uncaring about her indecency. Ah Fu, please put some clothes on. Fu just tilted her head innocently, a look of confusion on her face that was far too cute to be anything less than an A-ranked jutsu. As I understood it, boys enjoy seeing girls without their clothes. Was I wrong? Naruto's eyes just began to twitch violently, his blush didn't lose any of its intensity either. Ah well, yes but right now it's you see. Naruto gave a small fleeting smile, desperately trying to keep his gaze strictly on Fu's orange eyes. However, it didn't last long and he happily collapsed back on the couch with a large grin and just the faintest trickle of blood running down his nose. It was of course at that moment Shizuka woke up, sleepily rubbing her eyes with another cute yawn. She looked around, noticing Fu just now pulling on her mesh undershirt while Naruto was seemingly asleep on the couch with a strange look. Good morning Fu, what's going on? The verdette just looked at the other girl for a moment, her confused gaze flickering between her and Naruto a few times. I'm not entirely sure myself. A few days later and the ragtag group of Jinhiriki, monk, girl, and monkey were just about to cross over the border to Shimono-kuni. Naruto had managed to get over the incident in the onsen, but he hadn't quite been able to look at Fu without a small blush for the next day. Luckily Fu didn't mention it to Shizuku, either because she understood what she did or because she didn't think it was noteworthy. Naruto honestly didn't care either way. Okay how about a three-headed bird? Over the course of the past few days, with little else to do on their journey, the group had taken to suggesting fantastical things for Naruto to try and summon. He had discovered that if he attempted to summon something which technically shouldn't exist, it would be created in a way much like a shadow clone. The creature itself would have no real mind of its own, and Naruto could even see through its Rinnegan eyes. It also made an amusing game to see if there was something he could not summon. Obliging, Naruto slammed his hand down on the ground as they walked. Out of the cloud of smoke which he had worked on reducing flew a small feathered bird with 3 heads, all of which had Rinnegan eyes. It gave Naruto a brief headache before he dismissed it with another burst of chakra. He had wondered what happened to the creatures he created once he dismissed them, but ultimately dismissed it as more suggestions came. How about something that can warm us up? Fu made a valid point. It had started to become extremely cold the closer they got to the border. Naruto was fine as he was running fire chakra through his system, but Fu and Shizuku, despite their warm cloaks, were starting to feel it. Naruto just put a finger to his lips as he contemplated what to summon before inspiration struck. Okay, let's try this. He slammed his hand down and allowed the customary sealing matrix to spread out as the other two, and Masaru to a smaller degree, watched in anticipation. Out of the smoke crawled a small lizard. That in itself was not all that impressive. What was interesting was the creature was a dull shade of orange and had fire streaming down its back like a fin, ending with a small flame at the tip of its tail. Whoa, never thought I'd ever get summoned. He turned around to look at the 3 humans, surprising them by his lack of Rinnegan in his beady eyes. Did one of you summon me? All 3 blinked simultaneously at the small flaming lizard as Naruto put his hand up hesitantly. Yeah, I did. He shook his head and stared closer at the small lizard. Wait, you're actually real? Surprisingly, the flaming lizard looked quite indignant about that despite its tiny body and young-sounding voice. Of course I'm real. What did you expect when you summoned me? Naruto just chuckled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry about that, I didn't think salamanders actually existed. Well, the fire elemental salamanders that is, not the amphibians. Somewhere far away, farther than Naruto would ever travel in his lifetime, a young pink-haired boy wearing a scaled scarf sneezed, startling his blue cat companion. Pfft, you humans, always forgetting the past. The lizard sighed deeply, an amusing sight from such a little animal. Well, if you want to summon us again, I recommended you talk to Kaa-san. She'd be angry if all her kids started vanishing suddenly when we haven't ever given out a contract. Suddenly the creature blinked, again an amusing sight for such a supposedly legendary creature. How did you summon me anyway? Naruto chuckled, waving his hand dismissively at the little flame dweller. Not really important, but as you're here, do you mind warming up my friends? The creature snorted indignantly again, exhaling a thin stream of flames that made Naruto nervous about letting it near either of the girls. What am I, a stove? Suddenly though he was lifted up into the air as Shizuku picked him up, startling the poor salamander. Surprisingly to the Miko impersonator, the flames running along his spine weren't hot, just pleasantly warm. Whoa whoa whoa, what do you think you're doing, lady? It was about to rather violently breathe fire at the person stupid enough to pick up a fire-breathing animal before it suddenly found itself staring into Shizuku's wide glittering eyes. You're so cute. If it was possible, the small lizard took on a slightly darker hue in what was equivalent to a reptile blushing. Well I suppose this one time it couldn't hurt, hey? It was suddenly rubbed along Shizuku's cheek in a strange facsimile of a hug which only seemed to darken its embarrassed red hue. So what's your name, little guy? The salamander might have protested indignantly at that comment but was too busy being embarrassed by Shizuku to properly notice. Kei Koharu. The group, now including the salamander perched rather happily on Shizuku's shoulder, carried on their way to Shimono-kuni and soon enough had crossed the border. Like the country's name would suggest, the land of frost was incredibly cold. Snow blanketed the country in most places, tinging everything a shade of white. Shizuku was practically in awe when they reached the first village. All the roofs were bathed in a pristine sheet of white while icicles seemed to hang from every overhang, glittering in the light from the lamps. Naruto too was impressed, however he didn't drop his usual expression to gawk like Shizuku did, neither did Fu, although it was for different reasons. Still, inside the green-haired girl was both wide-eyed and impressed. She had never seen snow before, it was never cold enough and Kigaku for it. Suddenly though Naruto seemed to notice something as they walked, apart from the streets being nearly empty from the cold. Hey, it's not raining. Time seemed to freeze for a moment for Shizuku as she just stopped right there in the middle of the street. She tentatively looked up only to confirm that it was not in fact raining, In fact, it had not rained since they entered the country. What the? The Violet was looking up at the starlit sky with awe. It was so rare she was allowed to glimpse the uncovered sky she had almost forgotten how beautiful it was. Fio just looked around. She knew about Shizuku's condition. The girl had explained it to her when she had remarked about the constant downpour they seemed to be walking in before now. I suppose it is too cold. Shizuku just let out a happy squeal as she jumped about, nearly shaking Koharu from his perch on her shoulder. I love it here. Can we stay forever? She only got 2 very quick head shakes from Fio and Naruto, especially from the green-haired Jinhuriki who was currently shivering quite profoundly. Shizuku just let her head drop a little before bringing it up. Her eyes were large and watering slightly with her lower lip jutted out in the epitome of cuteness. However, she was miffed when Fio stared her down quite evenly with one hand covering Naruto's eyes. No. Shizuku pouted again, but it had no effect against the much more stoic Fio, so they continued on. Fio, could you let go of my eyes? I might ga. Naruto suddenly found himself on the ground, slightly dazed from bumping his head against the cold and hard ground. When he opened his eyes with a small wince, he found himself looking into the rather startled face of another girl, and not one he knew. She had dark hair in a bob around her head with bangs that curved to her face but pulled into a high ponytail at the back. She also wore a headband with a strange flower-like design engraved on it. Her captivating green eyes were glaring at him viciously. You. She was suddenly on her feet, instantly in a fighting position with her arms drawn back into fists. Her eyes occasionally darted around to the 2 other girls looking at her strangely, but most of the time they were squarely fixed on Naruto with a savage glare. Sorry about that, I couldn't see where I was going. Naruto picked himself up sedately, using his Shakugou to help, seemingly ignoring the obviously hostile Kunoichi in front of him. Shut up, you have to fight me now. Naruto just blinked once with an almost amused expression as he brushed the snow from his robes. If this is about knocking into you, I'm sure we can come to something more peaceful. The Kunoichi only glared at him even harder, her hand already going for her kunao pouch as Fio mirrored the action, willing to protect the boy who had saved her without question. Naruto just raised a hand letting her know to stop. The mint-haired girl was hesitant, but she reluctantly moved her hand away from the pouch on her thigh. I don't care about that, you have those eyes, so I must fight you for the honor of my village. Naruto just sighed wearily as he rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to think of some way he could end this in the next few moments so they could find an inn or temple for the night. Look, my companions and I he was suddenly cut off as, almost faster than most could see, the Kunoichi launched a barrage of shuriken at him. Fio and Shizuku let out simultaneous gasps while the Kunoichi had a victorious smirk. All of those died, though the instant the shuriken simply stopped in the air about a foot from Naruto's face before harmlessly falling to the floor. Naruto was still tiredly rubbing his eyes, acting like it hadn't even happened. It's rude to interrupt somebody you know. Now what's this about my eyes and your village? The Kunoichi did nothing but growl slightly as she readied a kunao in her hand. Once again Naruto motioned for Fio to back away when she looked like she was about to jump in. Without warning, the Kunoichi rushed forward, obviously using chakra-augmented movements as she struck out. Naruto aptly dodged to the left, straight into the path of her other fist. In one sweeping motion he ducked back to an almost impossible angle, using chakra to keep his feet planted firmly on the ground before bending back up, skirting to the side of the Kunoichi. She swerved on one foot, lashing out with a fist backhand which the blonde redirected calmly before doing the same to the leg she sent flying at her. Using the newfound leverage, the older girl brought her other leg around, intent on taking Naruto's head. She might have succeeded if he hadn't suddenly ducked, letting her sail overhead to land gracefully back on her feet, still in her own taijutsu stance. Naruto just sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. He was a little tired from all those summonings. Are you sure there is no way we can settle this without violence? The Kunoichi just shot him a murderous glare as she reeled her arm back before launching herself forward. Kaoru Reppuken. Naruto immediately saw the thin coat of wind chakra coating her outstretched fist. However, instead of blocking or dodging, he simply moved to one side quickly while grabbing her hand. Immediately it was drained of chakra, including the dangerous layer around her hand. The girl jumped back, looking at her hand incredulously before glaring at the young monk. I'll take that as a no then. The young blonde ran a hand through his hair as he dodged the next few blows, actually finding her attack style rather interesting, if not slightly repetitive. He was especially intrigued with the way she coated certain areas of her body with wind chakra like her fist or feet, speaking of which. Kaur ha Sekigiri. He swiftly moved out of the way of a vicious chakra-laced axe kick that might have split his entire body in half. The result was the girl slamming her heel into the ground, shattering it and producing a large cloud of dust. She emerged from the cloud, still sporting her enraged look while Naruto looked on, still smiling even if it was more tired than serene at this point. "Fight me back, damn it! Don't insult me!" Naruto put a hand to his forehead for a moment before looking back. His eyes were serious and the smile was gone. For a moment it made the kunoichi falter. "Fine then, if it will let us leave in peace." With that he simply raised his hand palm up and surged chakra through the limb, his eyes focusing in on the kunoichi. Fuhenshi shook. Suddenly the girl found she could not move forward, instead she began to float in the air, suspended as if by marionette strings. She could only flail uselessly, the gravity around her being reduced to nothing with only the minuscule air resistance allowing her to twist and turn her body. "What did you do to me? Put me down right now and finish this fight." Naruto sighed as he walked forward, the jingling of his Shakugao sounding strangely ominous as he approached. "That's what I'm doing." With that he gently prodded the girl with the long staff, immediately causing her body to seize up as her chakra flow simply stopped. A second later he cancelled his other technique and the girl dropped out of the air, straight into Naruto's arms before he quickly set her on the ground. "That paralysis should wear off in about 10 minutes, until then why don't you explain just what you are doing?" The kunoichi glared at him angrily as she struggled against invisible bonds, her muscles refusing her brain's signals. "Damn it, let me go." Naruto just sighed as he looked around, quickly spotting an inn that had vacancies. It would put a large dent in his Ryo pouch but it would have to do. "All right, you're coming with us. We can settle this inside where it's warmer." With that he swiftly lifted the older kunoichi onto his shoulder, setting off for the inn. It would be surprising to any passers-by to see a young boy of perhaps 11 or 12 hoisting a teenage girl a few years older than him and definitely taller, seemingly without effort. Especially considering the two girls walking behind him as if it were the most normal thing in the world. None of them noticed the single set of yellow eyes with bar-like pupils watching from the shadows of a nearby building before they disappeared in a burst of smoke. "Okay, so we'll start off with names I guess. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, that's Shizuka over there and she's Fu." He motioned to each girl as he said their names before looking at the kunoichi expectantly. Strangely, after they had gotten a room and he had set her on the bed she had become somewhat sullen, her eyes even had an air of defeat. Right now she was sitting back against the headboard with her knees drawn up against her chest, glaring at the trio half-heartedly. Naruto took the opportunity to get a better look at the girl, now that she wasn't trying to kill him. She was a few years older than him, maybe 14 or 15, and already possessed the air of a distinguished kunoichi, even if her pride seemed a little dented. She wore a tight-fitting black bodysuit that left her right arm and left shoulder bare that was tied around the middle by a lighter strip of cloth. She wore the traditional kunao pouch as well as a shoulder guard, but by far the most noticeable feature of the outfit was the window cut in the chest showing off her already impressive developing bust. "Shut up." It came out as barely a whisper from behind her knees, her hair falling over her eyes despite the forehead protector. "Look, if we don't talk then how are we supposed to get this whole mess straightened out?" Again the kunoichi gave him a cold glare with her emerald orbs. "Shut up." This time it was anything but quiet, she all but shouted it out in anger before her head dipped, tears rolling down her face as her hands trembled from where they were wrapped around her knees. "I don't want this any more than you do." At that Naruto just sighed with a look of utter confusion, he was lost now. "What are you talking about?" The girl looked up again, tears beginning to dry as her pride took hold, preventing her from showing weakness in a situation like this, even though it was a little late. "You defeated me in fair and single combat. By the laws of Nadeshiko village you are to become my husband." You could literally hear a pin drop in the room as the girl was suddenly met by 3 identical looks of shock and incredulity. "What?" Amazingly the cry was simultaneous as well, although this time it was only Naruto and, surprisingly, Fu. They shared a quick look between them before returning to the kunoichi currently wiping away her tears. I am supposed to become your what? The girl huffed indignantly as she cleared the last of the streaks down her face. I am affronted as much as you are, to have to marry a bearer of the accursed Rinnegan. It's the highest dishonor I could imagine. Naruto blinked at that, very nearly missing what she said in the shock over this new situation. Wait, you said something about my eyes earlier. Just what does this have to do with the Rinnegan? The girl snarled in anger as her fists tightened to the point her knuckles turned white. It has everything to do with those damn eyes. Them and the twice-cursed sage who bore them before you. Again Naruto blinked in confusion before falling back into a chair, rubbing his eyes. He was tired, damn it. This was the last thing he wanted to be dealing with. Alright, you better start at the beginning if any of this is going to make sense. The girl glared at him for his dismissive tone but nodded firmly anyway. I suppose I could do as much for my future husband. She practically ground it out through clenched teeth which elicited a rare glare from the blonde himself. Don't call me that. The kunoichi returned the stare full force until she looked away. When Naruto wanted to be he could be quite intimidating despite his lacking in stature. Very well, you should know I am Shizuka Hitohana, heir to the royal family in Nadeshiko village. We are a people of fierce warriors, trained from the moment we could walk to be the fiercest fighters in the elemental nations. We are also mostly composed of women, thanks to the sage. At Naruto's blank look where she expected some kind of guilt she sneered before continuing. The legend goes that the Nadeshiko tribe were a band of powerful mercenaries in the times of the sage. They once crossed paths and it led to the most powerful member of the tribe challenging the sage to a duel. She grimaced at that, obviously not enjoying the next part of the story. Apparently the sage refused, much like you did to me. She shot him a quick glare that went unanswered. Finally though the duel happened, only to end in the warrior's quick and humiliating defeat at the sage's hands. Again another glare sent Naruto's way. However when the sage turned his back the warrior pulled out a blade, hoping to catch the man off guard only for the sage to catch the blade in his bare hand. The blade was snapped in half and held at our warrior's neck only for the sage to discard the weapon in disgust. She looked down again. Naruto couldn't tell if she was ashamed for her ancestor or saddened by what came next. The sage was said to have placed a curse of sorts on all Nadeshiko women, that they could only ever bear daughters for the remainder of their days in hopes it would quell their bloodthirsty ways. However the tribe began to die out with no males to continue the line. Eventually a law was passed that if a Nadeshiko woman was ever beaten in fair combat the man would be taken as a husband. In this way we have managed to stay alive, it is the only way. She glared at Naruto again to which he simply sighed deeply. And that it is why it is my job as a proud Nadeshiko woman to find and destroy anybody bearing those cursed eyes. She earned glares from the two girls for that, especially Fu who since the announcement Naruto would be taken as her husband had been incredibly cold. Naruto finally raised his head from his palm, looking at Shizuka dead in the eyes, almost making her flinch from the steely violet orbs. That's the stupidest thing I have ever heard. A certain spiky white-haired pervert was joyfully giggling as he peered through a small telescope that peeked over the edge of a hot spring. Jiraiya truly loved Uno Kuni, it was his favorite place for gathering vital research. That's right honey, complete gold. He quietly giggled to himself before his viewing was rudely interrupted by a small poof of smoke. He blinked once before putting down the telescope and looking at the small toad that had appeared by his feet. Jiraiya-sama. The tiny toad spoke with a surprisingly deep voice which just sounded strange from a creature that small. Huh? Gamasupai? What are you doing here? I asked you to keep an eye on that blonde kid to look for signs he is Minato's boy. The toad nodded quickly with a look of urgency. I know, but you have a standing order with all toads to report directly to you if we run into any kunoichi from Nadeshiko village. The great toad sage paled slightly at that. He didn't have the best reputation in that village and he still had yet to settle with their leader because he lacked an apprentice, not that he planned on taking one anytime soon. Once he realized the situation though he sighed as he placed his head in his hand. No Gamasupai, only if the kunoichi was near me. Where did you spot her? The toad looked up proudly. He was always glad to share information with his summoner, it was his job as an infiltration toad. Shimo no Kuni. Jiraiya sighed again with a look of exasperation. And where are we now? The toad took a quick look around. used to most environments due to its extensive work spying for Jiraiya. You know Kuni. Suddenly it frowned as Jiraiya just nodded with irritation. And how do you plan on getting back to Shimo no Kuni to continue spying on the kid? The toad looked down ashamedly at that. Ah, I had not considered that. Jiraiya just sighed. He loved the toads, but sometimes they could be denser than an IWA shinobi. Ah well, I'm sure I'll run into him sooner or later, especially if it's Naruto. If he's out here I'm sure it's for a good reason. His words were full of confidence but internally was a different story. He was worried for his godson but he could hardly drop what he was doing, currently looking into Orochimaru's possible activities in the land of hot water. He gave both an external and internal sigh, wondering just what was going on if Naruto was just wandering around the elemental nations. Chapter 19, Storm 11. Experience is a hard teacher because she gives the test first, the lesson afterward. Vernon Law. What? How dare you mock our culture and traditions? At this point the only thing keeping Shizuka from lashing out at Naruto violently was the lingering effects of the paralysis he had used on her. That, and the fact he had previously beaten her with surprisingly little effort somewhat tempered her anger. Naruto barely looked affected by her seething rage, in fact it almost looked like he was about to fall off the seat from sleepiness. Look, all I'm saying is that I don't want this and you obviously don't want this, so why don't you just leave and pretend you never even saw me in the first place? Who would know otherwise? If anything Shizuka looked even more indignant about that, not that Naruto believed that was possible right now with her face turning a virulent scarlet and multiple tick marks appeared at her temple. I may not want this but I am a proud kunoichi of Nadeshiko village, heir to the main line. If I don't follow and uphold our traditions then what kind of example does that set? Naruto sighed simply, running an hand through his hair as he felt his eyelids begin to droop. Shizuka and Fia weren't looking much better, none of them were exactly fresh even if Fia was hiding it better. A good one for standing up to obviously outdated and idiotic rules. Shizuka's eye merely twitched violently. Keep insulting my village's traditions and husband or not, I will make sure your head ends up on a pike somewhere. Naruto narrowed his eyes, some alertness returning. He didn't really want to fall asleep around this girl. Wow, you'll be a fine leader someday if this is how you negotiate. I'm starting to think I should have just lost so none of this would have happened. Shizuka finally seemed to agree with something the blonde said as she crossed her arms under her already impressive chest and nodded stubbornly. Yes, you would be dead and I would still have my freedom. Naruto nodded for a moment before pausing, shaking his head quickly and staring at Shizuka incredulously for a moment. Wait a second, let me get this straight, my options were win and become your very much unwilling husband, or lose and die. Shizuka just nodded, still irritated given her expression and upturned sneer. What kind of choice is that? Shizuka, always faithful to her bit, merely frowned at him. It is the greatest honor to become a Nadeshiko kunoichi's mate. It means we acknowledge you as the stronger warrior. If you lose it means you are simply too weak to be a warrior of any value and you may try again in the next life. Naruto blinked once, then twice before hanging his head with an audibly irritated sigh. He had never met somebody besides Sora who could get under his skin like this. Maybe she was destined to be his wife? No. Back on track. Are you even listening to yourself right now? Do you have any idea how stupidly barbaric that sounds? Of course this only made the kunoichi quiver in rage as her glare intensified. What about asking the guy? Or at least warning him of the consequences beforehand? Finally Naruto saw a different emotion to anger appear on the Nadeshiko kunoichi's face, hesitation. I was supposed to. She looked down, wincing at how feeble her own words sounded and at her own mistake. But I saw your Rinnegan and, I acted rashly. Naruto's eyes softened at the girl who looked anything but the proud kunoichi she had been moments before. Look, maybe if we go to your village we can get all of this straightened out. The girl looked up, blinking back the single tear that had been gathering in the corner of her eye. What's stopping me from just trapping you there when we arrive? Naruto just blinked and stared at the girl with a completely deadpan expression. Once again, I believe you will become an excellent negotiator. Shizuka glared at him but by now it was half-hearted at best, there was none of the previous venom. Where is your village anyway? This time it was Fia who spoke, although her tone was surprisingly cold and she was staring rather intently at the Nadeshiko Kunoichi both with distrust and dislike. Shizuka just looked around, her eyes spelling only apathy for the two girls who weren't her husband-to-be. To the east, in the warmer part of the country, Naruto just ran a hand through his hair as he stood, looking out the window to see snow had begun to fall outside. Alright, we were heading towards Kaminari no Kuni anyway. I suppose we can make a small detour just so we can get this all dealt with quickly. For now though we should get some rest, I don't think we would make the journey as we are now. Quick as a flash despite his lethargic limbs Naruto brought his Shakujiao around, lightly tapping Shizuka just above her breasts, once again freezing the girl as her chakra stopped flowing. Hey, what are you doing now? Naruto just waved her off as he collapsed backwards onto the uncomfortably small couch in the room, not noticing the slightly disappointed look on Fu's face. Insurance, to make sure you don't kidnap me during the night or something. Now get some sleep, it should wear off before we leave tomorrow. Shizuka's eye twitched again as a whole new wave of irritation overcame her. Should? Naruto shrugged lazily, his eyes already closed as he shuffled into a more uncomfortable position. I haven't quite perfected it yet. It'll be anywhere between 7 to 12 hours, tops. With that his head dipped as he fell into a blissful sleep, his mouth sliding into a contented grin. Jiraiya was walking steadily down a small unkempt road that led to Tanokuni, his Geta sandals making recognizable clicks against the earth. He had a small frown on his face as he ran through the events from a few days ago, thinking about that young blonde he had run into. If that was Naruto, then what are you thinking, sensei? I was alright with letting him stay at the temple, at least he would be safe there without the hatred of the village, but just letting him wander around? What's going on? His thoughts were interrupted by a small puff of smoke which cleared to reveal possibly the smallest toad that he could summon, around the size of his thumb. Gamaidenrai. The small toad gave a short bow which looked surprisingly normal to the old sage. He was spending too much time with his summons lately. What's the word? Did you find Naruto at the temple? The tiny amphibian looked down with a small frown and Jiraiya found himself predicting what he was about to say. I'm sorry Jiraiya-sama, I could not get into the temple. They would not admit me without your presence and I could not circumvent the barrier. I was unable to find out if Naruto was still there or not. Jiraiya just sighed thoughtfully as he handed the small toad a crumb-sized chunk of chocolate. It's alright, that seal is one of the strongest in High no Kuni, it would take an S-ranked shinobi to break through it at least. I can't exactly go all the way there myself though and Gamasupai lost their trail. One of my shadow clones wouldn't make the journey either, I don't have the chakra to maintain one for that long. He grunted in irritation, fearing for his godson's safety if it really was him wandering around the nations. The more he thought about it the more certain he was that the little whiskered Minato look-alike was the real deal. I'll have to think on this, you can go now Gamaidenrai. The toad gave a small courteous nod before disappearing into smoke, leaving a thoughtful Jiraiya to continue on the path towards Tanokuni where he had heard rumors of strange activities lately. For a second time in a week Naruto awoke with the earthy scent he was now perfectly familiar with. However he once again couldn't find it in him to be even a little irritated at the green-haired girl contentedly snuggled in his arms. When he stirred though Fu shifted awkwardly on the small couch to look at him with a small smile that he hadn't seen on her face before. He faltered in what he was about to say, the content, happy look on Fu's face had him at a loss as he just stared for a moment. Good morning Naruto-san. The blonde sighed tiredly, a small smile of his own appeared against his better judgment. Fu, why are you sleeping next to me again? Fu's smile didn't disappear for a moment which made Naruto, glad? Happy? He wasn't sure but it was definitely a nice feeling, he didn't want Fu to go back to that emotionless persona she had been wearing since leaving Taki. Shizuka took up one of the beds and I allowed Shizuka to take the other, I hope you don't mind. For once the girl actually seemed, confused? Abashed? Hopeful? As much as Naruto wanted to convince himself or others otherwise, he was not actually all that good at understanding people. Sure he could read body language and interpret motives but finer emotions? No, a stunted social childhood saw to it that he was ill-equipped when it came to figuring people out. I sense there is something more than that. At that Fu looked away slightly sheepishly, a hint of a blush appearing over the bridge of her nose. Naruto-san is very warm and... She looked back up, startling Naruto with how vibrant her previously dull orange eyes had become. He hadn't really noticed before, but there was something about her eyes that just drew him in. Maybe it was because they were his favorite color, or perhaps because he saw a bit of himself in those eyes that had known so much pain. When I slept with Naruto-san before, I did not wake up early. She missed Naruto's slight reddening at the way she phrased her words. Okay, but try not to make it a habit, okay? He tried to appear comforting, but it came off far more awkward than he would care to admit. Fyu just looked down sheepishly, yet there was something more, just a hint of happiness that Naruto hadn't completely denied her sharing his bed again. She couldn't fully explain it herself, but all she knew was that for the first time in her memorable life she had not awoken at her approved time, and that was while she had Naruto cuddling her into his warm body. Not to mention it had been one of the best and most comfortable sleeps in her life. A few hours later, and the group, plus an irate but at least cooperative Shizuka, were making their way steadily down a long road that cut through the small country. It had continued to snow through the morning, so Naruto had resummoned Konoha to keep Shizuka warm. Fyu was too stubborn to admit she was cold, while Shizuka was much more acclimatist to the weather despite her revealing bodysuit, which didn't look very adapted to the cold. Shizuka had expressed interest in Konoha, especially when she found out Naruto did not possess any sort of contract to summon him. However, Naruto honestly did not have much to tell her, besides it was a recently discovered ability he didn't know a lot about. She had gone back to ignoring the entire group after that, preferring to hang back. Naruto still kept an eye on her though, to make sure she didn't try anything in the form of a shadow clone trailing the group from the trees to one side of the road. At some point Fyu moved over to his side while Shizuka was busy chatting with the small reptile on her shoulder. "Why are we going along with this? Would it not be simpler to simply get away from Shizuka? You have already proven your capacity to defeat her." Naruto just sighed, wondering how he should phrase this, as he thought he noticed Fyu inch closer to him, smiling contentedly as she was warmed by the excess fire chakra radiating from his body. "I've probably already made enemies out of both Tsunagakuer and Takigakuer, and as this encounter has shown us, my eyes are going to probably cause me more problems in the future." He looked back at Shizuka, who was angrily glaring at the ground as she walked, seemingly uncaring of the group save for the occasional glare sent their way. "I don't need more enemies than necessary, especially when it's a group of highly trained and angry kunoichi." He shivered for a moment at that, some kind of inbuilt male instinct that warned him to be cautious of enraged females. Plus, this girl recognized my eyes almost immediately. They might have more information on the sage, like his abilities or even where some of his possessions are. He looked ahead, absently tracking a single falling snowflake, lazily drifting through the whitened sky on an almost non-existent breeze. It's an opportunity one can't afford to miss. There's too much I don't know about my eyes, information that might one day save somebody precious to me. He smiled at Fyu, enjoying the slight red that permeated her chocolate skin. "And what if the village is not understanding and forces you to go through with this engagement?" Naruto just chuckled as he waved her concerns away with a single hand, although the doubt still niggled at the back of his mind. "Ah, you know me, I'll just leave if it comes to that. We'll see if they try and stop me." Fyu nodded slowly but didn't look too sure. However, Naruto noticed with some amusement she didn't leave his warming aura as they walked. And there it is, Nadeshiko village. There was no mistaking the pride lacing Shizuka's voice as she pointed out the village of her birth. Naruto had to admit it was an impressive sight, built like a fortress spanning 3 forested plateaus that stood out against the flat land surrounding it. The buildings themselves looked to be very traditional, with pagoda roofs and high arching bridges connecting the 3 hills. "Nice." Shizuka whistled appreciatively at the sight. She thought it was beautiful, then again her opinions were slightly skewed by the indomitable good mood she had been in ever since entering the country. Shizuka just huffed indignantly. She thought her village deserved a whole lot better than just nice. "Alright then, lead the way." This time it was Naruto who spoke, earning yet another glare, one of hundreds, from Shizuka before she looked away haughtily and walked on, this time leading the group. It only took another few minutes to reach the tall gate leading up to the first hill, where they were met by a tall woman wearing a long skirt cut open at the front to reveal red shorts and bandaged legs. Her arms were bare while her torso and impressive bust were covered by a plain red vest held by a yellow cloth around the waist. She had stern but still decidedly feminine features with spiked back dark hair and deep red lipstick. Ah, Tokiwa-senpai. Naruto looked around at Shizuka, surprised at her suddenly submissive and small voice as she looked up at the tall and definitely unamused woman before them. The woman in question just let her steady gaze roam over the small group, lingering on Naruto with narrowed eyes for a moment. Naruto had taken the initiative to return his face to its normal serene smile, squinted eyes included, so that his Rinnegan would not be recognized. Shizuka-sama, your mother was very worried about you. It was unwise to leave the village unescorted. The previously proud and unwavering Kunoichi looked down like a child being berated, which Naruto supposed she was in a way. Now who are your companions? Shizuka looked up with her mouth open, but after making eye contact with the older woman her head dropped down dejectedly. The blonde is Naruto, he defeated me in combat. The woman just raised an eyebrow. Shizuka was one of the most promising up-and-coming Kunoichi in the village while the boy looked to be barely 12. I see. If anything, Shizuka's head dropped even further in shame. The woman's tone was cold and indifferent, but her eyes were now studying every inch of the blonde monk intently. It actually made Naruto a little uncomfortable to have such a beautiful woman stare at him with such unconcealed interest. I would very much like to hear how somebody so young defeated one of the village's most promising Kunoichi. Naruto chuckled sheepishly at that while rubbing the back of his head. However, right now we should go and see your mother and tell her about this. Naruto did not particularly like the sound of that pause. Their walk through the village was uncomfortable, to say the least. Naruto couldn't help but notice that almost everybody he saw was a woman, only catching sight of the occasional man. When people saw him walking next to the heiress to the main family, there were many whispers, not particularly well hidden either. To his annoyance, most were about whether Shizuka had finally managed to find a husband, and of course the following whispers about him. Finally, though, they made it through the village, all the way to the third plateau, which seemed to be for the express purpose of housing the main family's home. It was an enormous building, towering above them with ornate pagoda-style roofs stacked on top of one another. Other than that, it just seemed to be a traditional, if not very large, wooden house with many statues and other fineries dotted about. Tokiwa made quick work guiding them through the winding corridors until they entered a darkened room, lit by candles. There wasn't much in the room in contrast to the more decadent exterior, just a few pieces of furniture and a large bed. Lying in the comfortable-looking bed was an old woman who, despite her gray hair and slight wrinkles, still possessed an elegant beauty about her that told she was incredibly striking in her youth. Naruto could immediately tell she was the leader of the village. She had the same feel about her as he remembered the Hokage having. Ah, Shizuka, my child, I was worried about you. The girl just bowed her head lightly in respect. The blonde could tell the two did not have the ideal mother-daughter relationship. Kaa-san. The woman sighed lightly with a melancholic smile. Obviously the relationship had been strained for some time. Must you be so formal, Shizuka? She didn't get a response, so she turned her head to look at the rest of the assembled group, especially Naruto. Once again the blonde was made uncomfortable as her gaze roamed his body, finishing with an approving nod and a knowing smile. And who are you, young man? If Fu and Shizuka were annoyed at being blatantly ignored, then they didn't show it. Fu was staring at the whole scene coldly while Shizuka was admiring the various ornate pieces of furniture. He was cut off as Tokiwa placed a hand in front of his mouth, effectively silencing him. He defeated your daughter Hisori-sama. The older woman merely raised an amused eyebrow as she looked between the two. Naruto maintained his serene air while Shizuka mumbled something unintelligible. Is that so? I thought it would be many more years before I finally saw my daughter find a husband capable of besting her, and one so young too. At that point Naruto ducked under Tokiwa's hand, smiling politely at the leader of the village. I think there's been some misunderstanding here. I had no idea about the rules regarding your people when I defeated Shizuka. The girl in question nodded quickly, hopeful for a way out of the engagement. Yes, I can't marry him. He bears the Rinnegan. The entire room froze for a moment as Naruto tilted his head into a wince. He had been hoping to avoid that bit of information. Soon he found both Tokiwa and Hisori's gaze firmly on him, specifically his narrowed eyes. Is this true? Naruto chuckled sheepishly at the older woman as he took a step backwards, only to be blocked by Tokiwa. Well, it isn't not true. He chuckled again, but this time more nervously, reluctantly opening his eyes to the small gasp of the village's leader. So the legends held some truth. In all honesty, I never thought I might see the legendary Dojutsu in my lifetime. The old woman stared intently into Naruto's violet orbs for a moment before smiling in a way only older women could do. It looked harmless enough, but it promised pain should their will be gone against. Well, no matter, the village law is clear regardless. You bested my daughter in fair and equitable combat, she is now your bride. Naruto blinked once as his hand shifted on his Shakujo, frowning. Look, I really don't have time for this. Neither I nor your daughter want any part in this marriage. It would work out much better for everybody if you were to just let us leave peacefully. Again the old woman just stared at the blonde in amusement while Tokiwa looked on impassively, although a hint of irritation at the way Naruto was speaking to her leader entered her eyes. That almost sounds like a threat, boy. Naruto's gaze remained even so the older woman turned to her daughter, looking at her with some interest. Is this true, Shizuka? Do you not wish for this marriage despite what the village laws say? Naruto sighed. Once the woman saw that her daughter was against it, they could get this mess straightened out. All eyes turned to the now quiet Shizuka, who had her head bowed with her hands clasped together in front of her. No, Kaa-san, I accept the marriage as our traditions dictate. Naruto just gawked at the girl but didn't have time to comment further as she swiftly walked out of the room, almost breaking into a run. The room was silent for a moment before Naruto made off after her, this time without being interrupted by Tokiwa. Hisori merely chuckled in her own amusement as she watched them go, smiling to herself as she was reminded of her time with Shizuka's father. Shizuka strode angrily through the village, uncaring of where she went as long as it was away from her mother. Tears were percolating at the edges of her vision, but she refused to cry, blinking them back. It was her fault, her and the Dem village's traditions, and now she didn't even get the chance to change them as leader of the village. It was too late. Shizuka. The happy call nearly broke her heart. There was only one person it could belong to. Sajiri. Sure enough, it was a tall boy around her age with long brown hair tied up into a ponytail, wearing a simple brown shirt and tan pants. He rushed over, a saddened but hopeful look in his eye as he took her hand, causing Shizuka's heart to clench again. It's not true, is it, Shizuka? The rumors about you returning to the village with a boy. Shizuka wanted to say something then, to cry out that it wasn't true, to say anything, however all she could do was hang her head in defeat. That was all the boy needed to know as his grip on her hands tightened slightly. I see. He hung his head a little, enjoying the brief contact with the girl he loved while he could. I can't believe it finally happened, you succumbed to the village's rules. Shizuka looked up, the tears finally falling freely to stain her flawless skin. It's not my fault, Sajiri. If only. Sajiri suddenly broke away from her, looking down at the ground while his fists trembled. If nothing, Shizuka. I love you, and I thought you loved me. The kunoichi could only stand there, tears streaming down her face even if she didn't sob out loud. We were supposed to change things, to finally break away from these rules, but now. He was cut off as a third voice cut into the conversation in the form of a blonde monk running over. Hey Shizuka. Sajiri took one look at the young man approaching before glancing back to see Shizuka looking away ashamedly. He turned, staring down the shorter boy with a mix between anger and sadness. So you're the one who defeated Shizuka. Sajiri was no fool, he was a simple merchant. If this boy was able to defeat Shizuka, he could crush Sajiri with little effort. You better treat her well. And with that the older boy strode off, his fists still clenched at his sides. Naruto just looked between the crying kunoichi and the retreating merchant in confusion. Who was that? Shizuka just snarled at him angrily before running off after the boy, leaving behind a confused and slightly frustrated Naruto. This whole village is crazy. Sajiri, wait. Shizuka chased after the boy, managing to catch up to him a little ways out from the village itself. She would have caught up sooner, but she had walked slower than she should, trying to come up with something, anything to say to the boy she loved. Of course anything she might have prepared slipped away the moment Sajiri turned around, the look in his eye, of heartbreak and betrayal. It was almost too much for her to bear. Please Shizuka, I think I just need to be alone right now. Shizuka grabbed his hand as he turned, desperate for him to understand. Unfortunately, before she could say anything, a harsh and cruel laughter echoed from the surrounding trees. Instantly Shizuka was on guard, a fist drawn back as she glanced around the area, trying to pick up signs of where the voice came from. Well, looky here Marui, if it isn't one of those Nadeshiko chicks. A man dropped down from the darkness the tree canopy provided, his dark skin and cloud headband clearly marking him as a Kumo ninja. The slash going through the symbol of the village though showed the kunoichi he had gone rogue. I think you're right Luroi. I heard if you beat one of them they have to marry you or some shit like that. Another man dropped from the other side of the pair, this one also bearing the slashed forehead protector of Kumagakuer. His skin was lighter and he had blonde hair that ran down his back messily. It was clear the two had only recently escaped from the village. It was that, or they really were stupid enough to stay in the country that bordered Kaminari no Kuni. From the way they were leering at her, despite probably being twice her age, Shizuka hoped it was the latter. Shouldn't be too hard, after that Samui girl shot you down I would think you'd be itching for a girl by now. The dark-skinned man grinned perversely while his companion shot him an irritated look. As if, that bitch just couldn't handle me, but enough bickering. You kill the little cowering shit, I'll deal with the girl. At that Shizuka rushed forward to separate the blonde man's head from his shoulders, only to immediately leap back to deflect a kunao that would have surely killed Sajiri. Ah, do you see that Marui? She's protecting her little friend. Listen up girl, maybe if you come with us quietly, we'll let the little coward go. Shizuka said nothing, just glared at the two men as she stood in front of Sajiri. The merchant was just standing there, petrified by the killing intent the two men were throwing off. Luckily Shizuka was unaffected. She's not intimidated at all, maybe we need to give her some incentive. Immediately the two men rushed at her, she was able to block the first man's attack but it was only a ploy. When the men dived back from one of her wind chakra-laced kicks, Luroi had Sajiri under one arm, kunao pointed directly at his neck. Shizuka froze, staring wide-eyed at the weapon glinting cruelly just inches from her love's jugular. No. Please let him go, I'll do anything. Marui grinned viciously, his slightly elongated canines poking out from his upper lip like a wolf that had finally made its prey submit. Now that's what we like to hear. His grin took on a more menacing vibe as he moved the kunao so it was just touching the boy's neck. If Sajiri gulped it would probably cut him. Unfortunately you still have a bit more fire than I like in a girl, I'll have to fix that. Shizuka could do nothing as the man brought the kunao up only to swing it back down in a clean arc. However everybody blinked when the kunao met nothing but air, the merchant disappearing in a puff of smoke before it could make contact. You know, I thought shinobi had at least a shred of honor, but taking an innocent hostage and killing them just to break somebody's will? That's too far. Everybody looked around to see a young blonde with spiky hair, his eyes closed and lips turned into a humorless smile. Sajiri was standing next to him with smoke dissipating from his body as the merchant looked round, confused and a little nauseous. Hey, who the fuck are you shrimp? Naruto just chuckled coldly as he raised a hand, quickly clenching it into a fist as the two missing nin collapsed under their own exponentially increased weight. Kenkyona Jaibun. Naruto didn't let up on the extreme levels of gravity until he was absolutely sure the two men were unconscious. He sighed as he returned the area to normal, running a hand through his hair as he looked around as Shizuka and Sajiri, who looked considerably better now that the air wasn't laced with killing intent. I think we should all go back to the village. Shizuka seemed to ignore him as she rushed straight to Sajiri, practically tackling him to the floor in a crushing hug. She began to weep into his chest openly as the merchant could only lie there and take it, unable to even squirm in the girl's vice-like grip. I'm so sorry, I nearly lost you. She mumbled more words but they were muffled by Sajiri's chest. Naruto just smiled at the scene, he was incredibly confused still but it was touching all the same. Thank you Naruto. The blonde just tipped his head slightly with a smile. It's no problem, I was just in the right place at the right time anyway. He and his two companions, plus Shizuka, Sajiri, and Hisori were all standing at the gate to Nadeshiko village. Shizuka had her arm wrapped around Sajiri, she hadn't let go of him since coming back to the village. No, you helped me realize that I don't want to live my life without Sajiri. If you had never come along, I might not only have lost him, but I might never have had him in the first place. Naruto just gave a kindly smile as he looked towards Hisori a little expectantly, waiting for what she might have to say on the matter. However, the older woman just gave him a motherly smile before chuckling into her sleeve mischievously. "Oh, you didn't actually expect me to make my daughter join in a loveless marriage, did you? I might have the best interests of this village at heart, but I am not heartless. Anyway, you saved my daughter from a terrible fate, for that you have and my village's thanks." Naruto just gave another small nod. Honestly, he just wanted to get away from the strange village. Touching moments, or not. "I'm glad to help." Hisori smiled again before coughing lightly into her sleeve. Naruto was surprised she had made it out of her bed. It was clear that at one time she had been a magnificent kunoichi, but right now she seemed incredibly ill and frail. "I want you to have something, young monk." She reached into a pouch, withdrawing a very old-looking headband with a faded black cloth. The metal plate itself had no markings, but it was done in the very traditional shinobi manner from the warring period, with two horn-like spikes emerging from the metal. This used to be a sign of the greatest male warriors Nadeshiko had to offer before the sage came along. "I want you to have it." Naruto just took the relic with wide eyes. It was most likely incredibly valuable. He felt as though he might break it just by touching it. "Thank you, I'm honored." He looked up with a genuine smile as he fastened the cloth around his head, mostly hidden by his unruly hair except at the front. "I know I can't speak from my predecessor's actions, but if I ever understand these eyes enough, I promise I will come back and try to undo what it was he did to your people." The elderly woman just smiled sagely as she patted the blonde on the back. "Then you have my even greater thanks." Naruto grinned as he and his companions made to leave, waving at the small group of Nadeshiko villagers as they went. The air was light as they made their way along the well-kept road. It was a warming departure. Naruto just chuckled to himself as they walked. Fu caught it and looked at him curiously. "Well, we didn't have to fight our way out in the end." Fu just nodded with a small smirk of her own appearing, if only slightly. "Yes, otherwise you might have had to marry everybody in the village." Naruto froze, paling at the thought of all those women, unknowingly dismissing a dream most men had at some point in their lives. Hey! Don't even joke about that. Chapter 20, Lightning Eye. Book 4, Lightning. A person that learns from their mistakes is smart. A person that learns from other people's mistakes is smarter. Proverb. You're lost again, aren't you? Even with the heavy mist surrounding the group, it was clear Fu was the one speaking, her deadpan tone cutting through the fog like an overly sarcastic knife. "I'm not lost. And don't say again like it's happened before, we were not lost. I just happened to be reading the map wrong." Naruto shot Fu an annoyed look before returning his attention to the path in front of him. If he took his attention away, it was quite likely they would stray off the road. "By wrong, do you mean upside down?" This time it was Shizuku at the receiving end of Naruto's agitated glare, not that anybody could tell when seeing even a few feet in front of them was impossible. It was an honest mistake. "I've never been to Kaminari no Kuni before." Shizuku just snickered into her baggy sleeves, making Naruto wonder how she was dealing with the cold with such thin clothing. "Yeah, and if this keeps up I'll start to think we still aren't." This time Naruto found he didn't have the energy for a scathing retort. He just settled for pranking Fu at a later date. He sighed wearily into his scarf, tilting his Sujigaza back to peer up at the sky. It was useless though. The heavy water vapor in the air made it impossible to even see where the sun was. "Come on, Konoha is just in a forest. It even has roads leading to it. Why do all the other hidden villages have to take their names so seriously? Suna is in the middle of the desert. Taki is nearly impossible to find unless you're lead there, and Kumo is hidden so high in the mountains you either get lost in the mountains or pass out from the thin air." After a few seconds of silence he realized he was ranting to deaf ears and slumped forward dejectedly. Briefly he wondered what had happened to his wise monk persona. "Don't worry Naruto, the merchants have to get there somehow. We'll find Kumogakure eventually." Naruto smiled appreciatively at Shizuku as she rested her hand on his shoulder, or at least he thought it was her. Actually, Kumogakure is a mostly militant hidden village. All merchant and domestic requirements are met in other villages further down in the mountains. The village itself is purely for housing the shinobi, their families, the equipment stores, and the rakeage tower. Food and produce is moved to the shinobi populace in large supply runs coordinated weekly. So in a way it's more of a large base camp than a village in the ways we define the term. Once again Naruto sunk down, Fu's almost encyclopedic knowledge of all things shinobi once again proving to be spot on. Great. Shizuka frowned at Fu, or at least where she thought Fu was. The cloud bank they were trying to navigate through was really quite thick. On a positive note, it wasn't raining, probably because they were actually in the clouds as opposed to under them, still a plus for Shizuka though. Can't you find chakra sources in the fog with your eyes? Naruto straightened up as they continued on, suddenly looking like he hadn't just broken down slightly. No, there's something about the cloud here that just bounces around the chakra. Everything just looks like a vague blue haze. Shizuka looked down while Fu looked thoughtful. It wasn't very different to her normal look, but her lips pursed slightly. What about summoning something to fly us over the clouds? Naruto turned to the former Takikunoichi, hand raised and mouth open, only for him to falter and just stare at the girl for a moment. That is actually an excellent idea. He just blinked to himself for a moment as he wondered why he hadn't thought of that sooner. He put it down to not being familiar enough with his new path before molding his chakra and slamming his hand down. Cookios. For a moment they weren't blinded by the mist as the small explosion of smoke pushed it away, giving the trio a brief glimpse of what Naruto had summoned. What the heck is that? The other two shared Shizuka's sentiments as they stared at the strange creature. For the most part it looked like a bird with gray feathers, except about 10 times as big as an average hawk. However, its beak was horribly distended, looking more like a drill than a mouth. I have no idea, I just thought for something that would be able to carry us. I didn't really think of any specifics. He moved to the side, noting that the creature at least had the Rinnegan eyes, which mean it didn't exist naturally, thankfully. Well, it'll do for now, come on. With that, Naruto jumped up onto the bird's back, staring strangely for a moment at the black spike seemingly impaled in the creature's neck. That's weird, it looks like a chakra rod is implanted here, but I've never summoned this thing before. Fu hopped up next, taking a moment to look at the spike before grabbing a hold of it so she wouldn't fall off. Well, it makes a good handhold. Shizuka jumped on last, looking wearily at the bird thing's head. She could have sworn its eyes were looking at her. Naruto wasn't quite sure how to get the bird to move, but as soon as he thought that its large wings began to beat up and down rhythmically, quickly lifting the improbably large beast up into the air. He noticed that with each flap of its enormous wings some mist would be cleared away, revealing more of the road, and he wasn't the only one. Hey, why didn't you use your wind manipulation to just clear the cloud away? Naruto just shot Shizuka an unamused glance as he held onto the bird tightly. It's a little late for the suggestions. Anyway, with the amount of chakra that it would take to do such a thing, we would have Kumo Shinobi on us in minutes. We want to try and keep a low profile this time around. Shizuka just snorted quietly into her sleeve. Nothing they did was ever low profile. At least then they would be able to lead us into Kumo. Fu quickly shook her head as they slowly rose higher into the air, making Naruto wonder just how thick the cloud bank was. Incorrect. Kumo's first initiative when confronted by possible hostiles using chakra close to the village's border is immediate detainment followed by questioning. Shizuka just looked thoughtful as she gripped onto one of the bird's massive feathers, fighting the suction the wings made as they pumped down. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. Fu just stared at the girl for a moment before Shizuka lowered her head sheepishly. You didn't really mean questioning, did you? It wasn't really a question, but Fu shook her head anyway. I think we're almost there. As if Naruto's words were prophetic at that moment, the group burst from the surrounding clouds, wincing as the bright sunlight hit their eyes. For a moment they all just sat there as silence, looking around in total awe at the world around them. White fluffy clouds stretched out as far as they could see like an ocean of wool, only sparsely penetrated by towering mountain tops that broke through like they were climbing towards the sun. Whoa! That summed up the collective thoughts of the group fairly accurately, their odd expressions making them look like children seeing the sea for the first time. Naruto was the first to recover as he began to peer at a nearby cluster of mountain tops, seemingly the tallest out of the range. He spotted it, the shine of glass and metal wrapped around one of the peaks, a grin spread across his whiskered cheeks. Hey, what do you know? We weren't that far off. He was about right, the village was probably only a few miles away, minutes if they made the journey on the bird. Of course, them landing in the middle of a village on what was quite clearly a summon, if not a strange one, would be incredibly suspicious. From Fu's description, Naruto didn't picture Kumo as the type of place to be all that welcoming to such an arrival. "We'll land over there." He pointed out a small rocky outcropping that just about poked through the clouds, only a short distance from the village itself. It was close enough that they wouldn't get lost and far enough that most sensors wouldn't immediately pick them up. A few minutes later they were dismounting the large Enod bird, which was quickly dispelled in a burst of smoke. Shizuku shivered slightly. She could have sworn the creepy avian shot her another look just before it vanished. The only sound echoing in the now slightly thinning mist was the jangle of Naruto's shakujiao and the click it made on the rocky ground as the group walked. By now they should have been within a few hundred meters of the village, unless of course they managed to get lost again. Thankfully at that moment a small group of Kumo shinobi, as their headbands indicated, dropped down in front of them, led by a young man with spiked-out blonde hair. "Stop. Come any closer and we will have to arrest you under suspicion of infiltrating Kumogakure." Naruto smiled pleasantly at the man as he moved his staff away from his body in a disarming manner. "It's all right, we're just travelers looking to enter the village to resupply and see the sights." The young man stared at the other blonde for a moment with piercing black eyes before nodding with a shrug. "All right, you're telling the truth. If you'd lied your chakra would have been disturbed." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Then Agenta was to be suspected. The first people to meet possible intruders would be sensor types. "We'll escort you to the village entrance, but be warned, after that you will be under close surveillance. Anything we find suspicious in a Kumo shinobi will not hesitate to apprehend you and your companions." Naruto nodded amicably as B motioned for the older blonde to lead on. "Understood." He looked up at the man expectantly, who only returned it with slight irritation. "Now please follow me quickly, we have to get back to our patrol." He motioned for the two men flanking him to continue on their route while he took a different path, setting off at a brisk walk. "So what's Kumo like?" The blonde man looked round at the girl dressed as a shrine maiden with a raised brow before smirking. "It's the most powerful village in the elemental nations, there isn't a better place to be from." Naruto gained a smirk of his own, because that very objective opinion wasn't biased at all. The rest of the admittedly short journey was made in silence before the group finally emerged from the oppressive cloud bank, only to gawk for the second time that day. Kumo was beautiful. Despite being a treacherous and mountainous region, the people had adapted perfectly. Buildings were built in and out of the mountaintops themselves, offering unparalleled protection by giving an almost perfect view of the surroundings. Long sturdy bridges stretched between the various peaks, swaying slightly in the high-altitude breeze. The light glittered off of the surrounding clouds, giving everything an almost ethereal look despite all the combat-ready shinobi darting about with sure feet. In the middle of it all, wrapped around the highest mountain in the range, was an astounding feat of engineering. A large ring of metal and blue glass secured around the entire peak with the kanji for lightning proudly displayed at the front, clearly marking it as the Raikage Tower. It sat like a jewel in Kumo's rocky crown, standing vigil over the entire village. Naruto blinked as he noticed a few of the windows on the top floor looked broken, like somebody had thrown something through them. She just looked at their odd faces with a small smirk before proudly looking at his village. "Impressive sight, isn't it?" He chuckled lightly as he turned to leave. The trio were in the hands of Kumo Zumbu now, watching from the shadows. "It has to be when we're competing with things like the Hokage Monument and Iwa's volcanoes." With that he gave them a farewell wave before dashing off to meet back up with his squad. "Well, okay, where to first, guys?" Naruto looked at his two companions expectantly, keeping an eye on the well-concealed chakra signature hiding in the shadows of a nearby craggy outcropping. Food. Fu and Shizuka looked at one another with smiles as Naruto laughed at their momentary synchronization. "Okay, food it is. Okay, I'm off to find some place I can earn some money." Fu waved distractedly at the blonde, currently reading one of the scrolls he had brought along with rapt attention. Shizuka walked over. She had also been reading, but it was less relevant to her. Without the more advanced water manipulation techniques, she was stuck on the more basic level. She was trying to be creative with her little water pillar, but ultimately she couldn't advance until they had more information. Naruto wasn't so sure he could conveniently earn the trust of an academy student to get him the information this time. "Good luck, just try not to run into the village's Jinhuriki right away." Shizuka gave him a knowing smile while Fu even looked up, a small smirk playing across her lips. Naruto just looked amused as he stepped out the door of the temple backwards, an eyebrow raised. Come on, I'm not that bad. So what if I accidentally ran into two Jinchuriki in their respective village? It's not like it's going to happen everywhere. Shizuku just giggled into her sleeve before waving the young blonde off, returning to her scroll. They had been in Kumo for a few days now under the hospitality of an elderly priest who was already half-blind from age. Naruto was fairly certain the old man was only allowing them to stay because he seemed to have mistaken the blonde for somebody else. Despite his insistence he was not Todoroki. He stepped out of the building, putting a hand up to block the sun from his eyes for a moment. Up in the mountains, without reliable cloud coverage, the sun seemed a lot brighter than normal. He supposed that was the only reason the mountain top was not bitingly cold. Strong breezes and even storms were apparently quite common in Kumo. It was why every other building had a large lightning rod on the roof, both to redirect nature's anger and harness it into power. He was currently walking towards Kumo's small shopping district. He had already been through once before on a small tour the trio took to get acquainted with the village. There weren't all that many shops, but they were all high quality and most were for shinobi outfitting. He figured he could earn some money in the evenings either cleaning or tidying up one of the stores. Unfortunately he seemed to have lost his way in one of the more winding alleys. He had no map to consult, so he relented and walked over to the nearest person to ask direction. Hey, could you tell me how to get to the merchant district? The woman he had talked to looked around with just a hint of annoyance. From her rigid posture and unusual outfit he could guess she was a shinobi. The headband helped as well, and by her crossed arms and lightly tapping foot it was clear she was waiting for something or someone. She raised a blonde eyebrow at the small monk who had walked up to her. Huh, you're actually talking to me? You must not be from Kumo. Naruto blinked at the odd reply before returning his face to his normal serene mask. Is there any reason I shouldn't talk to you? He said it almost jokingly, which brought a smirk to the taller woman's face as she leaned in closer to him, an almost predatory look in her dark chocolate eyes. Oh, there are several. She leaned in even closer, her voice becoming more of a sultry whisper. But you shouldn't worry about those. She leaned back again, a satisfied look on her smirking features at Naruto's shocked and slightly dazed form. Heh, you're too easy, Gaki, gotta be more careful or some girl's gonna wind you around their little finger. She grinned again, looking very much like a cat playing with the mouse she had caught. That is if I don't beat them to it. She finished by running her tongue across her lips, revealing slightly pointed canines behind shining red lips. Right, the market. The woman just laughed, a soft tinkling sound that had Naruto shaking his head out of the daze that came over him. He looked the woman over. She had sandy blonde hair pulled into a long ponytail, wrapped most of the way down with bandages with a small tuft at the end like a lion's tail. She ran a hand down her side, smoothing the tight purple and black top she was wearing, to rest on her hip, covered by a simple maroon sash. Strangely she seemed to have prayer beads wound around one of her bandage-wrapped arms, ending at her fingerless purple gloves. That way, honey. She pointed off in a certain direction as Naruto gave a small and hesitant nod of appreciation, earning another tinkling laugh from the strange kunoichi. Thanks. The woman just gave a sly grin as her posture shifted, her hips moving to the side in an overly seductive manner. Oh, wanting my name so soon? We only just met, isn't it polite to give yours first? Naruto had to shake himself out of his daze again before nodding more assuredly. Right, it's Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki. The woman merely smirked as she leaned back against the building she had been waiting at. Yujito, or you can call me Nii-sama. Her smile once again took on a predatory edge. Either's fine. Naruto just nodded as he took slow careful steps backwards, widening the woman's grin. Well then, thanks Yujito-san. The older blonde pouted mockingly at that, but Naruto missed it. He had already turned and walked on. Yujito merely sighed pleasantly as she crossed her arms again, pressing up her chest more noticeably. Kids are so much fun. A few days later Naruto was sitting cross-legged in a rocky clearing halfway down a mountainside. Really it was a training ground, but it just looked like a random plateau carved from the mountain. There was a single bare tree hanging precariously at an angle over the edge to a very long and steep drop below. Naruto liked it. It was very peaceful and it was just above the clouds to the point where a light mist drifted along the bottom few inches of the stony floor. If he looked out over the edge, all he could see was an ocean of white with the occasional gray. It was nice to be somewhere it wasn't raining, that didn't force him to circulate fire chakra just to stay warm. Ah! He flinched in pain as a stray arc of electricity left a slight burn on his hands. Currently, no pun intended, he was working on his lightning manipulation, and it was proving to be a rather painful experience. The technique involved passing a small current between his slightly separated fingers, enough to be visible as a blue arc. Then as his control progressively got better, he would separate the fingers more and more. The end goal was to pass the current between his hands in one continuous loop through his circled arms. However, lightning proved to be a rather unpredictable element to control. Right now he could still only keep his forefinger and thumb about 2 inches apart. Any more than that and he would lose control, the electricity arcing out to leave him with a small but still irritating burn. It actually worked as a rather effective, if not unappreciated incentive, not that it helped the blonde's mood much, as yet another small red welt appeared on his hand with an accompanying cry of irritation and pain. "Hey! Who are you?" Naruto looked up, spotting a young dark-skinned shinobi with short white hair wearing the traditional Kyumo uniform of the white one-shoulder flak jacket over a dark gray hoodie. Oddly enough, he had a sucker sticking out of his mouth, complementing his overall bored demeanor well. He had a sword slung over his back, although from the way he moved it was painfully obvious he hadn't had much experience with it yet. He kept readjusting it every couple of moments. "Oh hello, I'm a monk from Hi no Kuni. I'm actually practicing lightning manipulation, so I thought what better place than Kaminari no Kuni." He said it jokingly, but was rather taken aback by how serious the boy suddenly became. As his feet touched down on the plateau, he sank into a crouched position, looking down at the floor. "Monks learning jutsu? But what if all the monks become more powerful than us shinobi and decide to conquer us because we sometimes kill for money? Then I accidentally seduce one of the monk's daughters and she has to choose between her loyalty to her temple or her love with me. We run off together but are hunted down by both monks and shinobi only to fight back, killing the leader of both sides, causing instability in their ranks and causing the collapse of society as we know it." He looked up, actually looking a little afraid by what he said, while Naruto just blinked at him. "Well, that's certainly a concern." The shinobi just nodded, his eyes widened. He was obviously still thinking about this strange alternate world of his. Naruto just shook his head and returned to what he was doing, only to cry out in pain as he was once again simultaneously shocked and burned a little. The dark-skinned boy looked up, apparently shaken out of his prophetic vision of a horrendous future as he glanced at what the blonde was doing. "Oh, I remember having to do that. B-sensei never gave us any help." "Well, actually, he might have, but because of the way he talks it's hard to tell sometimes." He walked over, crouching beside Naruto and watching the electricity arc between his stretched fingers. He moved his sucker from one side of his mouth to the other as he hummed for a moment. "Yeah, I got stuck around here too. It was Samui Teika who figured it out first, she always does." He looked off into the distance and for a moment Naruto feared he was about to go off on another rant. "What you're doing is trying to control the lightning, except electricity doesn't like to be controlled. It lashes out. Instead you simply have to imagine your fingers as points for the current to travel between, one the emitter and the other the lightning rod. This way you don't try and control the electricity, you simply guide it along a certain path. It's kind of like tricking it." Naruto looked up, rather impressed at the surprisingly helpful advice. He looked down at his hand, circulating the lightning chakra again as he slowly moved his fingers apart. He was shocked, again no pun intended, when he was able to move them all the way apart while still keeping a steady stream of arcing electricity going. He grinned, looking up at the cloud shinobi with a thankful nod, to which the boy just moved his sucker again. "Thanks, but why are you helping me so readily?" The boy just shrugged lazily before frowning as he was once again forced to readjust the sword on his back. "It's no problem, I just remember how frustrating it was when I was doing it. I'm a moi, by the way." The white-haired shinobi held out a hand which Naruto gladly accepted, shaking once. "Naruto." Moi stood up, shifting the sword again with a roll of his shoulders. "Anyway, you should wait until you see the second stage of lighting manipulation." The boy grinned in an uncharacteristically sadistic manner as if he knew something Naruto didn't. "Oh moi. Suddenly a third voice cut in through the otherwise quiet mountainside, causing a look of alarm to appear in Amwa's widened eyes. "A nice meeting you, Naruto, I have to go now." With that he gave a quick incline of the head and practically leapt from the plateau like a base jumper. Seconds later a very angry-looking Kunoichi slid down from the same place Amwa had come from. She had spiky red hair that covered her back, held back by a bandana she had fixed her forehead protector to. Other than that she wore the standard Kumo attire just like Amwa, except over a ragged, sleeveless grey vest and a long skirt. Most remarkable were her striking golden eyes, which matched her small ball-bearing earrings. "Hey you, blondie. You see a white-haired dopey-looking guy come through here? Might have exaggerated some random story to ridiculous lengths." Naruto just nodded quickly, pointing off in a random direction. He didn't know what Amwa did to aggravate this Kunoichi, but it was the least he could do for the pointer he gave him. The girl just smirked viciously before sprinting off in the completely wrong direction. She too carried a sword, but he couldn't tell if she was any more competent with it than Amwa. After she had gone, Naruto just shook his head slowly before chuckling to himself. It was almost as if he attracted the craziest elements of any village he entered. He just shrugged it off as one of those things as he returned to his exercise. Slowly though he began to drift off before completely losing himself to his inner consciousness. After getting the traditional welcome out of the way within his seal, Naruto once again distracted Shukaku by throwing a chakra rod. He found so far that his conversations with the Kyuubi went a lot smoother without the giant Tanuki around. It wasn't like the sand construct was good for any meaningful conversation anyway beyond his insane mutterings and excited cries of "father." He sat down at the center of the room, calmly mediating as the rhythmic breeze of the Kyuubi's breath caused his robes to flutter as they played their game of, "Who's going to talk first?" "What are you wearing on your head?" The blonde opened an eye slightly in amusement. He didn't even have to try today, and the great fox already seemed highly agitated by something. His tone was dark and almost came out as a growl, further enhanced by his lips being pulled back into snarl. "It's a forehead protector." The Kyuubi just snorted in its typical manner, its eyes remaining narrowed as it glared at its jailer. "I know what it is, ninjin." Naruto chuckled as he opened his eyes, dropping the pretense of meditation as he lounged back on his hands. "Then why ask?" The enormous red eyes only narrowed further. It seemed the Kyuubi wasn't in the mood for their usual back and forth today. "Why are you wearing it?" Naruto just raised a curious eyebrow, wondering why the Kyuubi was so interested in what he was wearing all of a sudden. "It was a gift, and I think it looks good." Another warm gust of air swept over him with the fox's grunt of disapproval. "You look even more ridiculous and pitiful than usual, ninjin." Naruto just grinned. He wondered if it was at all sane to be completely unconcerned with the words of a being that could crush you with a mere absent flick of one of its tails. Okay, it wouldn't be that simple, but the Kyuubi was definitely more powerful than he was, vastly so. "When did you become a fashion critic?" All he received was another indignant snort, somewhat of a staple resp once for the great fox. They lapsed into another uncomfortable silence with only the surprisingly gentle sounds of the Kyuubi breathing providing the background noise. "What is it you truly hope to accomplish by coming in here, ninjin?" Naruto looked up in moderate surprise. The Kyuubi's features were still twisted into a slight snarl, but the venom in its voice was all but gone. Instead, the great fox just seemed tired. It had slunk down to rest its head on its paws, one eye closed while the other stared at Naruto with a mix between curiosity and loathing. "I've already told you, I want to understand you. To understand why you bear so much hatred." For once the Kyuubi didn't snort, it didn't grunt, it didn't rebuke Naruto in any way. "Why?" Again Naruto couldn't help but blink in surprise. This was the closest he had ever come to holding a normal conversation with the Byakuya. "Because you deserve the chance to be heard like everybody else." The great beast snorted loudly, although this time it was not out of spite or indignation. If anything, the Kyuubi sounded somewhat amused, if such a thing were possible for a being of pure chakra. "I have wiped out entire human settlements over the centuries, killed thousands if not millions of your kind. To your people I am known as a harbinger of destruction and death, more akin to a natural disaster than an actual intelligent being. Why would you show me the same courtesy that you would your own kind when you can barely even comprehend what I am?" Naruto looked down for a moment, feeling as though he had to choose his next words very carefully. "Because if I don't, then who will?" For what felt like a very long moment there was silence, not even the Kyuubi's breathing seemed to break the sudden void of noise for a deafening second. Finally though it turned its enormous head, staring intently at the boy for a while before grunting and lowering its head back onto its paws. So what is it you want from me exactly? A testament? A confession? Naruto looked up at the fox, trying to puzzle out just what he was seeing in the old being's face at that moment. Resignation? Acceptance? He might never find out. How about your story? He saw the fox raise its brow a little as there was another quiet pause before it slowly nodded just once. Very well Ninjin, we will see what you think when I am finished. Check the description for the links to the author.